Hello, everybody. Already with a super chat from Dragon, Big W Dragon. Read the flags. They know you by now, as you said. Oh, is that remove the flag? Got it. Or no, re-put up the whatever. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just gonna be real. They know you by now, as you said, and you have to rage bait them to engage anyways. Same response as if you left the flags up. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying put the flags up because they know you anyways. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have the flags up today because yesterday, I don't know. Sometimes it works not to have the flags down, but yesterday I don't think it mattered. Like you said, sounds good. Have you heard of the Torah codes? Is that like the Da Vinci codes, but for the Torah? The answer is no. Mark, what's up? You were not first, Mark. Uh, Daniel was first. He put yee hee, yee hey. But thank you, Mark. Alex, hello from Germany. Well, hello from America. Shani, hello. Go Love Light, hello. Reese, hope I said that right.
Hey Nick,
Oh no, I forgot to switch this over to my
how are you?
headset. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm very good. Actually, I just want to say to you, I'm very love you and very love all your like what you do, in the social media,
Thank you.
and I very like just love you because my English is not very good. So yeah,
That's okay. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, brother.
yeah, of course, bro. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Busa says, "Help, Nick." I don't know what that means. Millie. Gosh, I fucking love Millie, dude. Literally, I don't like a lot. Well, it's not that I don't like a lot of people who are streamers. In the sense that I dislike them. That's not what I mean. I just mean I don't really carry their way. But I gotta be honest, even if I'm a little busy, if I see Millie on my screen, I will still stop for a little bit until I realize, no, I'm really busy, I need to go. But yeah, maybe it's her voice. It's very soothing. She has a way of telling you you're wrong. Crimson says, "Hey Nick, Andrew just gave you a nice shout out saying you're the best pro-Zionist debater." Well, thanks for letting me know, Crimson. Where did he say that? Millie, love ya. That's awesome. Yeah, no, me and Andrew speak time to time. Uh, Maybe I can get him to come over to the dark side. I think me and Andrew are going to end up debating. You know, it's just gonna end up happening. We have a very strong mutual respect, even though we're not on the same side. It's just gonna end up happening. I will be at DebateCon in October, and he will be there too. So we're not debating. However, that will be the first time I get to meet him in person. What is DebateCon? DebateCon is it's something that modern day debates and uncensored America. I can't remember if they both do it or they do their own one like differently, but essentially it's let me show you something. Hold on. It's gonna be in I should know this. It's in October. Uh, okay, let's go over to. I'll tell you what. Let's go over to Modern Day Debates X account because he's the one that talks about it. Um, Here it is. DebateCon 9, October 24th, 25th in Orlando. Just launched. Ooh, Dyer and Wood are debating. Haha. That's gonna be good. I like that. Oh, hey, he put me in this too. Returning faces like Apostate Prophet and new faces, including Nick Mattel and more. Tickets in bio. Yeah, if you guys are in Orlando, or if you're nearby, or if you want to even fly in, you guys can buy tickets and you can meet me there, and also a lot of other people I'm sure you guys really love. Is that a Saturday? I don't know. Look, man, he just asked do I want to debate, and I said I always want to debate. I didn't ask details. It's the October 24th and 25th. It's Saturday, Sunday. It's a Saturday and Sunday. Okay, let's see. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Oh, he put me again. Oh, that's nice. What do you say? Hi, Village Crazy Lady. I'm still looking for an opponent for Ryan C. Maloli or Rob Neuer, and now also Nick Matau, as they're looking for someone from the Candace camp, or approximately that, for a fair debate with equal time for speakers. Would this interest you? He didn't ask me, but he's right. I would love to debate that. Wait, am I debating someone on Monday? I didn't even know we were doing this Monday. Okay, well, just so you guys know, I'm going to be debating this guy on Monday. Timothy Gordon. I don't know who he is. What is it with all these people with PhDs and PhLs and MAs and that always try to debate me? It's like the fourth person with like a degree, doctorate degree, who wants to debate me. Anyways, so I don't really know anything about this guy. But what I know is we're going to be debating... Oh, no, wait. Never mind. Is he debating someone else on Monday? You know what? I think I am going to be debating this guy. I'll get you the date. It might be Monday. I don't know. I don't think it is. Maybe he's debating somebody else. He is essentially debating that Israel was involved with the Charlie Kirk assassination. So it's a little bit more specific. Hold on one sec. I'm going to be debating some guy named History Speaks. I think his name is. I almost said History Revealed. That's our friend History, not him. Different guy. I know he put it here on X. Hold on, where is it? Here it is. Yeah, History Speaks. DebateCon 9, Nick Mattel and History Speaks will debate live and in person on October 25th in Orlando. Grab tickets to meet Nick and History Speaks now, as we're expecting to sell out. This is going to be, has Israel committed a genocide in Gaza? That's our debate. Me and him actually have been talking on DMs. I don't know if he's any good. I actually don't know the guy. He did reach out to me and he wanted to DM me. Here, I'll just read it to you guys right now because I'm an open book when it comes to DMs. Well, not all DMs. But if it's just like basic shit, you know. Yeah, here he is. Some voice notes and stuff. But anyways, long story short, he just essentially... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scroll up there. Yeah, but long story short, he was actually a pretty cordial guy. He was kind of... Where is it? He said, I think I'm debating you in a few months. Just to clarify, my position is that Israel committed genocide in Gaza between October 2023 and October 2025. I don't believe the genocide continues during the ceasefire. The ceasefire into which Israel was coerced by the United States has not involved mass killing at a level consistent with genocide and has also, e.g., involved a flood of humanitarian aid, again, into which the U.S. coerced Israel. It is more of a pause than an end, but nevertheless, genocide is not occurring in Gaza right now. I just wanted to clarify, essentially, he was just being nice. He's like, I wanted to not give you any, like, curveballs. This is my position. And I sent him a voice note saying, hey, that's actually very respectful of you. Obviously, I don't agree. I don't agree with him, but I'm just saying, like, it's actually pretty cool if somebody can just be like, hey, I'm not here to be some troll. I actually want to have a good debate. So, yeah, that's this guy. I don't know anything about him. But, yeah, I'll look into him as we get closer to the debate, obviously. Somebody told me he wrote like a whole thesis or something on the genocide. So I'll probably just read that, see what he thinks. No, I didn't hear about the Beit Amrah accident. Okay, anyways, so that's what, just so you guys know, that's DebateCon. If you guys live in Florida, if you want to fly in, Orlando specifically, I'd be more than glad to give everyone a little bit of time to at least say hi. Thank you, Millie. Millie, you should, Millie, what is your number one topic? I see sometimes you debate abortion, but I don't think it's. I'm moving to Florida next year. Lucky. I would love to move to Florida. Florida really is just a superior state. Not gonna lie. Other than the humidity, but I'm just saying, like, politics wise. Someone wants to know, she said, debate me on whether Israel was involved in me spilling my coffee that time or not. That one's gonna be tough. Oh, Millie requested. Sorry. Yeah, I see you.
Oh, thank God you accepted me because I'm like, man, this is gonna be a lot of type. I don't know. Um, I wouldn't say anything truly specific. I think I debate a lot of about just Republican politics, conservative politics. Debated a lot about the economy, debated a lot about abortion. Um, Recently about the Tyler Robinson case, I see that you posted a lot on X too. So maybe
Yeah,
that eventually.
I didn't think I'd get so into that, but now, I kind of sort of, commented on Andrew's debate, and then all of a sudden I had that one person want to debate me. We debated for a couple hours, and that opened up the door for modern day debates, being like, oh, I didn't know you debate this. Well, this person would like to debate you on it, so guess that's just kind of a thing. I really hate it, honestly. Like, the idea of debating Charlie Kirk's death kind of sickens me, but at the same time, what they do on the other side sickens me more, so it's kind of like I'd rather do that than not do it.
I feel like if there's no rebuttal to it, then it's easier for these conspiracies to like
Right.
continue to go further than it should because I think that's kind of what they're hoping for is people just laugh it off and then don't rebut it, but I think that it needs decent rebuttal with decent evidence and regardless of Andrew not in my opinion, I don't know if he did as much research as I would have hoped
No.
reading enough through the court documents he actually, she got the gotcha question at the end. I don't think it was that big of a deal. I think his overarching victory was her not providing any evidence for her claims about Israel, her providing no evidence about Erica, her providing no evidence about TPUSA. And in fact, she dodged the question to answer if she thinks that they're actually involved in it because she didn't want any legal issues, which goes to show she doesn't have any proof.
Yeah, what I've been saying, like, trying my best to, obviously I have a bias, but trying my best to be objective. Andrew objectively won. You're right. I don't think he did as much research in terms of like the actual like court documents and every little pity patty thing. However, he objectively won because the things that Andrew did, quote unquote, bad at were things that weren't relevant to the claims that either of them made. Still bad, sure, got the gotcha questions, got the clips, but it had nothing to do with this claim, so it's irrelevant, kind of. The things that Candace did bad at had everything to do with her claims. So objectively, he won. Andrew is a better debater than Candace. Not that that's saying much. Andrew, but is a good debater. But Candace is a good. She's a good sophist. She's very manipulative, and she's very good at manipulating and avoiding questions. She'd probably make a good politician, to be honest.
She's good at that maneuvering tactic for sure. And I think Andrew actually is a good debater. I've seen his debates in like the faith and Christianity and stuff like that. So I've seen him do very, very well on that. I think he's more of like, I wouldn't say completely Philbro debater, but I think that with Candace Owens, like you just have to nail her with the facts. Like here's the receipts that are indisputable. And he actually got her with the receipts about Tyler Robinson admitting that it's him in surveillance footage, which goes to show that she hasn't read the court documents. And she was laughed at because of her CNN interview where she didn't read that the Discord messages were actually text messages. Mm-hmm. It's stuff like that I think that you can actually get people to see. She hasn't actually researched this. She's more just like searching about what other people say. Also, the Cowboy Steakhouse place already rebutted what she said about
yeah, we pulled that up on the live. Yeah. We pulled that up on our live, their official statement, and then that diligent guy tried to be like, oh, no, actually, I found a guy that was there that day, and I interviewed him, and he did. He even showed, like, he turned his camera on. He cut the guy's face off so you didn't see his face, but he was there. He interviewed a guy. But then the guy, I don't know if you saw this interview, he ended up saying, like, yeah, I saw Tyler Robinson there. First off, people found the guy after, and turns out he's like this big Candace Owens fan. But anyways, he's like, yeah, I did see Tyler Robinson there. He ordered like a steak and a couple beers, and I saw him from a distance. And then people were like, wait a minute, the receipt you guys released doesn't even say beers on it. It says a soft drink. That's it. It doesn't say a couple beers or any beer for that matter. And so that's pretty weird. And then, he tried to come out and he's like, well, he could have just made that mistake. And it's like, so he doesn't know the difference between like a Coke and a beer, but we were supposed to expect that he wasn't even the guy's waiter, Tyler Robinson or whoever it was. He wasn't even the waiter. So I'm like, we're supposed to expect that he knows and sees Tyler Robinson, a pretty, let's be honest, basic looking white dude from a certain distance at an angle. Okay.
Yeah, with a hat on too, because I feel like most of the time you see Tyler Robinson, he's wearing a hat.
Yeah. My thing is
The
just like,
receipt doesn't even really say anyone's name. So
Nope.
it's like when they posted the receipt and they're like, here's the proof. It's like, this is just a random receipt. It doesn't say anyone's name. It doesn't
Yeah.
say nothing. It doesn't even have a signature on it.
right. Yeah, no, I think it's all insane. The Patsy thing really just is so dumb because it's like, even if I were to buy all of your like what ifs and these are weird, and because Candace hasn't provided anything like that's like smoking gun stuff, and I think even she admits that it's just things that are like, but why this? Why is this weird? What's this coincidence? Even if I were to grant you all of that, 100% of it, why would, whether you think it's the Mossad, the French, the Egyptians, all of them combined, Mormons, whatever, why wouldn't this super duper hit squad assassin group, why wouldn't they just take him out? Like if Tyler Robinson's a patsy, they could have easily suicided, quote unquote, him, left a note. I mean, they're in a professional agency. They could have been like, yeah, I did it, and then he, pew-pewed himself in the head, whatever, something. And it's just like, why would they leave him around and all this little clues around to get them exposed? Why would they decide to take Charlie out in front of effectively millions of people? Why wouldn't they just, we go on the news and it's like, oh, Charlie Kirk was in an accident, a car accident, something.
Yeah, there was way more quieter ways to do that than public pew-pewing in front of like thousands of people on recording in multiple different angles. I just felt like, they could have just easily had Charlie come out there and then, oh, oopsie daisy, a boom boom. He was over visiting in Gaza and he got boom boomed or something like that. It would have been way more explainable than
I don't
this.
know. I don't know. That one they would definitely be like, it was Israel. No, I mean, Liz, it's all done. They could have even still said it was a leftist that did it. They targeted him, just not on camera for everyone to see. It's just insane. And like I said, even if you don't want to buy that, even if they had to, because I did ask a Candace fan that, and they said they had to do it in that spot because when you look at the sky of where he was, it looks like a menorah. So they were sacrificing him to Baal, so they had to do it in that spot right there. And I'm like, okay, fine. Let's just say you're right about that. They had to sacrifice Charlie in that specific spot. Again, why wouldn't they just take Tyler Robinson out? Why would they leave him around?
Yeah, remember when she didn't understand the difference between a pentagram and a pentagon? That was really funny for me. Funny moments from Candace Owens, but I think there's something actually more with what's going on with Candace Owens because this truly does benefit the left. I mean, hold on just a second.
Yeah. This does benefit the left. For a couple days there, we were kind of united against the left. Even some left-wing people were united against like the far left. And then Candace comes out and it's like, let me fix that. Even I think Dean Withers, or maybe it's Parker, one of those two, where it was making a video saying, if you're on the left and you support this, then unfollow me, or something like that. I don't remember which one, but one of those two made it.
Yeah, because the interesting thing, and I'm surprised that her own conspirators aren't looking at this, is she's communicating with the feds. So she's saying, I don't trust the feds, while at the same time, the sources that she's referencing are people who are at the FBI, people who are in the intelligence agency, people who are high up in the French Legion, in the French government, stuff
That's
like
a
this.
good
And I'm
point.
like,
Yeah.
why would you not be a Fed asset then? Why wouldn't you be a Fed spook? at
Yeah,
at this
because
point in time.
if somebody just tries to say like, well, that's the ones that are helping her, it's like, but how do you know? If you don't trust the feds, they could be plants for you. Like, yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, on top of that, you have like people who like Joe Kent, and I'm wondering if this is like a whole movement against the president and trying to like blackpill people away from supporting the Republican Party with this whole Israel thing. I mean, there's a lot of different things, but at the same time, they're trying to tear down TPUSA, which TPUSA was basically changing the minds of
Yeah.
college kids across the nation. It was having a real impact where the youth was starting to turn conservative, which benefits the left. It doesn't benefit Israel. Israel doesn't give a shit whether or not we vote left or right because they got the money anyways from both the left and right wing government. So
100%.
my theory is I actually think she's working with the intelligence agencies to undermine this administration to make it easier for the left to win going forward because I'm not convinced she's a conservative. I actually think
Oh,
she's
no.
a feminist. I think she's like a feminist, like black pillar is where I think she's at right now.
She's
But
definitely, yeah, not a conservative. But she never really was. Like if you go back in Candace's career, right? Even after she kind of left the left when they pretty much went after her because she created like a doxing website essentially. She just like almost effectively overnight becomes like this conservative. But other than the Black Lives Matter documentary thing she did, which she did decent work on that, but that's because that's something that she can relate to as a black woman. But if you take that aside and you look at everything else, she never had a good take. She just copied what anyone else around them said, whether it be people at TPUSA, Daily Wire, PragerU. She just kind of said the same stuff. She didn't like have these like takes where it's like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. I see what you're going with that.
yeah, 100%. There's one other thing that I wanted to include in it is that the left openly admitted that they did it. They laughed in our faces that they did it. And
Right.
not only that, but they made merchandise about pew-pewing Charlie Kirk in the neck and
Yeah.
saying that we won the debate and all of that. I don't know why she didn't investigate any of those people.
Yeah.
Why didn't you invest the organizations that are like investing the merchandise into laughing about Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Did you see the drag show just this past week?
I did not.
Yeah, there's this drag show just a few days ago. I saw it. I don't know when the video's from, but it's definitely new, where they were making fun of Charlie. Like there's one person that comes out and they dress up like Charlie with like blood coming out of their neck, and they're just all laughing and cheering and stuff. It's actually quite insane. It's really gross, but yeah. Listen, Candace is like this person. It's like, oh, I just want to get to the truth wherever it leads me. I'm all about the truth. But I made a video the other day, and I said, I want Candace Owens to answer if the exact same stuff that she saw, everything was exactly the same, but if it wasn't Tyler Robinson and let's say it was Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has text messages admitting to killing Charlie Kirk. Ben Shapiro, he was seen. Same thing. You can't really see his face, but you can see enough. He's wearing sunglasses. Literally the exact same case, but it was Ben Shapiro. Would Candace Owens be saying Ben Shapiro is innocent? Of course she wouldn't be. She obviously has like this vested interest to be right. Because if she's not, I assume her career really will go down the shitter. She made the mistake of making this her whole personality. Tucker Carlson, people like him, he kind of like obviously super anti-Israel, but he still is sort of somewhat talks about other stuff and just connects it with Israel. So he could continue to have a career and just move on and stop talking about Israel. But Candace Owens, like, if she's just straight up wrong about all this stuff, like I mean, never say never. I mean, her fans might still support her, but I just can't imagine how. Like, how could they support her if she's just straight up wrong?
Yeah, I like I said, I think the worst part is that the left was absolutely finished. And you have Hassan Piker that's thanking her, going, this woman single-handedly stopped the left from getting crushed because they didn't have an out from that. They didn't have an excuse
Right.
for why Charlie Kirk got pew-pewed. And we were about to like bring the pain for them laughing in our faces and then we didn't do anything about it. We were just like, you know what, we gotta look into Egyptian planes and
Yeah,
situation at Fort Huachuca.
yeah,
Meanwhile, the
because
left is still laughing at the fact that they unalived Charlie Kirk.
yeah, you're right. It's because if we were when she's turned out to be extremely wrong and everything she said was bad, she can't even just be like, look, guys, I truly thought what I was doing was right. I apologize. I admit, like, even if she does the best apology ever and admits she was wrong, you can't really be forgiven because even if I believed your apology, you are single-handedly what stopped a certain unity in this country that we saw for at least a couple days in this country after Charlie Kirk. Like, there were even, like I said, some people on the left. Obviously, it was a lot of people on the right, but I'm just saying, like, there was people even on the left that was starting to be like, all right, we're making some mistakes. You have that interview from the guy that was the last person to talk to Charlie. He was crying. He's like, I was literally talking to him about violence, and then he gets shot by someone on my side. Like, yeah, Candace Owens literally ruined that. That would have had a domino effect that would have had waves into the midterms, would have waves into the next presidential election. And yeah, she good for her. She really crushed it. I mean, if she just comes out to just be like this leftist and her plan really was just to crush this, then wow, that's that's a pretty incredible job she did.
I just don't see it as anything other than that because it's like a coordinated attack on all right-wing think tanks, PragerU, Ben Shapiro, TPUSA. She actually successfully infiltrated each and every one of these organizations
Hmm.
and left. So like for me, it feels like if anyone was the one who was a plant in this situation, I think it's just Candace Owens at this point
Hmm.
because I think there's a motive. But like I said, that's just
Did you see her
my theory
Did
behind it.
you see her We Are Legion little clip?
No,
Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, a couple days ago, she said, this is how we do it. This is how we are Legion, which any Christian definitely will know. It's just like the name of a demon, and many demons actually, technically, because there's like that one possessed person when Jesus asks, like, "What is your name?" and he says Legion, and we are many. And so people are like, "Aren't you Catholic? Why would you say that? That's a weird thing to say." And so now everyone's just calling her Legion. But yeah, like.
Yeah, and I think there was some like zodiac stuff that she was doing, or like some type of pagan stuff that she was doing. And she's been asked about like her faith before. She was asked if the Bible was the inerrant word of God, and she couldn't even respond to that. I'm like, that's a bit odd for me.
Yeah.
But I hope going forward TPUSA survives. I think, I called this from the beginning. I don't know if you were listening to my lives when this first happened, when Candace Owens said that she would stop if Erica told her to stop. And I'm like, has no intention of stopping.
Right. I think I do
But I'm
remember
also
that.
like, why isn't she investing her own assassination plot?
Right.
What happened to that?
I think like huh, I think TPUSA, Candace aside, they are messing up a lot. Um I I I think they're trying their hardest to just hope like Candace just goes away and they don't want to get mixed into that drama, which I totally get. But at the same time, she's not going away. I don't know. It's really tough. I just it's very frustrating because I don't think TPUSA can fully recover from this. Candace did a really good job at screwing up all of this. She did a really good job. I don't really know what to say about it.
I don't think TPUSA was gonna survive either way. Like I think I said this before. I'm like, it'll be a miracle if TPUSA actually survives without Charlie because he is TPUSA. Like, there's no headline debaters that I've seen at TPUSA. I don't know. I think Cam Higby goes there every once in a while. I mean, Cam is a good debater, but like they don't have a frontline person like Charlie
and you
to take
can't
over.
because even if you did get the best debater ever, it's just there's not really any replacing Charlie. You know what I mean? His charisma, who he was. So it's like it's not even about like finding Charlie wasn't the best debater ever. Don't get me wrong. He was great and he definitely grew through a lot of practice and a lot of work ethic. Because I remember some of his old videos. He was He was better than average at best, but he grew into what became a very good debater through a lot of work ethic. He would call people. He'd be like, tell me about this. Tell me about that. But it wasn't his debate skills so much. It was just kind of just like who he was, his charisma, his willingness to listen, his kindness. Yeah, there's no replacing that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the same thing like Daily Wire, I think would still exist if something happened to Ben Shapiro because you have Matt Walsh and you have Michael Knowles, right? And so I think that like even Daily Wire would carry on with just those other headliners, and I think TPUSA was missing backup headliners if anything ever happened to Charlie. But I'm really hoping that another conservative organization actually grows to fill that role. Because otherwise, I mean, we're going to get outflanked by the left because they have so many NGOs with so much money and they're just pouring it in to all of these organizations and protests. And we don't really do that. We're not countering that enough. TPUSA basically is the only counter.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Well,
anyways, that's just my take. Congratulations on going to DebateCon. Hopefully next year when I get to Florida, I'll have a lot more free time and I can actually go debate.
Yeah. If
see
you
what
if you
happens.
ever want to go to one of those, like you said, next year when you're in Florida, I could definitely get you in. You're a great debater. I think it would be awesome to have you there.
Thanks, man. And make sure you say hi to wifey for me. Where's she at?
She's not feeling great today. She was closing her eyes on the couch when I came in to go. I asked if she was okay. She just said she had a headache. I gave her some medicine and she might pop up, but yeah, I think she's just trying to rest her eyes right now.
Oh, well, give her my love. I
Will
love her
do,
to
of
death.
course.
She always texts me every once in a while. She's like, hi. I'm like, hi. So
Yeah, she's
hopefully-
definitely
hopefully we hang
the
out soon.
she's the better half and she's the kind one for sure.
All right, well, enjoy your squishy. I need a squishy toy like that. It's super cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, have fun. Have great debates, man.
Bye.
Later.
Later. OBL didn't admit to 9/11 in his letter to America. OBL. Oh, Osama bin Laden. Okay, but he did. It's just not accurate. I don't know which letter you're talking about, but the one in late 2022, the manifesto he wrote, it literally addressed directly to the American public to explain the motivations. And he doesn't deny the events, but he frames, if you actually read it, which clearly you didn't, he frames the September 11th attacks as a direct and justified response to American foreign policy, support for Israel, all that stuff. Also, he admitted to it in his 2004 video. He admitted to it in later broadcasts after that. He also admitted it in prior statements, I think before the later confirmations. He had audio and videotapes that were recovered and released later in his life, where he took credit. The 2004 video, he literally says, I directed the 19 hijackers. I'm not really sure what you mean he never admitted to it. I don't know if you're just trolling right now, but you're like literally incorrect. He actually bragged about it. I speak Arabic, you don't know? What the fuck does that got to do with translations? What does that have to do? Dude, why don't you just request and tell me what you mean? Stop hiding in the comment section. Mute him in the comment section. Just request, dude. Stop fucking hiding like a bitch. What does that mean? I speak Arabic. What the fuck does that even mean? Every single news agency and every single Arab who translated it, who also speaks Arabic, they're all just lying. And also, Osama bin Laden didn't come out and say, hey, they're lying about me. That's not what my translation says. Like, why wouldn't he come out and tell, you who speaks Arabic, why wouldn't he just tell you that? Jeez, what is this weird thing? This is what I mean about Muslims. They always say, oh, those people don't represent Islam. They don't represent Islam. But then they are like the first people in line to defend them. If they don't represent Islam, Why are you guys always defending these people? Why don't you just say, yeah, he did it and he's a piece of shit and he doesn't represent my people? It's like so weird. These terrorist groups, they don't represent Islam. Oh, so you don't like them? Well, I mean, listen, look, the Jews in America attacked them first, and so like, could you imagine if not that there's really any Noahide terrorist groups, but like, let's just say hypothetically there was. Do you imagine if I was just defending them? I'd be like, no, they don't represent them. Fuck, or represent us. Fuck them. And then if someone's like, well, do you like them? I'd say no. What's so hard about that? Huh? Is there any Muslims in the chat? Can I get a request from one of you guys? I want to talk to you guys about that. They always say that's not real Islam. Ex-Muslim here. It's the best kind of Muslim is an ex-Muslim. Now say that about the current Israeli settlers? Why would I say that about current Israeli settlers? Israeli settlers are dope, dude. What is it with you like bitches in the comment section? I don't understand. You guys are obviously not shy because you're typing and disagreeing. Why don't you just request and come up? Those people speak Hebrew and he doesn't, so how would he know? Yeah. Yeah, how do you know what the settlers are saying? You don't speak Hebrew. There's no way for you to know. Oh, man, that's funny. Jeez. Yeah, maybe they speak Ivrit. Ivrit, I mean, not Hebrew. The lad, what up?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, I just thought I'd join you. I just started watching it a couple weeks ago, man.
Oh, nice.
And my opinion of Muslims has turned drastically for the worst since watching the people who have conversed with you.
I don't blame you.
It like just totally blows me away. I don't know how to say it. It's the ultimate. I'm lost for the word. It's the opposite of humility. It's the
arrogance.
Just brazen.
Brazen. That's a good
in
one.
your face, hiding what we really believe, but I'm going to go cut your throat type thought process is what
I do have a good skill at bringing out their actual thoughts. It's taken years, but I am very, trust me, I know part of it's because it's funny and I know you guys like it, but there's a reason for my kind of sort of strategic screaming and saying this versus that and depending on this person versus that person. It's strategic because I have mastered at getting them to admit what they truly think.
It's not the direct admission. It's more the seeing of the attitude in their face when they're speaking. The pure, like, I'm just going to hide this from you. I don't give a shit what you think. I know you think I'm lying, but I really don't care. It's the in their face type thought process that I see that's just totally shocked me.
You are correct. You are correct, sir.
So anyway, it's like I only started watching a week ago, so I thought I'd join in and just, see what's going on. Just Google my name sometime. You'll see who I am.
What's your name?
My name is Dale Addink. It's right, my handle right there.
Dale. Oh, I thought that was my bad. Adden K? Adden K?
A-D-D-I-N-K. It's a Dutch name.
Dink. You are the CEO at High Tech Creations.
That is me.
You guys canceled the Zionist, right? That's cool. What's High Tech Creations?
High Tech Creations, I've been doing video games since 1995. I'm like the guy who coined the term MMOG, back in '95. I'm just like
It's
one
quite
of the
the-
early,
quite the term
online
to
game
coin.
developers. I just still do it. It's big fish, little pond type deal.
That's cool, man. That's quite the claim. When you say you work on video games, like literal video games, or you're like more of an advisor for other games?
No, I'm the core. I have patents and communication code. I'm like one of the core designers. My games are like Aces High, World War II Online, Dawn
Oh
of
my
Aces.
gosh, I played both of those.
Really?
Yeah. I don't play video games nearly as much as I used
My
to.
handle is High Tech, is what I'm called online. If you ever heard of High Tech in any of the games, that's me.
Okay. Wow. That's cool. Yeah, I did play Aces
Warbirds?
High and World War II online. What was the last one?
Warbirds was the first one I did. It was originally called Confirmed Kill years ago. But I still do it. Aces High is still around, man. It's just a video game.
Cool, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
dude.
play video games as much as I used to. But well, when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I'll probably pick up and dust off my PlayStation 5, but yeah.
By the way, is there a way I can turn camera on here? I'm totally new to this crap.
Okay, I was gonna invite you to turn on, but you can't because you don't have enough followers.
Okay.
Depending on like the location, if you're in the United States, I think you need like, I want to say like 300 followers or something just to get. I don't know how it works. Some people can't turn their camera on, unfortunately.
No problem.
Well, all right, brother. Well, thank you so much for your support, and keep being you.
Yep, you too. I
Peace.
enjoy it. When I disagree with you,
Oh shit, my bad. I already clicked the X as you were speaking. Also, it didn't sound like you were gonna say anything good, anyways. When you disagree with me, who disagrees with me? What is that? Hammer, you got the red
You're
bars, BB. Hey, babe.
Hey,
Is your head feeling better?
What?
I don't know.
I think my connection's not good.
Your connection is not good, Hammer. It's really, really bad, actually.
Okay, I'm trying something different.
Mashallah. Razel, what's up?
Oh my goodness, panel exploded.
Oh, I didn't mean to request up.
That's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
I'm just gonna say thank you, and I've been every 6 months or so I come up when I get to stay up a little late to thank you guys for what you do.
Thank
and
you,
how much
Bernie.
I appreciate it, and I find the battle with you, and keep up the great work you've done.
I
And
appreciate
support
that.
you wholeheartedly. So be well, and Mazel Tov, by the way.
Thank
I
you.
do it for you, Bernie. I do it for you, Bernie.
Yeah. Listen, and that trip to Israel, I've been to Israel 65 times, so I have children and grandchildren that are there and ancestors. So the first time I
Bernie,
went-
isn't there a certain point where you just stop counting?
Right.
Where, like, you're like, I've been there a lot. You know what I mean?
I could be off a few. I started going in 1975 out of high school, and I started to go every year. And then when I got married, my kids, and I just go 3 times a year, at least 4
I
times.
mean, you hit 50, and at that point, you can just be like, I've been there a lot. Like, you
Whatever.
don't
It's
have
a
to be
long
so
time.
specific.
You're right.
Yeah.
At a certain point, do you
but
just-
It's a long time, a lot of times.
I've been there 65 times, but
At
one
a
time
s-
was only for a
But I'll tell you
stopover at the
something, I've
airport.
seen a lot from 1975, and now that's 51 years ago that I started.
At a
I'm
certain
70
point,
years
you think you
old.
just moved there, actually. That's what I was going to say.
No, I was actually, it was in my plans. Unfortunately, God works in mysterious ways, and then things took a little turn. My wife passed away suddenly, but anyway,
Gotcha.
that was. But my children there, I go all the time, and I would love to reside there. I feel safer there than in New York City because
Well, that's
there
for
I
sure.
know my enemy. Here, I don't know my enemy. So,
Well, you know
anyway,
your
keep
enemy
up-
in New York. They're all around you.
Well,
Yeah. All right. Anyways,
Yeah,
thank you so
I'm
much,
born
Bernie. I
and raised in
appreciate
New
you
York.
coming up.
thank you.
Have a good one.
All the best, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ken, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing?
Not much.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a while now. I had a question for you. I'm actually recovering from, JDS, Jewish Derangement Syndrome. I'm
Okay.
recovering from that because I was raised Muslim, and when you're raised Muslim, I think it's part and parcel for the course.
Uh-huh.
So, anyways, I'm no longer Muslim. I've renounced it a while
Mashallah.
back. Mashallah, indeed. So I was just I had some questions though, and I just wanted to kind of ask you and see what you think when it comes to the whole Gaza thing, right? You said that about 70 to 80% of the actual structures have been destroyed,
Not
right?
destroyed, damaged or destroyed. 81% as of October 2025 was damaged or
Hmm.
destroyed.
Damage is destroyed. All right. So in a lot of times, I mean, these. Okay, well, full disclosure, I'm from a country. I actually live in Canada, but I'm actually originally from a place called Somaliland. Not
I've heard
all
of it.
recognized, but
What?
yeah,
Are you
you've
being
heard.
serious right now?
Yeah, brother.
Oh my God. This
What?
this is a great day for you.
He's
Yeah.
Hammer
I
is
am
the
the king of
king.
Somaliland.
Hammer's the king of Somaliland.
Oh, I didn't
Yes.
know. Wow,
Yes.
that's
Oh,
wow.
what a day to meet one of my
It's
subjects. This is amazing.
Subjects.
God
Thank you
bless
so much.
TikTok.
Yeah. Well, that's great. I didn't even know that a second ago, but thank you for letting me know. So
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
essentially, I've been in a lot of discussions, and obviously, and what you have to understand is that when you come from the background I come from, if you're not staunchly pro-Palestinian, right? And
Right.
I'm not, you're automatically classified as a Zionist or as a pro-Israeli or things like that. I'm just saying I'm pro-Somaliland, right? And I actually, when I look at these things with a sober eyes, it seems to me
Amen.
like Israel is just defending itself. And I'm saying there's a lot of, fafo going around. There's a lot of fuck around and find out going on here. Um, there's been a lot of people that have passed away and, unalived over in Africa, in like Sudan or Congo and things like that. Nobody really blinks an eye on those things, right? It's just another. So I always get hit by, with the whole children of Palestine, as if the children only die or pass away or get unalived in Palestine. There's no children anywhere else in the world, right, that are being unalived. So I don't get that logic. But one of the things that always comes back to is like the IDF. Okay, and you have some military background from what I understand, so maybe you can maybe help me out with this. The IDF is known as to be like one of the best armies. They can surgically go somewhere and, with the whole thing they did with Hezbollah and the pagers and all that. Anyways, they're very advanced.
I'm not gonna lie.
So
If
the
you don't
question
get to
that
the thank you, there you go.
So the question is, why wouldn't they surgically get rid of the Hamas operatives without destroying 80% or 70, whatever the percentage is
Yeah.
of the
Okay, I got the
structures?
question.
That's the
Okay,
question.
great. Let me ask you, how do you do that?
You're asking me?
Yeah. How would you do that? You're in charge of the IDF, right? You got this
Mhm.
amazing military. They're very capable. How do you do that? What's step one?
Step one is special ops into the
Okay. What percentage of your
right?
military is special ops?
That I don't know. I
Yeah, you
don't know
do.
that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Give me a
I
guess.
don't have any. Okay, 25%.
No, God, no. I think 25%. You think one of every 4 military person is a special operator? Not so special anymore, is it?
All right, so let's say 5%. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
I would say it's probably closer to less than 1%, but that you're getting closer. You're in the right direction.
Okay.
For sure, less than 1%. For
Yeah.
sure.
Well, Israelis like to go above and beyond with that special shit. Anyways,
Yeah, but you need a
Okay.
certain amount of soldiers.
I was joking.
just
It
to
was a
be
joke.
as
It was a joke.
support. Like
Mhm.
each combat soldier needs like 7 soldiers behind them in support.
Right, like most people in any military is not even going to be combat soldiers, right? And then you got to look beyond combat, and we're going into special operations. You get what I'm saying, dude?
Mhm.
We're looking at a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're gonna send in, right? So you're in charge of the IDF. You're sending in 0.1, let's say 0.1% to make it an easy number. You're sending in 0.1% of your military. Arguably, one of your best and biggest assets because it takes a lot of money and a lot of time to train people in special operations. There's that stupid fucking fruit fly. I hate that
You
goddamn
have a
thing.
bug there,
I
man.
know it's a fruit fly, and they're attracted to the lights. And by they, I mean I think that's like the last one, and he is a sneaky motherfucker. He's like all of them are dumb, and I got rid of them. But that one is like the cockroach or fruit flies. You just can't fucking kill him. It's really pissing me off right now. Okay, anyways.
Take a breath.
No, that thing has been pissing me off for fucking days. I have a Dyson. Oh, my photo. I have a Dyson. I fucking shoved everything down. I even bought something that's like you like open up and it attracts fruit flies, and it killed
Right.
like all of them. But there was just like a couple that are like Mossad level fruit. They're the special forces.
I'll find something on TikTok I can buy for you, Nick. That'll take care of the problem.
There it is
Don't worry.
again. It's so fucking.
I saw
It's
Saw
really
it. What
pissing
else?
me the fuck off right now. I'm about to grab my gun and shoot the goddamn.
If
Don't
you do that,
shoot
that
it,
would be
man.
impressive. Hey, Ken, let me ask you a question.
Wait, no. Hold on. I didn't get to it. Okay, so yeah, so
That
you
was a pro pally fly, by the way. That's
so
what
fucking
that was.
annoying. Anyways, so you're sending in 0.1% of your military, okay? 0.1%. And they have no support whatsoever because you're not doing what every military does in the world before sending in their special forces, which is, you know, setting the stage for the theater operations that you're about to do, intel, etc. You're saying ignore all of that, send in special forces. So what happens when you just killed off your entire special forces unit? Which is exactly what would happen. I don't care how good of a military you
Okay.
are. You're going to get ambushed by people that are coming out of tunnels, that are dressed like civilians. They're going to be in apartment buildings, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're getting shot. What are you going to do other than get fired?
Okay, so that's not a smart way to do it, and I think a lot of the conversations basically, yeah, maybe overestimate the IDF's capabilities.
It's not
in terms of-
overestimating it. It's
Overestimating.
not. Yeah,
Ken,
you're not getting
Ken,
it,
you're
dude.
walking down. Ken, you're in Gaza. Okay, you're a special operations commander. Okay, you're walking down a street. The street has 6-story buildings on both sides. Okay, and there's tunnels. Right? You acknowledge there are tunnels in Gaza.
100%.
Okay, so if you're walking down the street and you know there are tunnels, where are your eyes going to be looking?
Yeah, it's kind of hard because
Where are your let's walk through it together. Where are your eyes going to be looking? Where
The
do your eyes
buildings.
focus? On the tunnels. Okay, now who's watching the guy in the
Hold
fourth
on.
story?
I don't think
with an
he's
arm-
understanding what you're saying. He said the buildings. No, dude, the
No, the
down.
tunnels. Down.
Holy shit, dude. I know you're not military, but come on, it's not. This is common
I'm
sense.
walking down the street and I know they have 500 kilometers of tunnels underneath. My eyes are going to be level
Okay, so you're
and
going
down.
through it knowing you're on top of the tunnels. Yeah, of course you're gonna look at the tunnels. Yes. I
Okay,
get it.
great. So when I'm looking at the tunnels, who's protecting me from the guy on the fourth story with an RPG shooting down at my people who are not looking up because we have to worry about all the tunnels and all the people popping out of the alleyways? Who's looking up there?
Yeah, it's hard. I
So
get it.
why not just
It's
take
not,
down the
it's not a
building?
feasible thing.
So
Yeah.
if you take down the building and I go down
Mhm.
that same street and there's no buildings, do I have to worry about my eyesight going up, or
Nope.
can I just remain
Nope.
level and down?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
so
I
let's
get it,
destroy.
I get
So
it.
let's destroy all the buildings then. That makes it better. Look, dude, let's just be real. On a moral level,
Mhm.
if I'm running a military, I don't give a shit what the international law is. I don't give a shit what anything says. My
Right.
troops are more important than the people they're trying to kill and the civilians that may be around them.
And I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I look at the difference between the amount of civilians deaths vis-a-vis the structures that have been destroyed or partially destroyed or whatever, there's a huge disparity.
Of
So that
course.
kind of tells me, yeah. So that kind of tells me that there is some effort being made
Okay,
that,
so
to get the people
some
out.
effort is more than we would do as Americans. Look, if it's between
100%.
one,
Yes.
if it's between one American troop and 100 Iranian civilians, I'm choosing the American troop, baby, every time.
100%.
I'm
And that's what
sorry,
any
100 if
any
100
army would do that.
civilians, if 100 civilians have to die so that one of my American troops makes it back home alive,
Mhm.
sayonara. See you later, y'all. Start digging, because there's going to be a lot of graves. You got to dig 100 of them. Like, let's just be
Right.
real. And you know what?
Yeah,
I
no,
expect the people of Gaza to think the same way about Jews. I expect someone in Gaza to say, oh, one Gazan or one Hamas member is worth 100 Israelis. I wouldn't argue with them. I can understand that. Your people are more important to you than the people you're fucking fighting. I'm good with that.
But you're even doing above and beyond what a regular military would do, by sending in, text messages or whatever to get the people out of there. So that's
Agree.
already
I don't
more
think
than-
they should have done that at all. I don't give a shit. You give the civilians
Mhm.
48 hours. You say, go here. And anyone that's left, if you die, you're stupid. It's your fault. Social Darwinism works.
Yep.
Simple.
That's,
48 hours. Get
that's-
out. If you don't get out, you're dead. And it's on you.
That's cool. Yeah, no, I kind of get what you're saying. Because it's, a lot of times when I'm in these discussions, the Jews are controlling everything, right? I'm talking about in the realm of the discussions that I'm having with these people,
I'm just kidding.
right? You already knew that. So essentially, they're saying if they're able to kind of like do the technology to have all of these pages blow up and all these Hezbollah operatives and get rid of them, why wouldn't the same thing be repeated for these Hamas dogs?
Dude,
Like, why
that thing
wouldn't-
took 10 years, bro. That thing took 10 years to do. It's not
Yeah, that's
like
true.
October 7th happened
Dude,
and
it's
they're like,
not-
let's come up with this amazing plan to blow up pagers. They
Also, it's not even
implemented the plan.
possible. It's not even possible. You understand how many people hate Hezbollah in Lebanon? So many of them. There's Christians that are going to be working with Israel. They're not going to be working with the fucking Shia Muslims. In Gaza, dude, they're all the fucking same. They all are fucking Hamas and they like Hamas and they support Hamas. And even if they somehow don't, like the onesie twosies here and there that don't like Hamas, they certainly don't like Israel. That's why it's so rare. I'm sure there has been defectors, of course. But that's why it's so rare. That's why it's such a big deal.
And it's harder to get into Gaza if you're trying to use intelligence assets. Gaza's a completely closed society. It's not like you can just send in a Mossad dude into Khan Yunis and be like, hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Abdul. What's going on? Everyone knows everyone's family.
No, that was pretty convincing.
Lebanon is different. It's a more open society. You can sneak people
People
into
are telling
Beirut.
you to use a piece of floss for some reason. I don't
Huh?
know.
Yeah, you could sneak into Beirut. You could be a Christian.
of
You could be a
floss.
Muslim. You could be
The Druze, yeah,
Druze,
absolutely.
whatever. But if you just show up in Gaza and you're like, "What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Hey, where's Hania? Where's Sinwar? You guys know? Like,
hmm
that guy's got no chance. It's too much of a closed society. It's like North Korea. They know everybody there, so that anyone that's different is an automatic, someone they can't trust. What are you
That's great.
fixing?
No, that's that. No, I understand what you're saying, and thank you because I'm in these conversations often, and I was talking to a Lebanese friend of mine who basically, it's basically repeating the same tropes, and that's one question that kind of dawned on me, and I kind of didn't have an answer for,
Really?
but obviously
That's
when
the
you
question?
that was the question, Nick. I know maybe for you it's nothing, but what I'm saying is like when I'm having those conversations, I don't obviously always have all the facts, but I'm just looking at it and they're like, okay, well, if they were able to do this and this and this, why wouldn't they do that? To me, I was saying if I'm in my country and someone attacks me, I wouldn't be thinking twice about eliminating them. Because
Yeah, but eliminating, but also Israel didn't just blow up the pagers. Like you're acting like it was that one thing. It's not like Israel did that and they're like, all right, we're done. They also
of
blew
course
up
not. Yeah.
tons of infrastructure. Right now, they're blowing up the Ali Tahrir Ridge and there's fighting over there. Like they did that in conjunction with depleting their military. Listen, killing leaders is great. I love it. I'm all for it. But all you do is replace one cockroach with another cockroach. You still have to get rid of the weapons. You still have to get rid of the tunnels. You still have to get rid of the RPGs and all their other stuff that they use. The idea that you're just going to kill Hamas and then what? The war ends? No. You got to blow up all the tunnels. You got to get all their weapons out
So
of there.
King, let me ask you. Okay, so King, let me ask you. No, I'm all for it. I completely understand what you're saying. What is the solution going forward? Because I look at a lot of people saying there's no more two-state solutions. I think that
That's
dream
for
has
sure.
died a long time
Yeah,
ago.
100%.
So what would the solution be?
What
Would
is
it
the
be just
realistic solution, or what would be my
yeah,
solution? It's two different
your
questions.
solution? I'm well, actually, answer me both. What's your
Well, there
solution?
is no, if
And
you're
what would
talking
be
about realistic, like practically, there is no solution. It's never going to be solved. It's ongoing. It'll never end. If you're talking about
Mhm.
my solution, kick them all out of Gaza and take Gaza and turn it into Las Vegas East.
That
Kick
is
them all out. I don't give a shit.
that is
Fuck
the
'em.
right
Fuck every single one of 'em.
solution. The right solution is to take back Gaza and to remove the Palestinians from Gaza, because that's the only thing that's going to lead to indefinite peace. But the world's not
That's
going
what
to
I
do
just
that.
said.
I know, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that is the only solution.
And turn it into Vegas.
Well, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want with it. Turn it into a military zone, turn it into Vegas, turn it into an AI data center that's the biggest in the world. I don't give a fuck. Actually, turn it into an AI
Vegas.
data center.
Golf courses, hotels, casinos, beach
And
resorts.
where would those Gazans go?
Who
Like, what was
cares?
it? 2 millions?
Muslim
I
countries.
don't know
cares?
how many.
Let them go to Greenland. Let them go to Europe.
No,
Europe
no,
loves Muslims.
no. Don't agree.
They're gonna
What do you
take them
think?
anyways, Nick.
So what? That doesn't mean I'm going to advocate for it. Don't send them to the
I'm
West.
advocating for any. Listen, as long as they're not on Israel's border and they're not in the United States, I don't give a shit where they are. There are some places that are more preferable.
No, the world needs to start telling the Muslim countries, you know what? We've been taking your fucking people for too long. You need to start fucking helping.
Not a chance. If you could stick them all in Antarctica, I'd be for that.
I'll leave you with this, Nick. And I think as a ex-Muslim, one thing that I've realized is the fact that Islam is not a religion. It's an ideology that is in
True
conquest
statement.
mode at
True
all
statement.
times.
All true.
And so I live in Canada and like I see what's happening to the West and the way they infiltrate at first, it's very, very similar than the first hijrah that Muhammad did from Mecca to Medina.
100%.
In
Yep.
Medina,
Yep.
the people that welcomed him were the Jews. So the Jews were ethnically cleansed from Yathrib, which is Medina today.
Yes, yes.
I don't see any Jewish people fighting to get that land back. Right?
Yes.
And it would be very hard today for
Yes,
Jewish people to
Muhammad
go
was a
and take that back.
refugee. Muhammad was a refugee.
And
And
that template is being repeated right now.
yes,
Nick.
100%,
That we
dude.
see that.
I trust
So
me. I say this all the time. Literally exactly what you just said. He's doing the same, or Muslims today are doing the same shit Muhammad did. I'm a Muslim refugee escaping persecution. Please take me in. And then they take over the land. It's literally.
but can I add one
same
thing
shit.
though? Can I just add an angle to it, Nick? So because
go
as an
for it.
ex-Muslim, I also see when Muslims are coming in, I wrote this piece and it's called the moral hostage, because most Muslims, right, don't understand that they are part of a standing army. They
Yeah.
don't realize that what they ascribe to and they think it's spiritual is actually them being a part of a standing army.
Mhm.
That's why when you talk about Jannah or the paradise, it's never really meant for women. It's meant for men. When you have 72 Houris waiting for you, that's a good way to motivate men to go fight. You understand? So that was the template that Muhammad was using in order to kind of get these men to go and fight. So a lot of Muslims, they don't even know that, and they will fight for it, thinking that they're fighting for their spirituality, but what they're really fighting for is an overtake of a conquest.
Mhm.
It's a
I think
conquest. They're
more
part
of
of a
them. I think
conquest
more
without
of
knowing.
them. I think more of them are aware of what they're part of than you think they know. I think
I
they
mean, I
know
don't
that.
blame you for thinking that. Absolutely, I think you might be right on that. But what I'm saying is, there's this thing in Islam, and I'm speaking to you as from an ex-Muslim perspective, so I understand what it is to be a Muslim. So that idea, right, that's inside of you is kind of like you feel like you're in the right because you've been told you're in the right. So you're looking at everyone else as less than. You understand what I'm saying? So it is the supremacy that most Muslims are saying that they're fighting against. They're practicing it actually, because that's what the religion of Islam teaches, is that supremacy. But anyways, I won't take up any more of your time, Nick. Thank you for entertaining the question, and keep doing it, man. I learned a lot listening to you. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Thanks a lot, Mr. Somalilander. I appreciate you too.
I'm here for my people. Just remember, after I became king, one of the first things I did was normalize relations with Israel. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So it's all good.
All right, man. Have a good night, guys.
Mustafa, it took you fucking forever, dude. Where you been?
Yeah, so we were speaking yesterday.
Yeah, you gonna answer my question I just asked you? Or you're just gonna ignore it like an asshole.
Yeah, so you said that
Hey, are you gonna
had
answer my
Osama
question I
bin
just asked you, or are you just gonna ignore it?
the audio just started right now. I didn't hear anything before that.
Oh my gosh. I said it took you a while to request. What took so long?
I was in the bathroom and then I was going outside. I went outside to get
Gross.
something to eat.
Did you wipe with your left hand?
Yep.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Good for you.
Wait, you had like paper between the hand and the... Never mind.
Did you wipe your ass with a rock like Muhammad used to do?
Totally.
You did with a rock?
Yeah.
Was it jagged or was it smooth?
Both. Now go. Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
Yikes. You might need some tucks.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
Epstein.
so you're saying Osama bin Laden never admitted to doing 9/11, which is a lie, and your
In his
excuse
letter.
what? Stop
In his
talking, bro. Can I
Why are you
speak?
scared?
Can I speak? You good?
Okay. Yep.
You said
Oh my
both.
god, don't start with your can I speak?
Love it.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing that Muslims listen to. I don't know why. Like when I do that to Muslims, they actually go, yeah, okay, yeah, my bad. I don't know. It's something about, I don't know if it's the word speak. I don't know if it's my tone, but something works about it.
You have to say speak like
Maybe.
speak.
Anyways, so you said both for sure. Don't pretend like you didn't, because if you're just going to come up here and lie, it's just not worth the conversation. You said both for sure.
Yes.
And I remember you
Yesterday?
said both actually, yesterday and in the comments. Can you stop interrupting me? I'm about to prove it to you. I'm about to prove that you said both, because you're going to be like, oh, that's right, I did say that. Or you're going to lie again. I don't know. We'll see. Do you remember when I was even talking about in the 2004 video, wasn't just the letter, and you said,
Yeah.
oh, no, I speak Arabic and you don't? Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Why would you say that if you weren't also talking about things outside of the letter? Like, why would you say that?
But you mentioned the letter first.
Why would you
right?
say
was
that?
like-
I didn't say what was first. I didn't say what was first, Al Mustafa.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
try
great.
and
So
say-
why did you say that if you were only talking about the letter?
Because the video, okay.
Right.
It
Why
has
would you
audio,
say
but
that
it's
if you were only talking about the letter? Or
I'm
did you
answering
just
the question.
lie when you said I was only talking
No,
about the letter?
Okay, I'm not lying. You were.
So when you said
anyway,
just now that you were only talking about the letter and I said no, you were talking about both, you're telling
In
me
the
you didn't
comments.
say that? Yes, in the comments, correct. In the comments you
I did
said
mention-
you did. You mentioned both. You mentioned the letter and you also mentioned things outside of the letter. You said in the comment section, I speak Arabic, you don't. Why would you be saying that in reference to the letter? You were saying that in reference to the fucking video. Do you disagree?
video?
Are you for
What
real?
video?
The 2004 video. Are you like,
The-
are you
the
fucking
hands-on video?
gaslighting? Don't you remember? I was like, you know what? I'm muting you in the comments because I want you to request. You don't remember this as if it didn't happen fucking
There's
15
no
minutes
video.
ago?
Okay.
There
I'll
is a
answer.
video. There is a
There is
video.
no video?
Yes, there is.
In Arabic? In what language?
He did some broadcasts, I think, also outside of Arabic, but it was in. Why are you gaslighting? We just
I
had
haven't
the
seen the
conversation.
video.
Shut the fuck up.
Because
Why
I
are you
haven't-
gaslighting? We just talked about it in the comment section. I brought up the video and you literally commented, well, I speak Arabic and you don't. I know what he said. And I said, what about all the fucking translators? You don't remember this 10 minutes ago? Like, why are you coming up here to just gaslight? Dun 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 dun
Can you give me the name of the
Can
translator?
you answer my fucking question as if I didn't just ask it?
Yeah, you said the video and the letter, right?
Right.
Both.
Can you answer what I just said 3 seconds ago? I just brought some points up. Can you answer that?
Yeah, you said are all the translators lying or something? Or
I said more than that, but sure, that's part of it. Are you just dumb? Like, are your parents cousins? Like, I don't understand. What is your major
You ramble
malfunction?
on.
Stop. What
You
is your
ramble
major malfunction? Oh my God, 30 seconds of rambling. Is that too much for your little fucking brain? I'm sorry.
It's
Should I
beside the
should I
point.
give you in 10-second increments? Okay, fine. I'll give it to you in 10-second increments so that way your brain can handle it. Are you ready? You locked in?
yeah, go great.
Okay,
I'm
great.
locked in.
So 10 seconds. Do you remember when I said about the 2004 video and in the comment section you said, wait a minute, I speak Arabic, you don't, so I know what he said. Okay, that was 7 seconds. Can you answer
Yes, I
that
remember.
question? Oh, you do remember
Yes.
that. Okay, so when you said just now when I brought you up that you never said that you were lying. Do you agree?
No, I'm saying I didn't mention the video. You
Okay, let's try this one more time. When you said that I never mentioned other things, okay, were you lying?
did. No.
Okay. So somebody else grabbed your phone and commented that for you about the Arabic thing. Somebody else did that?
No, I'm saying I didn't mention the video. I'm saying
You did. You
mentioned it.
did. Just because
Then
I was the
responded.
first one to mention it doesn't mean you didn't also talk about it. Are you really this
responding.
dumb? Yeah, exactly.
I was
Okay, so
responding.
you agree. So you agree you did mention it. Great. So were you lying?
No.
So you're just dumb. You're just
I
not
just
able to
interpreted-
keep up. You
Nick,
can't.
I got a question for
Both
you.
things can't be true at the same time, Mustafa. You can't have both things be true. You did mention it. I didn't say you were the first one to mention it. You mentioned it. Do you get the difference, Mustafa? Like, I really need you to answer this basic, like, 5th grader level question. Probably actually like 1st grade level question. Do you get the difference between being the first person to bring something up and still talking about something? Do you get the difference between those two things?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so did you lie, or I'll be nice to you, did you make a mistake when you said you didn't talk about those things?
Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying. the
Thank
first
you. Oh, that was so easy. Hold that thought. Thank you so much, Lily A77, for the huge super chat. Everyone, W Lily in the chat. Love that you still have our beautiful flag, Sun and Lion, on the wall. Thanks for your support, Nick. See you soon and free Iran. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so now that we
Is
got
the point of this to conclude that OBL was not involved in 9/11? Is that where this whole train of conversation is going?
I don't know what he
Yes.
thinks, but okay,
Is
there
that
you go.
what you're saying, Al Mustafa?
Yes.
Then what do you have to say about KSM's complete admission about the whole operation?
He was tortured
Well, how do you know that led to the confession?
because confessions under torture don't count.
But was he being tortured when he confessed? No, he was
He
in a
was waterboarded.
tribunal. He was in a tribunal with lawyers.
They actually.
He was proud of it. He was proud of it. Do you not get that? He was proud. He bragged about it.
Yeah, that's all you say. You're claiming that.
It's not what I say. It's what he said.
Yeah, after he was tortured.
How
No,
do you? He wasn't being tortured at the time of the confession.
He was in a tribunal. Do you know what a tribunal is, Mustafa?
What does that have to do with him being tortured?
Do you know what? Fuck, Jesus Christ. This guy's so dumb, dude. This is why I don't want you guys here.
Open hearing.
You're
Why didn't he
bringing
say,
the
"I'm
average IQ
confessing"?
of the country down.
Why didn't he say in the tribunal, "I'm only confessing because they tortured me"? It was an open tribunal. He had lawyers.
Oh, so there's a video of it?
There's transcripts. We
I
don't
believe
film
that.
military okay, so the transcripts are made up then.
So let me ask you a question. If everything is made up, and you agree Osama bin Laden was an intelligent guy, you agree with that? Definitely a lot more intelligent than you.
He was a qualified engineer.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question again. Let's see if you're not fucking cousin fucking parents. Just try answering a question. Do you agree Osama bin Laden was an intelligent guy? Thank you. I'm so glad you were able to finally answer a question. That's awesome. Try that more times. Anyways, second question. Why did OBL not just come out and say at least once, and of course in Arabic that you speak and there's no way to translate it, so we'd have to refer to your expertise, Mustafa. Why didn't he just come out and say, this is all lies, I never did any of this?
Because he justified the attack.
What?
Yeah, but he could have
He
done
justified
both.
the attack. That doesn't
But
mean
he
that
could
he
have
did
done
it.
both. He could have said, "I'm really thrilled with the result, but this had nothing to do with me. It's Israel, Israel, Israel."
He
could have
did
done
say
that.
he did. He did allude to Israel and the Jewish
He did
power.
not allude
He
to
never
Israel
did. Never once.
not having to do with the attack. No.
So he never talked about Jewish power in America?
He didn't talk about that as we're talking about 9/11, specifically an event that happened on that day, not what he talked about in the course of his life. You're saying he didn't have anything to do with it. Fine. Then why didn't he just say that? Not me. Sorry, fellas. I got nothing to do with this shit.
Yeah, like I hate America, but that wasn't me.
But I'm so glad that a bunch of you fuckers died anyways. You could
Yeah.
have done both.
Yeah, why not?
Because he's probably dead.
Okay, when did he
See,
die?
but this is the
Wait,
problem
hold
with
on. When did he
everything you say.
die? Hold on. When did he
Probably.
die? When did he die?
Certainly before we.
When?
allegedly killed him.
When?
Like shortly after, like around 2001.
Okay, so the video of him in 2004 is what? AI?
It's bullshit, yeah.
I'm asking you, is it AI?
Not AI. It's like AI
What is
didn't, like,
it?
exist
What
back-
is it? What is it?
You know those like fake videos from back in the day? but
Great.
they weren't
What? Yeah,
necessarily,
they're very easy to tell if they're fake. They weren't that great. So what is it? This is obviously not one of those. So what is it?
It's fake.
What is
fake,
it?
Do you don't think the military has level of
What
technology?
is it?
It's not real. That's what.
Okay, so how come, hold on, how come any of his followers who also talked with him and still continue to talk with him even after his death in 2011 that you think is fake, how come none of them came out and said, hey, wait a minute, whoa, that 2004 video is fake? Or let me guess, Mustafa, are you going to say all of them are dead too? And also the people that know them, they're all dead too. And their family members, all of them. In fact, actually, did you guys know the Middle East doesn't even exist? It actually, Afghanistan is empty. Those are all fucking Mossad agents. You guys actually believe that shit? Yeah, Mustafa, you are the dumbest person I've had in over 5 years of my life. And I've had quite the dumbest people. I mean, I've had people that have made me tear my hair out. In fact, Hebrew Hammer used to have hair. He tore it out because of you guys. And it just never grew back because it damaged the roots. Like, you actually might win the award of just absolutely top level.
Let me just give you a little life advice, Al Mustafa. It doesn't really matter what you think. It doesn't bother me at all. But when you are communicating with other intelligent people, which I imagine you don't do very often, and you start to posit theories, right? You put forth ideas. And you're sure that you're right. When you start sentences with the word like probably, maybe, all you're telling the person you're communicating with is, I am making shit up. Because if you know what you're talking about, like, for example, hey, Nick, was it really hot today where you live?
Yes.
Okay. Not probably, not maybe. It was hot. He knows it was hot because he experienced the heat. Not, well, it was probably hot. Well, what do you mean probably? It either was or it wasn't. So every time you say, well, he was probably dead. Maybe they lied. Probably the translator was in on it. Probably this, probably that. You're not actually making a case. You're simply making the case that you don't know what you're talking about, and you're willing to say anything to push forth your idea, but no actual facts. He died. When did he die? Who killed him? Where? When? Who? What? How? Who did it?
But we also know he's making it up, because if you actually thought he died in 2001, before the 2002 letter, the 2004 video, the later broadcast, audio, video clips that were released later, if you actually thought he died in 2001, you would have said from the very start, he never admitted to it because that wasn't him. You only said that when you realized, holy shit, Nick is fucking crushing, and Hebrew Hammer is crushing my whole entire narrative right now. So you kind of switched over. If you believed that from the beginning, you would have just said that from the start. You wouldn't have only said it after your first things didn't make sense. Anyways, can you answer my question? If you truly think he died, did everyone around him also, was that also AI videos and all of that was fake and they all died? Like, how come none of them came out and said, hey, you guys, our brother in Allah, he died actually. That's not really him. How come none of them said anything?
Yeah, the Taliban said
he died in 2001?
No.
Okay, so before you go off on some other fucking rabbit hole I didn't ask about, can you answer that question about specifically he died in 2001? How come nobody came out and said, hey, OBL's actually been dead since 2001?
We invaded Afghanistan in October, dude.
What does that have to do with my question? What does that have to do with my question?
Come out while
Why not? Why not? If there's a big conspiracy. So what? Oh, I didn't know you couldn't make videos while at war. That's crazy. Somebody make sure they tell Daesh and just about every other group in the whole entire history of at least modern warfare where there's videos. Really? That's your answer? That's your answer? They're at war so they couldn't make a video or an audio clip or send a fucking pigeon?
Fine, that's then. How about now? It's 2026. It's 25 years after your supposed death of him. Not a single person, not one person has come out. Not one person has come out and said, hey, y'all, you were chasing ghosts. How stupid are you guys for chasing Osama? And by the way, when you announced same shit.
Freudian.
And by the way, when you announced his death under the Obama administration and the country celebrated, it wasn't him who you killed. You're all so dumb. Not one person in 25 years. Everyone is just the perfect secret keeper. Everybody.
No. Okay, so the Taliban.
So why didn't one
literally-
person? How come one person hasn't come out and just said, "You Americans are such clowns. You killed someone that wasn't OBL. He'd been dead for 10 years by then."
So why is it when they killed him, they threw his body in
Not
the
why.
ocean?
No, not why when they killed him. I'm asking you, how come they've been able to keep this secret for 25 years?
Who?
The people that know he
Everyone.
died in 2001.
Everyone.
Yeah, you're really fucking pissing me off at this point.
Yeah, you're
Like,
actually
honestly.
I can't tell if you're
Jesus.
just like scared to answer so you're just playing dumb or if you're actually dumb. What do you mean who, dude? Hammer just laid it out for you. Everyone he mentioned in the beginning of his sentence. I know he spoke for more than 10 seconds, so maybe your brain like short-circuited. America, Israel, all of his Osama's friends, the people in the Taliban, all of Al-Qaeda. Like why any of them? Dude, any of them. That's Hammer's question. Can you answer it?
Al-Qaeda
Anybody.
doesn't exist. They're not a real group.
The people still exist. Yes, I agree. When the group disbanded, their memories got flushed. What is your logic right now?
I'm saying there is no group called Al-Qaeda.
What does that
society.
have to do with it? The people still exist. Not all of them died. Hammer's asking you how come none of them came out and said, "Hey, you guys were chasing a ghost the whole time." That is Hammer's, dude. I'm typing and reading, and I heard what Hammer asked. What
and
what
he
is?
got all of, and they got all of SEAL Team 6 on it too, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, your conspiracy, all Mustafa.
Also
How come no one-
Pakistan. Also Pakistan, who supposedly helped America because they denied knowing that Osama was in their country. But when America provided that, right, America actually did it without Pakistan's understanding. But senior officials came out later and talked about it. So also, at least those people, the senior officials, how did they get all these people to cover up this secret and not one person has come out?
You're saying governments don't lie and cover up secrets?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. We mentioned so much more than just governments.
Do you know, Mustafa,
You know,
how much money do you think a member of SEAL Team 6 would make if they came out and said, "I got the real story, okay? And we're going to make a movie and write a book about the fact that we've been lying to all of you for 15 years. We didn't kill OBL. It was a government cover-up." How much money do you think that guy would get paid?
He would be threatened. He'd be assassinated.
He would be so wealthy, he'd be protected
By who? The
by
government?
the amount of money he has to spend on security.
Also, if they assassinated him right after coming out with this big secret, that would definitely expose the government more.
That would be a big tell, as
Yeah.
we say in poker.
Yeah, he was totally fine, and then all of a sudden he gets assassinated right after coming out with this.
The guy would be worth like he would make
Okay,
tens
I
and
looked at
tens of millions of dollars if
So-
he could come out with that story.
Who would publish the book?
Everybody. HarperCollins, Penguin, you name it. Any publishing house would publish that. Are you shitting me? That would be one of the biggest stories in history.
And the government would just allow it? Like, come on, dude.
What are they gonna do?
They're gonna not allow them to publish the book.
What do you mean not allow it?
How do you do that?
Also, why did Al Qaeda admit to Osama bin Laden's death in 2011?
Al Qaeda doesn't exist. They're not a real group.
I
dude.
said, oh my God, are you stupid? What did I say? Can you repeat what I just said? I just want
You
to see
said,
how
why
much
did
you're
Al-
listening.
Yeah, you said why did Al Qaeda come out in 2011 and admit his death, right?
Right? Did they exist in 2011?
No.
Yes, they did.
They never existed.
Yes,
They
they
never
did.
existed.
They never existed.
So what does Al Qaeda mean in Arabic?
Wait a minute, hold on, stop. So your new argument is Al Qaeda was never actually a group. What were they?
So Al Qaeda just means the base.
I know what it sees. I know what it means. I'm asking you. You're saying that group didn't exist at all? Never ever?
They were just a mujahideen in the 1980s.
That's awesome. I'm asking you a very simple question. It's yes or no, you fucking idiot. Did they never exist? Is that your new claim? They never ever existed?
Yes.
So Osama bin Laden, who talked about Al Qaeda before even 2001, right? Before 2001, because you said he died in 2001, was that also fake?
Talking about what do you mean talking about?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What was confusing about my question? Are your parents cousins? I need to know this.
Are yours?
Well, if They are. That's very impressive, my IQ versus yours. So I like how you didn't answer the question, though. That makes me think that they are actually. Why didn't you answer that question? Why did you ignore that question? That should have been a very easy no.
So if Muslims are so
Wait,
like,
are you gonna answer that question? Why is he still ignoring it? I was kind of joking at first, but now I'm actually convinced. Why are you ignoring the question?
that my parents are cousins?
Oh my god, his parents actually are cousins. Holy shit.
No, they're not.
No, nope, it's too late now. It's too late. You took way too fucking long. Nope, you took way too long to answer that question. Yeah, dude, listen. I actually, do me a favor. I don't want to debunk any of your theories because you actually do us a favor by having these ridiculous theories that you're so bad at proving or even providing evidence for. It's actually good for us. So I want you to do me a favor. Don't come up on my live. Go up on other lives. In fact, I'm even going to block you so you don't even have the itch to come on my live. I want you to go up on other lives. And I want you to do exactly what you did here. I want you to do that again everywhere else. Okay? Can you do that for me? Thank you. Just go do that. I want you to do all of that because it's actually very helpful for us.
Much better.
All right. Try Guy, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Not much.
So, I was interested in debating my interpretation of the Israel-Palestine conflict with you. I've sort of started looking into it, and I guess based off the information that I've come across, I'm leaning more sympathetic with the Palestinians, so I'm interested in sort of having that worldview challenge.
Dude, I just realized, sorry, I'm listening. I just realized, why didn't we ask him about his wife who was shot in the leg? Was she also fake? Okay, never mind. Anyways, okay, so you're more sympathetic towards the Palestinians. Okay, I mean, listen, I don't debate from a place of emotion, right? So you could be more sympathetic, I guess. I don't really know why, but fine. Emotion isn't exactly it's not my strong suit with it. I like to go based off facts, statistics, and understanding, and also, mix in logic. So if you're asking me to give you a reason to be more emotionally connected to, let's say, the Israelis and the Palestinians, I can do my best. I'm probably not the best one for that.
I can do it.
Okay. I just don't.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
see why people. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Like, I think that the Palestinians, like, I think they have a reasonable case. I think it's better than, at least from what I've read, that the pro-Israel side.
Okay, got it. So now you're talking about a case. So we're moving away from emotion. Okay, that I can do. So what is the case for the Palestinians? Let's label that out first, generally speaking,
Sure.
And then we can go from there.
Sure. So I would just lay it out broadly speaking, relatively quickly. So the area that we now know as Palestine, it never had independence. It was never a nation state, from what I understand, and it was like kind of culturally and geographically labeled as Philistine. That was like what it was labeled as, and it was under Ottoman rule. And so this group of people who lived there at the time, they were told.
Let's stop you right there. Let's stop you right there. Before we go too far down.
Yeah,
you're
already wrong.
You're so far wrong at this point already, that the entire basis of your argument, from which you've concluded to be more sympathetic to one side, is so factually inaccurate that it's you have to correct yourself. So let's just
go for it.
I'll give you the quick version. Okay. There is no Palestine. There's never been a Palestine, an independent Arab-controlled autonomous country or
That's literally
entity
exactly what I
or
said.
empire or king. Hold on. It was not called Philistine or whatever you called it under the Ottomans. Under the Ottomans, it was called Asham or Suryal Jananbiya or whatever. It was not. It was part of the Ottoman Empire. It was not autonomous or independent, and the people living there were Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze,
And
people.
neither were none of the vilayets that were under the Ottomans were even called Palestine. None of them.
Yeah, nothing. There is no such thing as a Palestine as an entity. Okay, the Ottomans ruled it for 400 years. They took it from the Mamluks The Mamelukes took it from the Christians. The Christians took it from the Muslims briefly. The Muslims took it from the Byzantines. The Byzantines took it from the remnants of the Romans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Philistia, or Philistine, as you are referring to, are an ancient sea people from the 13th century BCE who started in Crete and the Aegean Sea and sailed towards Egypt and tried to invade Egypt and were repelled from Egypt, kept on sailing, and ended up where Gaza is today. And those people, the Philistines, who, by the way, engaged in bestiality, homosexuality, child sacrifice, and eating pork, they were conquered and disappeared in the 6th century BCE under the Neo-Babylonian Empire and Nebuchadnezzar II, who swallowed them up, and the Philistines ceased to exist from that point forward. Now you can continue.
So are you making the claim that it wasn't even culturally referred to as Philistine? And by the way, I did
Philistine?
explicitly state that I'm
Not
aware
Philistine.
that it
It
wasn't
was
an
culturally
independent
referred to as
agency.
Palestine by Europeans.
Right.
The Europeans called it Palestine because it was named Palestine by the Romans, or Adrian specifically.
After the
But
Philistines.
the Arabs did not call it Palestine because they never thought of it as a separate entity.
You will find some minor examples of even some Arab or Muslim writings saying
Only in
Palestine.
recent history.
No. There's some older ones that say it's Palestine or even Palestinian. However, it was in reference to the cultural means by the Europeans. And even that was very, very, very far and few in between. Even all the way up to the British Mandate, most of the time when referring to Palestine or Palestinians, it actually was referring to the Jews. But anyways, keep going.
So if I find an Arab newspaper that specifically used the word Philistine in 1911,
Philistine?
Why would they say Philistine? You mean Palestinian?
I know what it is. It's gonna
would
say.
you tell me that that's wrong or that's made up?
Yeah, so I think you're talking about the Arabic word for Palestine, and they say Philistine. I think that's what you're referring to. If you're saying Philistine, no, that's a people that come from the Aegean region. So I think and I could be wrong. Listen, it's not like I've read every single piece of paper ever in history, so maybe you will bring something, but I'm almost positive, since you said it was an Arab paper, that you're talking about Philistine, which is what they call it today. Is that what you're referring to?
I can spell it for you. Philastin.
No, that's a Philistine. Those people disappeared.
No,
2,500
that's
years
not.
ago.
That's not. He is saying what I said. He's talking about the Arabic.
Okay.
Philistine is PH. Philistine.
Oh, I missed the first letter.
Right.
Sorry, my bad.
What you're referring to, that's the transliteration of the Arabic. The Arabic, which means nothing at all, right, in their language, they just Arabized the European word because they couldn't pronounce the P, because P is not in the Arabic language. So they were just saying Palestine in their native tongue, if you will. Same thing with Nablus. Have you ever heard of Nablus, the city?
No, but I would like to at least get to the meat of my argument.
We will get to it in a second. I just want to get this one thing. Nablus is a city in the Palestinian territories, okay? And the reason it's called Nablus is because the Greeks took that Jewish city known as Shem, okay? Okay, where did he go? Jesus fucking Christ. Whatever. Anyways, he was an idiot. Anyways, I'm going to finish this anyways. So, long story short, the Greeks took Shem. They called it Neapolis because it means new city. Okay, and they couldn't pronounce the P, so the Arabs said Nablus instead of Neapolis.
I wanted to show him. I have 3 different books here about Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini and all his writings, his journals, his interviews. He never once referred to them as Palestinians in any writing ever.
You'll find someone in the 10th century, an Arab, referring to himself as a Palestinian, but again, it was in reference to calling himself as something that was a European word. Anyways, whatever, who cares? Listen, long story short, obviously that guy actually wasn't trying to learn, because if he was, he would have been like, oh, that's interesting information. I didn't know that stuff. He got upset because I wanted to mention one more thing and he ran away. He's not actually somebody who's like, I'm actually curious and I'm trying to learn. The fact that he said that the Ottomans called it Philistine is insane. Anyway, Zoe, what's up? Hello? Zoe? All right.
I've always liked the name Zoe.
Nathan, what's up?
Hey, hi everyone. Um, I don't know if I should respond on those questions, but my question is going to be that on May, the past May, I just traveled to Palestine. So there's many questions specific in like inside of West Bank.
Sorry, where'd you go
What
in May?
airport what airport did you use to get to Palestine?
What's your question again?
What airport did you use to get to Palestine?
No, I ended to be in Jordan first. I
Uh-huh.
stayed in Jordan for 1 week, and then I ended to be in Palestine. I entered to Jerusalem, and then from Ariha, Jerusalem, and then to West Bank.
Okay.
Awesome.
So, yeah, so when I went to Ramallah, I saw like, I don't know, for some reason, like,
You were there in May, like this past May?
yes,
You and I were there at the same time.
Maybe you guys met and didn't even know it.
No,
I
I
don't
don't.
know.
I go into Ramallah. I've been there twice. I promise you, I don't go out of my way to meet any of them. Only
Yeah,
guys I talk to at most is if I'm ordering like some food or something.
maybe hummus, right?
I
Hummus and
have
falafel.
had hummus, but I've had other things. Anyways, this is irrelevant to the conversation. I was just found it interesting that you and I were
Right.
there at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, what's your
So,
question?
the way how even like Israeli government that treat Palestinian, it wasn't really the good way. That's I think it's like a human treat a human for some reason. Like I saw that's way too much.
What's your question?
And here's my question: like, how could that Palestinian people that went in West Bank live like human beings? That's my question.
What's your
First, they
question?
have to act like human beings.
No,
What do you
how
mean?
they would.
What are they doing? What? Wait, what? How can they live like human beings? What do you mean?
Right. By that checkpoints that they have a lot of
Why does the
thousands of.
checkpoint? Do we give checkpoints to animals?
What do you mean by animals?
What about that word is confusing for you? So I can define it for you.
What I'm saying is
What
like
what
there's a
about
lot of.
that word is confusing to you? So I can define it for you. I'm really getting really pissed off with Arabs and pro-Palestinians coming up here and just ignoring the questions I ask as if I'm not fucking asking them. I get you guys don't like me, but can you have a little bit of respect? Okay, if you ask me a question, I'm going to engage with you. Can I just ask that you do the same thing and not act stupid? Like, what do you mean by animals? Like, what do you mean? What do I mean? What exactly is so confusing about my question? You either tell me what's confusing or you admit that you're just playing dumb. It's one of the two.
Maybe you don't understand my question. What I said. What
I
said
didn't
to you-
I didn't say I didn't understand your question. I asked you, do we make checkpoints for animals? And you said, and I quote, what do you mean? And I said, what about that question is so confusing?
Not
And you
for
just
animals,
ignored that
for human
question.
beings.
Great. So I'm
For
going to ask
human
one more time, okay? Let's see if you can fucking figure it out this time, okay? Do we give checkpoints to animals? Is there like a checkpoint somewhere in some country where we, there's like cats or lions or bears or whatever, right? That we have to stop them at a checkpoint. Can you tell me, do we do that anywhere in the world?
You said we. Who you?
We,
You said
mankind,
we.
humanity, stop being fucking stupid. Can you answer the question?
No, it wasn't for
No,
animal. It
great,
was for
perfect.
human
Wow, I'm
beings.
so glad we finally got there. Good. So we don't do that for animals. So what about checkpoints?
Right.
Because for me to answer your question, and that's the whole point I'm making right now, I know you're not going to get it, but I'm sure everyone in the audience gets it. The reason I'm asking the question is to expose that it's a bad faith question. Because have you ever heard of the logical fallacy called begging the question? Do you know what that is? Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Of course not. Wow, I'm so shocked. Anyways, so in the West, we study people like Aristotle and Socrates, and you guys studied like goat fuckers and shit. But anyways, if you ever
I'm
look
in the
into
West,
rhetoric,
actually. Why you
why
keep
okay,
saying
great.
the
Yeah,
West?
that's awesome. Yeah, maybe you should
Okay.
learn to assimilate or get out then. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Okay, if you ever decide to study rhetoric, I totally suggest it 100%. Back to what I was saying, okay? So what you're doing right now is you're asking a question that requires, the only way I can answer it is it requires me to accept a premise that no one has established, no one has proven, and by the way, I don't accept. So it's impossible for me to answer that question. Now, I know you're still confused. Trust me, I know. So I'm going to explain it even deeper. Your question was, how can the poor people in the West Bank, how can they live like human beings? And I go, what do you mean? Well, with the checkpoints. So your question implies that checkpoints somehow take away the human being aspect. But as you perfectly answered after me asking 5 times, that's not a not human being thing. It is. Now, what's the context? Context isn't that they're being treated like animals or a different species. The context is they're being treated like people who have done multiple terrorist attacks, so increase of security is necessary. Now, I get you don't like that, then make that argument. But don't come up here with this bullshit, emotional appeal nonsense as if you're going to make me feel bad about the Palestinians that have to... they have to
Hey,
go through a
Nathan.
checkpoint.
Nathan, I live in the great state of Nevada. Every time I go to California, I have to drive through a checkpoint. Am I oppressed?
Well, the checkpoint in Nevada is not the same checkpoints in in Ramallah.
Well, they're
Okay.
not checking for the same thing. In Ramallah, they're checking for terrorists. For California, they're checking for
Sure.
pedophiles.
Oh, okay.
By the way, when you were in Ramallah, did you happen to catch that new $1 billion shopping mall they built?
Nope, I
Or
didn't
you
go
didn't,
there.
you didn't go to the new shopping mall they built that cost $1
Icon.
billion?
Icon is
I
what it's
went to
called.
I went to the
What's it
old
called?
one.
Icon.
Icon.
Icon. You
No,
didn't get
it's
to visit
it's
the
not
icon?
Icon. It's yeah. That's correct. Icon.
Is
You
it
said
nice?
correct.
Is it nice?
It is nice.
I saw it from outside. I didn't see
Was
it
it
from
nice from
inside.
the outside?
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Is that a symbol of oppression in your
Well,
world?
actually, well, I mean, it looks like like I don't know, like Jordan. I mean, Ramallah looks exactly
Okay,
like
but
Amman
do
or Jordan.
oppressed people
Wait, is
build
Jordan is it Jordan
billion-dollar shopping
oppressed?
malls?
Wait,
Is that
is Jordan oppressed? I'm confused. Why did you compare to Jordan? Are they
I
also
love
oppressed?
Jordan. I mean,
That's
Jordan
not what
and
I asked
Ramallah.
you. That's not what I asked you. That's not even close to the question I asked you. I
Why you
asked you,
sad?
is
Why you keep
Jordan
spreading?
because it's like so frustrating that I have to ask something like 5 times to get an answer. I asked you, is Jordan oppressed? And you go,
Yes, sir.
oh, I love Jordan. I didn't ask if you love Jordan.
Yes, sir. I mean, you don't have to be sad or like
Wait, hold on.
screaming about it.
Shut the fuck up. Wait a minute. You're telling me Jordan's oppressed by who?
What do you mean?
by who? It's the easiest question he's asked you all night.
Are these people
You
like
said they're oppressed. He said, by who? The next words out of your mouth
There's no
will
fucking
be
way.
will be the name of the oppressors. That would be your answer. So let's try it again.
By myself,
Is Jordan
I like
oppressed?
Jordan. I mean, I love Jordan. I mean, I went to Jordan.
You said they were oppressed.
You know,
Maybe I
I'm
can help.
not. I'm not a poor guy like you
Is
guys. I
Jordan
travel every
oppressed?
now and then.
Is
I'm not
Jordan
like-
oppressed? Is Jordan oppressed, Nathan?
Yes, sir.
By whom?
Everybody.
Everybody. Am I oppressing Jordan?
Maybe.
How
I
so?
don't know. I don't know.
I'm done. I'm sorry. Are you good, Amber? I mean, if you want, you can keep talking to him, but
Not at all. I can't even believe you kept him up this long.
okay. Jesus Christ.
By whom?
Yeah,
Everybody.
it is. That was so funny though that you said that. You're just like, this question was the easiest question. You said
That
oppressed.
was the easiest
By
question of all the
whom?
questions you asked.
Just-
That was the easiest one of all the questions you asked. By who? It like couldn't be easier. You ask him like, do you have two eyes? You know what I mean? He'd be like, what do you mean by two?
Yeah.
He sounded, you know what he sounded like?
Two,
Bill
like
Clinton.
TOO2, TO2.
He sounded like Bill Clinton. Well, it all depends on what your definition of the word is. Like, we know what the word is means, bro. Like, stop it.
Okay. Anyways, I don't know what your name is because it's a bunch of symbols. But what's up?
You can say Rida, my name.
What's your name?
Rida.
Are you saying radar?
No, Rida.
I'm gonna call you R. What's up, R?
Okay. By Islam, you're saying Islam is a threat to the West. By Islam, what do you mean by Islam? Like Islamist?
Oh, come on.
Radical Islam? Or
Yeah,
what?
so Islam is, well, I don't know what radical Islam is. I think radical Islam are people that follow Islam. Islamists are people who are fundamentalists. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know what the word fundamentalist means? Like if someone's a fundamentalist, what attribute would you put to them?
I don't really know.
Okay, so you don't know what the
But
word
but
fundament. What? Nope. Stop.
but Islam
Nope.
but
Stop.
Islam
Nope.
Islam
Stop. Nope. Stop.
what?
If you don't know what the word
What did I do?
fundamentalist means, then how could you say yes, they're fundamentalists if you don't know what the word means?
No, I know, but I don't know how
So
to
you do
explain
know
it.
what the word means. Great. So can you tell me what the word means?
But I don't know how to explain it to you.
Okay, just give me
Because
like the
I-
best. I'm not asking for like you better get it perfect or I'm gonna like, get mad at you. I'm just asking like generally, what do you think fundamentalist means?
Wait, let me think. I think basic, like most important, maybe.
Okay, no. So fundamentalist means somebody who takes a strict and literal following of said ideology. So a fundamentalist Muslim would be somebody who strictly and literally follows Islam. Okay? So when you say Islamists, aka fundamentalist Muslims, you are effectively saying the Muslims who follow the Quran the best. I agree with you. So when I say Islam is a threat, now that we get back to your original question, I think you should be able to answer this now. What I'm saying is Islam, as in the teachings of Islam, the Quran, Sunnah, etc. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good. All right, we on the same page now?
Yes.
Good. All right, where do you want to go from here now?
Basically, do you think like any Muslim is the same?
What do you think I'm going to answer? After hearing me say what a fundamentalist Muslim is, that would imply there are Muslims who are not fundamentalists, because then I wouldn't have mentioned that. So to ask me, are they exactly the same, all 2 billion of them? Once again, I assume you can answer this question on your own.
No, because like in like the videos, like Sahar TV and your videos, you always like point to all Islam, not like only. You didn't when you see an extremist, you just say point to all Islam.
Yeah, when have I ever said all of Islam is what? What are you saying right now, dude? What video are you talking about?
Like you're taking an example of someone and point like this is the image of Islam.
Okay, if somebody does a terrorist attack or an extremist attack, then yes, that would be the image of Islam, specifically Surah 9 Ayah 5, Surah 9 Ayah 29 and 30. If they're doing something like against their wives, Surah 4 Ayat 34. If they're marrying children, Surah 65 Ayat 4, Surah 33 Ayat 49. So yes, I agree, it is the face of Islam. What's the point you're making now?
But you're misinterpreting.
I'm misinterpreting it? Okay, sure. Let's start with pedophilia. How am I misinterpreting Surah 65 Ayat 4?
Wait, let me search it up. What surah?
Wait, hold on, stop. Wait a minute. What do you mean you have to search it up? You already said that I'm misinterpreting it. How could I be misinterpreting it? And you already know I am. You should be able to just explain it, shouldn't you?
No, but what surah? You're talking about a surah that talks about that's encouraged.
It doesn't matter at this point because you said already that I'm misinterpreting that verse. And now you're telling me you don't even know what that verse says. So how could you possibly been in a position to tell me I was misinterpreting it if you don't even know what I was talking about?
Because, what do you mean, like?
Go away. Go away. Go away. Founder, what's up? Founder, hello. 1, 2, 3.
What's good? What's good?
Mashallah. Great. How are you?
I'm doing great tonight. I wanted to come up here and talk to you specifically about America First versus America Only and the Iran war.
Okay.
Just like if I can get a quick 60 seconds, minute out here. I do not think that in really any way we could perceive the Iran war to be beneficial, whether that is fiscally, militarily. Even if we win or lose this war, it's going to be detrimental. I think it's pretty obvious the detriments if we lose. But even if we win, what we will come to see is a balance of power in the Middle East that is not at all favorable to our interests, in which any country that could reasonably oppose Israel and would reasonably oppose Israel is no longer standing. We look at Saddam's Iraq, where is he now? Look at Libya's Gaddafi, or Gaddafi is Libya. They're
not
gone.
the Middle East, but
Assad's
keep going.
Well, the point is it's adjacent. It's close enough, but fair enough. Assad and Syria, these countries are not around anymore, and Israel is ascending to a position of hegemony in the Middle East, and I don't believe that's at all in our interests.
Why was he such a threat to Israel?
He actively opposed Israel.
No. That's not a threat.
No, he didn't.
So a couple things. He actually did diplomacy and continued the diplomacy that was done with the Golan Heights deal. So that's incorrect. But as for opposing Israel, more or less, just as in a minimal sense, as most surrounding nations kind of did. Not all, but most. So, but how was that a threat to Israel? Notice how you didn't answer my question. I didn't ask, did he love Israel? I didn't ask if he was screaming Am Yisrael Chai. I asked, how was he a threat to Israel? You were incorrect about the diplomacy, and you were kind of incorrect.
My point is that he opposed them, and that when you're
That's
looking
not what
at
your
their
point was.
hegemony over the region,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that is 100% not what your point was. Now, maybe you're saying I misspoke, and this is my new point, but that was not your point. That's incorrect.
I am saying a threat to their hegemony, not that he's going to drop bombs on Tel Aviv or something. I'm not saying annihilation level threat. I'm saying a threat to their hegemony.
I think you're making things black and 1 second. I think you're making things a little black and white. There's a difference between existential threat and threat. Do you agree? Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's
okay.
A bit of a difference between a physical threat and when he lets kind of weapons flow through the country into Hezbollah. Two different things there a little bit.
Well, actually, he would actively fight against Hezbollah. I don't know what you mean by that. What are you talking about?
During his reign, Hezbollah had an easier time than they had now. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of that actually had to do with the increase of fighting against them after. I'll give you that. But I also say a lot of it also had to do with them being shifted over to different areas. But fair enough. So by threat, you meant more just like he wasn't pro-Israel. So you're implying that Jolani is pro-Israel?
No.
Okay, so you agree that he actively also opposes Israel? Again, not a threat in terms of dropping bombs.
Just simply less. He's also
so what active? 1 second. What was Assad actively doing, right? That was so detrimental to Israel's power level, if you will.
I'm 99. This is kind of semantical, getting into the weeds here.
I don't think that's what semantics means. No, I'm not talking about the meaning of words.
We're not debating over the definition of a word, but we were debating over the definition.
What semantics means. Semantics is
oppose Israel.
No, I didn't ask that at all. That's wrong. That's not my question. My question is what was he doing to actively oppose Israel? I never said what is the definition or meaning of opposing Israel. I never said that at all. I said what was Assad doing? You could say I don't know also. That's fair. It's not that hard of a question.
Brother, Hezbollah my point is that Hezbollah, for one, he didn't recognize Israel. Hezbollah had an easier time getting weapons in through Syria from Iran during his reign. They have a harder time now.
Does Turkey, one second, does Turkey have a easier time now under Jolani than he did with Assad and testing Israel in Syria?
I think so.
Yeah, actually. For sure. So would you say Turkey is definitely a bigger threat than Hezbollah?
Than Hezbollah, not a physical threat like we talked about earlier.
Are you for real?
Diplomatically.
No.
You missed a chance, Founder. You really missed a chance at a really strong answer.
What?
To rebut what Nick just said, and you totally just shit the bed. And I'm not going to give
it. Okay, well, I don't know that much about Turkey, to be frank.
They're NATO. That's what you should have said. They're NATO.
Yes.
That's what you should have said.
Obviously,
they're NATO. They're a NATO ally. What's to worry about?
Turkey. And I would say that they're more so to our interest because they are NATO. But other than them being NATO and having issues with the Armenians,
in the region
occupying northern Syria, etc., I don't know as much about
countries in the region prior, either during the Assad times or Saddam times or after or whatever. Are those countries generally pro-West, pro-America? Not the governments, the people.
What? After who?
The regime after Saddam, the Jolani regime, who's ruling in Lebanon, who's ruling in Egypt, Syria, you name it. Is that a region that is typically I mean, those countries, do they do a lot with us? Do they benefit us? Are they pro-American, especially the peoples of those countries?
I'm not speaking as to whether or not like the
I'm getting
Arabs
to a
in
broader
Iraq are
point. I'm
super
getting to a broader
pro-American.
point. I'm
That's
not. This
not
has nothing to do with your point. This is me getting to the next point.
as to whether or not like the Iraqis like America. No, I don't think they do,
Iraqis, Iranians, Syrians, Lebanese,
etc.
Jordanians,
Yeah,
Egyptians.
the whole
Yeah,
bunch. I don't
they
think they
don't
really
like us,
like us all
correct?
that much. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
So wouldn't it be better if the country that does like us and is allied with us is stronger and the ones that don't like us is weaker? That's not an obvious benefit to us.
Well, for one, I would say you probably overemphasize how much Israel actually likes us, and the difference between publicly liking us and then privately doing things that undermine us.
Well,
And
I
the
can
other
tell you
point,
from
the other point,
experience being in Israel
Mhm.
many, many times, not as many times as that Bernie guy. That guy wins for sure. Um,
some
the
Bernie.
people of Israel are incredibly pro-America. The government is pro-America. If you have some information about what they're doing in secret that no one else knows and that you know, or you're just making it up, which you are, but to deny that Israel from the governmental level all the way down to the people aren't wildly pro-American is just crazy. It's just
But
crazy.
that was my first point, which is that there's a difference between the public signaling of, oh, we like these people so much, and then two, what we do actually in private. And my other point,
What are they doing in
is
private
that
that
hold
is
on,
anti-American?
I'm just going to get both points out,
No,
and then
no.
I
What are
will
they
answer
doing
that
in
question.
private that's anti-American?
I'm going to get both points out, and then I'll answer that question.
No,
Give
no,
me
no,
10
no. Let's get
seconds.
the
All
first
right.
point, then you can get to the second point. What are they
Well,
doing in private that's anti-American that you
did we
know about?
literally not just raise our threat as to whether or not they're spying on us? Did the department
No,
or
actually.
the Department of Intelligence for the Pentagon
Wait,
not
so they're
raise
spying
that
on us? Why
critical?
did we just vote in Congress with the support of the DoD to have a closer relationship with
Also, he's
Israel's
he's
military?
incorrect anyways. The White House
I know he's
themselves
incorrect,
came
but
out
why would you do that if they were with the heightened threat level of
They have a
spying?
lot of influence over our country, not necessarily the government, but many American Jews have a lot of influence in America. I don't.
Which American Jews influenced the DoD to write about wanting to have a closer relationship with Israel's military
The
because of
same
the
American
AI and
Jews
tech
who
stuff?
funded Trump's 2024 campaign. People
Yeah,
like
who?
Miriam
Give me
Adelson.
some name. Give me some names.
Miriam Adelson.
Miriam Adelson got
sat down
Congress.
with Pete
Yeah.
Hegseth and said, "I want you to
Hold on. Who nominates Hegseth? Trump, who was funded by Miriam Adelson.
Right,
This
but
is
that's
not
not
that
what
hard to
that's not what he's
follow.
That's not
asking.
what I asked
That's
you.
not what he asked you. You're actively ignoring his question, like almost on purpose.
Of course he is.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
What's the evidence you
Wait,
have
hold
that
on,
Miriam
Hammer. One
Adelson-
second, Hammer. Don't ask it again. What was his question, Founder?
His question was, how did they influence this,
Nope.
the DOD, to
Wrong.
advise
Wrong.
Congress to pass that?
Also wrong.
Okay, well
That's
then
not
I
even what the
misunderstood.
DOD
My
did.
It's not even
apologies.
close. No, it's not that you misunderstood. It's because I was correct. You're not listening to him, and you said you were. You just proved that you weren't.
You're talking about the Defense Authorization Agreement in Congress, no? And the DOD
Yes.
supporting
Right.
that?
His question
Yes.
for you was: did she sit down?
With
Did
the DOD?
she Miriam
With Hegseth?
with Hegseth to first get pushed? And I assume he was also going to ask after before you cut him off to say something incorrect. He was probably also going to ask and then sat with Congress to get them pushed. Miriam Adelson.
No, I'm not making that claim.
It is. You actually did make that
You
claim.
do- you don't
You
have
did.
American Jews
No,
had
I said
influence.
Right.
You said
Right.
American
Stop.
Jews had
So
don't
this
have
is
to directly
stop.
sit down and talk to somebody of influence.
Stop. Okay, then how did she get it done?
You have influence over Trump. You funded his campaign. Pretty.
But what does that have to? So
That's
you're telling
not
me
the-
do you really think Trump gets into the knowing what we know about Trump, someone who admittedly his own admission is not really big on policy details, right? He says, "I go by my gut." All right, I go by my gut. You think Trump told Hegseth, "Hey, Miriam Adelson gave me a lot of money, so here's what I want you to do. In the next DoD authorization, okay, which your guess is as good as mine if Trump even knows what that is, but sure enough, in the next authorization, as a way to reward Miriam Adelson, I want our military to become closer with the IDF, not because the IDF is amazing with drone technology and AI and all these other things that help our military become stronger. We're doing it because she gave us money.
After you answer that, I want to go back to the other lie you did, but answer that first.
Well, I would like to go back to the other point because I feel like
yeah, Greg, can you answer that first? That's awesome. Can you answer that first?
No, the point being is this.
Can you answer that or not? Stop, dude. It's you made the claim. He responded to it. You just said no when I asked, can you answer that? You said no. So you meant to say yes. Okay, go ahead, answer.
Yeah, my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, you just suck, dude.
The point being is that when you have, obviously we know that donors exert influence over the people they donate to. It's primary season. You got 2028 coming up. You do not want to upset donors. It's like a universal rule in politics that I think we can just infer observationally. And so, yeah, if this is a big interest of a donor,
how much is Miriam Adelson
finish?
donated? How much has she donated for the primaries? For the
is this an interrupting sesh? Can I finish?
No, because you just ramble, dude. It's a conversation.
No,
it's
I'm actively
big, back and forth, boom, 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 like tennis. Think of it as tennis. Boom, boom, boom. Hit the ball.
Yeah,
hit the ball,
I
hit
play
the
tennis.
ball. Okay, great. I'm sure you do. How much has Miriam Adelson given to the Republican Party for the midterms?
I'm not sure that she's given any.
Okay, so then why would Congress, who ultimately votes on it, why would they go along with it? If they're not
Okay,
getting
we're
any
acting
money?
like Trump doesn't have influence over the Republican Congress. Are we serious?
I think the big real quick, I want to step in. I think the big problem is that you're making a lot of strong claims, and when Hammer's just asking you, okay, can you explain that for me? Essentially, you're essentially saying, come on, we just know it, dude. We know that's how donors work. Yeah, but that doesn't prove that this specifically came from Miriam Adelson or others like her. That's not proof. That's not even evidence, by the way. You're essentially just saying, come on, bro, you know. Anyways, as for the threat level thing, that's actually not true. The White House themselves came out and said, none of this is true. That's not even accurate. People who actually had their names and faces out there. Where it came from was, I believe Axios was the first one to do it, which Axios is known to lie a lot, to be honest. They're kind of like one step above
Barack
TMZ. Right. They're like one step above
this from
TMZ.
the New York Times.
No, I'm sure
getting this
other
from the New
people.
York
Can I
Times.
finish? I'm sure
Yeah.
other people
Well, it's been an
also
interrupting
stop.
session
Can I
so far,
finish?
so I feel
Can I
like I
can I
can too.
finish? Anyways, so if you heard what I was saying, yet again, you fucked up. I didn't say Axios was the only people to report on it. I said I believe that's who first came out with it. I'm sure there's other people, just like how news works. I'm sure you know how the news works. When somebody leaks something or reports it, other people can also hop on that and say, according to Axios, or according to New York Times, or according to blah, blah, blah. You get that. I'm not even going to ask if you get that. You sound like a guy that plays tennis, so I'm sure you understand how the news works. So yes, I'm sure you are reading an article on it that's not Axios. But notice how that's not what the fuck I said. Okay, so back to what I was saying. That was from, I believe, 2 anonymous sources. They weren't even labeled. Their positions weren't even labeled. Sometimes they say anonymous sources that have this position, give or take. They didn't even do that. So yeah, you are correct. There's articles out there that say anonymous sources said this, but not anonymous sources came out who are actual officials and said that's not true. So that's
You're
what I
going
was
to say they're
referring to.
lying and they're covering for their donors and for Israel. And then I'm going to ask you, what evidence do you have of that? And we're going to go round and round and round.
Or
because
what evidence do
nothing
you
will
have
work.
that the anonymous sources aren't lying? It's the same thing.
Right. It's silly because you're not actually proving anything. You're simply highlighting things you disagree with and then assuming that we should agree with you because it's so obvious. You're like one of these conspiracy theorists on the internet who, like, when you get them in a corner with their stupidity and they're like, bro, you just don't know the truth. You don't see what I see. I know
Right.
because I know.
I also want to point out that the
You're just speculating.
anonymous
That's all you're
source.
doing.
I also want to point out the anonymous sources, what they were talking about, even with the spying, wasn't even actually spying in terms of like a threat to America. They were trying to, according to the anonymous sources, determine which way America was going with the Iran war or not. Again, according to the anonymous sources.
Well, that would be very valuable information. Nonetheless, that could even be true. And obviously, there could even be disputes among the administration as to whether or not we should do this. Should we raise
I'm not
the
denying any
threat
of that.
level?
I'm just giving context. I don't know why I'm not denying any of that. But yes, you have 2 anonymous sources. We have not anonymous sources from the actual White House. So yeah, I guess you could say that the people at the White House are all lying. I could say that these anonymous sources or Axios or both are lying, and we're going to get nowhere.
And we could go round and round. I
Exactly.
understand that.
That's the
But
point.
to
Do you have
try to
any
get
hard
back on the
evidence
point
here?
with the Iran war, I have the article that I read, which I believe to be credible, and not to mention it was already on high before we raised it to critical. We have reason to believe that Israel would spy on us. They have been caught doing it before.
Yes, they do spy on us, and we spy on them, and we spy on them.
Right.
Yeah, and you're saying this is the most trustworthy ally ever.
Well, I think all of our allies.
Britain spies on us. So does France. So
we should want that, but you're saying that this ally is so.
No, I'm saying it's the world that we live in.
Actually, Hammer never said any of that. We're just refuting your original claim when you first came up here. So don't
we all
attribute
spy on each other, bro.
Right,
no, because when I originally came up here, I said we are enabling them to be a hegemon of the Middle East, and you're saying wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't we want like our most trustworthy ally, people who love us?
I didn't say our most trustworthy ally.
Yeah,
I said wouldn't we want someone who is our ally? I didn't qualify it with most. I didn't come up with a ranking system. This isn't preseason college football. I just said, wouldn't we rather an ally be stronger than 350 million people who fucking hate our guts? And I said that that's an obvious benefit to us. And you seem to disagree
one
with
better
that.
than other.
Because you're saying, okay, it's the world that we live in. Everybody spies on everybody. Even allies spy on each other. That's your claim. I would say
it's
on
not my
some
claim.
level
It's
that
a
is
fact.
true.
We have spied on Israel. Operation Anarchist, we spied on them. It was leaked by
We have
Edwards.
spied on Israel. I think we have good reason to.
Well, you just said it was his claim. We have literal proof of it. It's not just a
I was
claim,
saying it's
dude.
his claim that everybody spies on everybody. I didn't just say us spying on Israel.
Accurate, but nonetheless. Yeah, listen, spying happens. People want to know which way things are going. People are always going to put their countries above others. That's fine. What Hammer
Not all
said
spying
is
is created equal either. Not all spying is
Correct.
created
That-
equal.
that was my
Spying to steal like sensitive military secrets or the functionality of weaponry or troop placement is not the same thing as spying to find out which direction an administration is leaning on towards a particular policy. It's not the same.
Or
I
spying
understand
to
that that's
attack
not
the
the
country.
same. I understand that that's not the same.
All right, why do you
I
think we
agree with
spy
you
on
completely.
Israel?
Probably because
What?
Probably because we want to know what's going on.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great. Awesome. So why do we spy on, let's say, an enemy state?
Same reason, unless we're
Right.
planning to attack them.
Right. Exactly. So
Like,
yeah.
think about Venezuela. Yeah, lead up to Venezuela, we are spying on them for a bit of a different reason.
Yeah,
we want to know more
100%.
than just what's going on. We want
Amen.
to know how to turn off the lights.
Amen.
You know,
No,
Agreed,
it's
100%.
because information is valuable. You know, you've heard the saying, knowledge is power.
Mhm.
That applies to the spy world, right? The more you know, the better you can anticipate or be proactive or understand or prepare a better reaction to a specific thing. Or if you find out a country is going in a direction you don't like, you can start to lobby them in a way that
all right, let's just
shifts them towards your
I
side.
want to
Like,
get
My
over.
whole point, going back to the
Mine's not a
beginning,
big
was
deal.
I
just
want to
that
get
the war is
over to.
detrimental
I
to
got it.
our
I got it. I got it. To get because I need to get to YouTube soon. Long story short, if Israel wasn't the hegemon, who would be in the Middle East? Who would be most
Probably
likely?
Turkey. If you
Not really
hold
the
on,
Middle
are you
East,
asking me?
but-
Hold on, no. Hold on, I might have misunderstood you there. Are you asking me who's most likely, or who do I
If
want?
we didn't attack Iran at all, right? Who was the
Mm-hmm.
second in terms of power in the Middle East?
There is dispute between countries.
Yeah, like
If
who?
Iran falls, there's not as much dispute.
I didn't
That's my
say if
point.
Iran. Notice how I said the opposite of that. Like, I don't understand if you're just legitimately not listening.
said
or
before.
if you're actually just confused by my
no, he
questions.
said if we didn't attack
I
Iran, if we
literally
didn't attack
just
Iran, they wouldn't
said
fall.
right. I'm like, am I like? Is my questions like really confusing? Like, maybe is it me? I don't understand. I just
Is
said
it
the
me?
opposite of
Is
what
it
you
me?
just said, Founder.
Like
If
that
we
TikTok
didn't
trend.
attack them and they didn't fall, I'm going to say it one more time just to make sure it really nails it into your head. If we didn't attack them, then who was the big power in the Middle East other than Israel?
Saudis, Turks, or them.
Okay, Turks
Like a
not
four-way
really.
split.
Turks more aligned more with the Europeans, but sure. Okay, so Saudis, and you said them. Who's them?
No, Iran. Just referring to. the
Got it,
country you just
Iran.
mentioned.
Okay, I disagree. I think it's obviously Iran. Saudi Arabia has some power, but I don't think they flex it throughout the Middle East much.
I
They
would
have a lot
agree.
of soft power. Well, if you would agree, then why the fuck did you just say Saudi Arabia?
Because, well, hold on. When we're
Well, wait a
talking
second,
about
even
having
if you're
influence
right,
over
wait,
things, we
even if
can
you're
talk
right-
about Hold on, I'm trying to answer Nick's question here.
Okay.
When we're talking about having influence over things, we can talk about the difference between the soft power of
Never
Saudi
said.
Arabia
I
and the
never
hard power
said.
of
I
Iran.
never even said influence. I mean, that would go into it, but I didn't. I don't understand.
said
Do you just
power.
like?
He
Do
said
you just?
power.
Do you just like answer questions that you want to answer? Do you like? Again, I'm so like shocked at how I can ask a question so directly. I'm even purposely using like smaller words because of how much you haven't answered, and you just not answer them. Like
But
I
even
don't
in
know if
your
that's like.
even in your scenario, it doesn't even make sense because even if Iran does fall, how does that impact Turkey or Saudi? He asked you, who would it be if not for the attack? And you would say Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Are they not already strong?
I think that they're already strong, but
So
I do
what does
not think that they're
attacking
above
Iran
Iran
have to do with their
Like, if you
strength?
asked me to give you a ranking before
No, not
the
a ranking. I
war,
want to know, what does attacking Iran do to diminish Turkey and Saudi Arabia?
It actually makes them stronger if you attack
Right.
Iran. It makes Saudi Arabia significantly stronger, actually.
Because they're enemies, Saudi Arabia and Iran. They
Right.
hate each other.
Yes, they are.
So all you're saying is attacking Iran is making Saudi Arabia, who you actually labeled them first before you even said Iran. So if anything, you're already
I
like
wasn't-
destroying your
my
entire
apologies.
argument.
I wasn't trying to give a ranking.
Oh,
If you want me
another
to
I
give a
was fucking
ranking,
wrong. Holy shit.
I would have, brother, you can say
This is,
things
like,
and
impossible,
the order
dude.
can have no meaning. I would say Iran, Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, those two are more in dispute. My point is that it is a better Middle East for the United States when the power of Israel is disputed by Iran rather than when the power of Israel is more undisputed. I
Okay,
don't
so
wanna-
what is Iran?
Okay, sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay, so if we never attacked Iran, Iran would be even more powerful than than Israel, is what you're saying?
I think that they were in dispute, but I think they had just an edge up, just a little bit.
Economic power, do you think?
Right.
Do you
So
think the
that's what I was
economy
going to
stronger?
1 second. Yes. Who had more economic power, Israel or Iran?
Maybe Israel by just a
No,
little bit.
not even by a bit, by a lot. Okay.
even close.
Next, yeah, it wasn't even close. Again, your statistics are insane. Second, soft power. Who has more soft power, Israel or Iran?
Israel by a large margin.
Okay, so they have more economic power, more soft power. Who has more hard power?
Iran.
Really?
And without the American backup, Iran.
No, without dude, bro, this is what you don't get.
Unless we're using nukes, without
you
the
tell
American
me-
backup, it's going to be
This is
Iran.
what you don't get. It's the Americans that held Israel
Right.
back from doing exactly what Israel wanted. Bro, if this was Israel versus Iran, Iran would be in the dark. There would be no power stations. There would be no water treatment plant.
Real quick, hold on.
blow up
1 second. Let me
everything.
just ask you just real quick. When Israel was fighting Iran before America even got involved, was Iran doing a better job then, or are they doing a better job now?
I would say they're doing a better job now, but that's
Right,
solely
okay, stop,
because-
stop,
Hold
great,
on,
awesome.
that's solely because of the closing of the strait, which
Great, awesome.
gives them this great leverage.
Not just the closing of the strait, they are actually attacking other people. Let me ask you a question. What happened when it was just Israel versus Iran? America had very minimal. I know they intercepted some missiles and Jordan did, but like other than that, what was happening? What, like, I don't know if you remember. I know it was a whole entire like going on 2 years ago, but what was happening? Right? How was Israel? Because you did admit Israel was beating Iran, because you're saying they're doing better now and they're not doing that great now. So you admit Israel was beating Iran when it was just Iran versus Israel. Can you tell me what was happening? Like, how much better was Israel doing than Iran? What would you say?
I would say by a good margin.
Why?
We were showing restraint. We weren't doing a whole lot.
Who's we?
The United States. I'm saying we were not that involved. We were kind of sitting there.
Right. So why was Israel doing even better than Iran if America wasn't helping?
I would say Iran was not going all out.
Yes, they
And they're
sent
going a lot
more
more
missiles.
all out.
Wrong. 1 second.
They
sent more against Israel during that time than they did now, which I'm going to get into that in a second to debunk you even further. But first, let me put the boot on the neck. Why was Israel? What was happening? You agree Israel was doing better, but like what was Israel doing so well? Like, can you tell us what was happening? How was the Iranian Air Force
Why don't
doing?
you just tell me? You sound like you know. Why don't you just tell me?
Well, I want to know where you get your information from. So if I just tell you, then it's just me giving you more information you didn't have. But I want to understand legitimately why you think the way you think. And that's not going to happen by me just giving you every fucking answer. So I'm going to ask you one more time. How was Iran's Air Force doing when it was
I'm
just
pretty
Israel?
Sure Israel took down a lot of it.
Yeah, no, they took down effectively. They took down all of
They
it
took
in
down
the
the
first
embassy in
night.
Syria,
In the
didn't they?
first night, well,
Andrew?
that's irrelevant. But that's they didn't take out the embassy. They hit a separate building that wasn't even the embassy, and they took out the IRGC Quds commander. But that's I don't even know why you brought that up. That has literally nothing to do with shit. So I'm gonna go back to the topic. So they took out in the first day, right? The first day, all of their radar systems and a lot of their launchers, because the Mossad was in fucking Tehran shipping little by little to make drones. So they started the attack by effectively attacking them from their own homeland before they even sent in the fighter jets. And so Israel had complete air superiority. They had no attacks. They were flying 24/7 wherever the fuck they wanted, whenever they wanted. America actually is the one that has been shot down, not a lot, but still more than zero. It was actually Israel that had air superiority. So when you say, oh, Iran has way more hard power than Israel, what are the fighter jets that Iran has? Because you do agree
Like
that
none. Their air force is gone. It's
you do
diminished.
agree that if Israel and Iran, let's pretend there's no allies. Israel doesn't get to have America. Iran doesn't, I don't know how many allies they really have, and their allies
They
don't
have
help them
Hezbollah
anyways.
and Hamas.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not
Russia,
ally. One
Russia,
second.
North Korea.
Okay,
It's like a
so
proxy.
stop.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So that's not allies. That's just them. Okay, that's totally different. Their allies, what Hammer said is correct. Russia, but they're not really helping them anyway. So let's just go with the question. No allies, just Israel versus Iran. Do you agree that it would almost exclusively be a battle of the air, right? Because it's not like there's a sea between them. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, other than what
Okay.
happens with every
Okay,
Hamas
so
and
who has a
Hezbollah.
better air force by far? Israel? Okay, good.
I'm
So
not disputing
in
you
what
on that.
were no, you were disputing me. You said that
I'm not disputing you
with
on the air
hard
force.
power, Iran is way better than Israel, and I'm trying to figure out how. Israel has more missiles, Israel has better missiles, Israel has more technology, more updated technology. They have actual higher generation when it comes to missile defense, radar systems, and air force. And it's not even close. With their air force, they're actually 2 generations above Iran. And the air defense, I believe, would arguably be 3 upgrades above, maybe more. So I'm trying to figure out, in what world do you think Iran has more hard power than Israel? The only thing I can think of that they have better is they have literally more people, but that's about it.
Hey, Founder, do you think that Iran launched
Two
everything
questions.
they had at Israel and the surrounding GCC countries and stuff?
What, back then or in this war now?
In the last 2 years, the wars, all the ballistic missiles they launched, the missile they launched at Diego Garcia, like, we know their capabilities, right?
For the most part, I'd assume, yeah. I think we have the best.
You know,
intelligence.
Israel launched at Iran only a fraction of their arsenal, right? Like, Israel did not bring out the whoop ass. Go look up the Jericho missiles that Israel has.
We can even
Surface to
look.
surface missiles. Israel has EMTs.
We can look at it.
I understand.
We can
I'm
look
not
at
even
this
really
right
disputing
now.
you in terms of, the Air Force, and I would agree in terms of the missiles, they have a little bit more.
Not a
Even
little
if-
bit more,
let's
way
just say
more.
I was totally wrong. Let's just say I was totally wrong about hard power and Israel was superior. I'm simply saying that it is still not in our interests that we see the toppling of the Iranian
I'm not
government.
even. I hope you understand conversations. Advance forward. Your last thing was that Iran was more powerful than Israel if we didn't attack them. And I asked you, and you said economic superiority goes to Israel. You you minimized it, but still, you gave economic
No, I said by
superiority
a
to.
lot.
No, you did not. You said by
Oh,
a
no,
lot
that
with
was on
soft power.
My bad.
Yeah, I remember everything. Anyways, so economic superiority goes to Israel. Soft power goes by far to Israel. Hard power goes by far to Israel. If you want me to label out more than I already have, I'd be more than glad to. The only things that are more comparable are their navies. I'd still would give the edge a little bit to Israel, but that's more comparable. But that
Israel's
wouldn't
got
really.
subs.
True. That's why I would give
Good
the
ones.
edge. But again, it wouldn't really be a Navy thing anyways. So that's kind of irrelevant. But even if it
Wanna go
was,
fight in
Israel
Red Sea?
still. So nonetheless, Israel has hard power, soft power, and economic power. So now that we've gotten you to admit that finally, in what world is Iran more powerful? Like you said, where did that come from?
The smuggling, the ability to do what they've done with Hezbollah.
Smuggling-
And Hamas, I do think people.
Smuggling is better
weapons to
than
these
soft
proxies.
power, hard power, and economic
I'm not
power.
saying that- I'm not saying that makes them a better country or whatever.
No, better in terms of power.
What's wild is, Founder, what's wild is your desire to see an open enemy of the United States, a country that declared war on us in 1979 when they attacked and invaded our embassy and took our hostages and had never rescinded that war act. It's why, like, I can understand you saying, I don't want Israel to be powerful. I don't agree with you, but I can understand it. But to then go the next step and say, not only do I not want Israel to be powerful, I'm very comfortable and I would like Iran to be the counterweight to Israel. You didn't say Turkey, you didn't say Syria, you didn't say Jordan or Egypt, countries that are certainly not as bad as far as their hatred of America. Some you could even call them nominal allies to a degree.
Okay.
But your desire to see Iran, who is openly hateful of us, as the counterweight to Israel is just wild to me. It's insane. I actually think it's insane.
My point is that there should not be one hegemon of the Middle East. If you ask me to lay out my ideal world,
I'm arguing your next
I'm saying
step.
that that's what the Iran war would set
Why
up.
would
if we
why would
won.
it? Why would it? Why would
Because
it?
the Iranian regime would be toppled on some level. The country's any
Yes,
military
but
capability.
remember what
that
you
we
said
say that
earlier.
they have now. Or
Great.
any
Remember
ability
what
to
you
fund
said. This is
Hezbollah or
irrelevant.
Hamas
This is
would be taken away.
irrelevant. This is irrelevant. What did you say earlier? You also gave that title, not as much as Iran, but that title to Saudi Arabia and Turkey. But let me focus
And
on
Turkey,
Saudi.
yes.
Let me focus on Saudi Arabia right now. Would Saudi Arabia become increasingly more powerful, especially with soft power? Hard power would, you can arguably say the same. We give Saudi Arabia way more weapons than we do any country for that matter, but definitely Israel. So their hard power, I'll give you, will stay the same. Their soft power would go up incredible amounts. Their economic power would go up incredible amounts. And then when they, well, actually, they already did sign deals with America to increase their economic power. So why would there only be one? Why would it be Israel? What happens to Saudi Arabia if Iran falls, other than get more powerful? What happens to them?
What happens to Saudi Arabia if Iran falls, other than get more powerful?
Yes, that is literally
I'm
the
saying
question
they
I
don't
asked.
get as much more powerful as Israel, and Iran does
But
not
that's
oppose
not
Saudi
what you
Arabia
said.
in the same way.
Great, that's not what you said. You said there shouldn't be one hegemon in the Middle East. Now you're shifting it to you just want people to oppose and attack Israel at times. That's two totally different statements.
Wouldn't the hegemon
No, one of them
in the
supports the
region,
other.
founder, wouldn't the hegemon in the region be if the regime fell? Let's just do a thought
It's the
experiment.
last question, and then I'm moving on.
Fair enough. Let's see if you can play along here with a thought experiment. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that the Iranian regime, the IRGC, falls and is replaced by a pro-Western, pro-American regime. Let's just say the Shah, okay?
Sure.
With all the natural resources that Iran has, right? If they stopped diverting their resources towards ballistic missiles and the nuclear program and all this smuggling that you think is so valuable, and they actually redirected their oil export money to building their infrastructure. We know the Persian people are a very intelligent people. Okay, they're not like Arabs and Muslims. They're actually intelligent and have a long history of being successful. Wouldn't they become the hegemon of the region because of their natural resources, their location, their geography? Wouldn't they become more powerful than Israel?
What do you think happens to a country after they go through that kind of process? What does Iraq look like right now?
Great.
What does
Let me
Syria
ask
look
you
like?
again.
What
Let
does
me ask
Libya
you
look
again
like?
in my
These
hypothetical.
countries
Yeah, you
are
completely
because you're
ignored.
assuming that
you
they can just
completely
Iraq is not
rebuild like a
Iran.
snap of a finger.
Iraq is not Iran. It's not as culturally and demographically as divided because Iran is a significantly higher percentage of Persians, whereas Iraq was Sunni, Shia, Yazidis, all sorts of fucking people. But again, you didn't answer my question. You just started bringing up another point. If a
I am
pro-American
answering the question
regime,
with that point.
if a pro-American regime was put into Iran with all the natural resources and all the geographic advantages they have, and they actually built up their country, wouldn't they become the hegemon?
I am going to give an answer to that. Can I get that answer out without interruption, or is that
Only
just
if
not
you
possible?
answer the question and
I'm
don't
agreeing to
ask me
all of your
something.
premises here. I'm agreeing that yes, there's a pro-Western government. Nobody takes their resources. The fucking mountains don't eviscerate off the face of the earth. Yeah, I agree to all those premises. They keep all that stuff. My point is that going through, for one, they are a much more diverse country than Iraq. While Iraq
They are
has,
not. They are not. They are not.
they're not even majority one ethnicity. Iraq is majority one ethnicity.
What?
Is
What are you
that
talking
not
about?
true?
No.
No.
What? No. The majority of Iranians are Persians.
No, it's 50. It's literally 50%. I'm pretty sure it's like 49, 50%.
I don't believe that that's accurate, but okay, even if you say so, it's still
It's a
it's
very
still less
divided
diverse
country,
than
which they
Iraq
admit
was.
is their biggest weakness.
He's incorrect. It's definitely
thought so.
majority Persians.
I didn't think that was accurate. But
Yeah.
My
okay.
apologies.
And
I
also,
don't know
also
that
the
much
other,
about
also the
Iranian
other
demographics
ethnic. Yeah,
other than
shut the
quickly
fuck up for a
research.
second. That's great. Anyways, also when you look at the other ethnic groups, other than Azerbaijanis or Azeris, who are only 16%, and there's a general amount of Kurds, the rest are very, 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 very tiny.
And by the way, Kurds are pro-West and pro-American too.
Right.
So
Kurds
you
are
got them
10%.
on our side. So what's the issue here? Again, they would become the hegemon. They would become the most powerful country if they actually focused on their people, building their infrastructure, using their resources for good and not for weapons and nukes and stuff. They would become the hegemon. If your goal is to make sure that Israel isn't the hegemon, then your best bet is for the IRGC to fall and be replaced by a pro-Western government who builds up their country, and then they become the most powerful country in the region by far.
No, when you go through a war like that, you have a demolition. For one, they would have to inevitably build back military capacity because we would destroy that. If we were, let's assume an overwhelming American victory, a total regime change. That's your premise, right? To accomplish that and to do that, you would have to militarily demolish the country. This would come with all kinds of damage to
Didn't we do that to
infrastructure.
Europe? Didn't we do that to Europe?
Right.
We did, and then we gave them the fucking
And how did it
Marshall
work?
Plan.
And how did it
We
work
gave
out
them the
for
Marshall
Europe?
Plan.
Why
Right.
couldn't we do that with Iran if they're
Why
our
couldn't we do
ally
that with
now?
Iran?
Yeah, if they're our
You're
ally
telling
now.
me-
We have to
you're telling
pour.
me
We've already
that-
poured
wait, hold on,
billions
Founder,
and billions that
Founder,
we're
hold
going to
on.
have to get back
You're
with
telling
missiles.
me
And
that
you
if
want to
the
give them more?
IRGC falls, if the IRGC falls and is replaced by a pro-Western government,
Right, that was
you don't
stupid.
you don't think the countries of Europe and the US and Australia and Canada would be lined up around the corner
Right.
like they're waiting for the new
Yeah, we
release
would.
of the
We
iPhone?
we could be giving them
They would-
all the
everyone would
money.
invest.
We could giving them all the money in the world and times it by 10, and we would get all of that money back because they're now pro-Western. That was just a stupid thing you said.
They would be lining up around the corner like waiting for the
Right.
new iPhone to invest in Iran.
Like, yeah,
Everybody
you
would want
understand how
to
much
invest there.
money we would get by that? Like, it would be an insane amount. We'd get it
Cheaper
all back.
oil,
Yeah,
cheaper
we would get it
natural
all back probably in the
gas.
first year. I mean, even that's probably pushing it.
That would be the greatest thing ever.
All right, I'm going over to YouTube.
God bless.
Yeah.
You underestimate how long it takes.
Okay,
That's
so
awesome,
what? So
dude.
it takes
Yeah,
a
who
long
cares?
time. So what?
Yeah, who cares, dude? Also, I also want to.
You underestimate the greed of people with the desire to make money. And if there's an opportunity to make money in Iran with a pro-Western government,
I also want to
Don't-
point out. Yeah, I'm gonna say this and we're gonna go away. That guy was an idiot. He was not good. Anyways, I also want to point out that if I was anti-Israel, I'd actually would want Iran to fall, and I'll tell you why. Right? I mean, you want it to fall also because if you're pro-America and pro-Israel, but even if you're anti-Israel, there could be a good thing about it, and I'll tell you why. Because Iran is actually the country that allows Israel to do, again, if you were anti-Israel, you probably believe in some form of maybe like the Greater Israel Project, or they're bloodthirsty and they just want to be at war. Iran is what allows Israel to do that because you have Hamas, PIJ, Houthis, Hezbollah, Iraqi and Syrian militia groups that are constantly attacking Israel. If you were to take that denominator out, unless somebody else says, you know what, I'm going to fill those shoes and start attacking Israel, be it, I don't know, Saudi Arabia. I don't think they would. They want to join the Abraham Accords. I'm just saying hypothetically. Iran, if anything, Iran actually makes Israel more powerful and a hegemony in the Middle East because they're the ones that do little weak attacks against Israel because they are weaker, right? And they allow Israel to then start taking Gaza, please, I hope. Probably going to take the West Bank, please, I hope, right? If you didn't attack them, they wouldn't have that ability. So if anything, everything you said is actually the opposite because Israel is allowed to do this because of Iran's little pity-patty attacks. In fact, fuck, maybe Iran's actually the Mossad and it's just all one big psyop. I don't know.
nailed it.
I'm just saying, like, these anti-Israeli people, they have, like, these weird things about Israel and these, slight to full-on conspiracies, but then they don't apply it to, like, their other arguments. It's kind of insane. Anyways, whatever.
Well, they don't think things through. They don't see the world in a in a holistic way. They see the world through such a narrow lens that when you start to, walk off the designated path that they have, they start to freak out. They can't process it because they're in such a tunnel vision frame of mind that once you get them out of the tunnel and you expose them to the light, they become blinded. They can't handle it. Like, no, put me back in the tunnel. That's where I'm comfortable.
All right. I'll see you guys over on YouTube.
Alhamdulillah.
Mr. Chai, God bless America. Fuck the IRGC. Peace. Can't believe I didn't get banned on TikTok today. It's calling people goat fuckers and idiots and cousin parents and whatnot. All right, you guys.
It's Omegle time, everyone!
Oh, that's
you
not
know what
right.
that means?
Eric's hanging out in a car.
Hanging out in a car!
Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. Absolutely no women, just 3 bros hanging out in a car.
1, 2, 3 Arabs!
Hanging out in a car.
Come on, everyone, sing along! From the west to the east, to the north, to the south, from the river to the sea!
All we see is Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car.
We click next!
And what do you see?
No women! Absolutely no women, just bros in a car!
Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car.
1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car! Omegle time!
Omegle time.
That was cheap, 100%. No way. No way. Is this real? Is this real life right now?
What does that mean?
Yo, I recognize your face from YouTube and stuff, bro.
Oh, well, thanks for being a supporter or a hater. I don't know.
No, I don't know if I support or hate, to be honest. I don't watch enough content, political, stuff, but I recognize the face.
Nice. Well, you're live right now on my YouTube.
Okay. So where do you lean politically so I can be informed?
I like American politics. I'm right wing.
Good man. Foreign policy though?
Right.
Your belief
wing.
there.
Can you be
Right-wing?
more
Okay.
specific?
Are you more of the right wing that cares more about the American sphere of influence being localized, or do you view it sphere of influence being more abroad?
Depends on what you mean by that. I'm not a globalist, but I want our sphere of influence to be more broad because the world is better with more America and the world is better with less anti-America or Islamist countries, Eastern ideology, China, Russia, right? So I want more influence, but in a more direct, powerful way, not we're working with globalists kind of way.
So can I ask, why are you anti-Russian per se? Why do you think there should be a sphere of influence there?
Because Russia consistently spies on us, gives information to our enemies, so that way it leads to the death of our soldiers. Putin is not a friend of America by any means. In fact, he's the one that gave
American intelligence in 2014 in Ukraine and so on 8 years later.
Well, first off, they were definitely our enemies before 2014, but even if so, what? We're America. I'm gonna choose.
How many attempts have they made to be non-enemies? It's they just need a boogeyman for the industrial complex, no?
Yeah, but what you're saying is well, Russia's, they were justified to do that because.
How do you feel about
can
the
I
US
finish?
Liberty, then? All right, yeah.
It's just 1 second, brother.
Sorry.
Anyways, so
Apologize.
you're good. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, right. What I was saying is that you're saying,
Russia.
oh, Russia did that, but we did it to them in 2014. Are you pro-America or not? You sound like you're
No,
justifying.
I'm pro-American.
So then why the
but
fuck
I
does it
don't think
matter? Who cares? Yeah, we did it to them. So
I think
what?
we have to pick our enemies wisely and pick our friends wisely as
So
well.
you think
I feel like
Russia was our friends before 2014?
they've always made diplomatic efforts towards being friendly.
Like when?
Even asked the Clintons, no?
No, like
Was
when?
it Bill Clinton? Yeah.
Yeah, like when? What did they do specifically?
It was also Obama, no? He
Yeah,
asked
great. Like what? I'm
Obama about
asking you.
relations.
You're still not answering. Like
There
what?
was relations asking
Yeah, like
towards
what?
joining NATO.
What do you mean
They got
joining?
declined. They didn't formally make a request, but they requested, I forget which president, and they basically just declined it because there's no point asking to join NATO if America
Do you
doesn't
know what
want
the
to.
Iron Curtain is?
100%, yeah. Now you think I'm pro communism?
Okay. A little weird. You seem to be defending them, but okay.
No,
You
I'm
think the
not
Cold
at
War ever
all.
ended?
No. Sadly not, no.
Okay. So if you if you don't think the Cold War ended, which I agree with you, I don't think it did, you want them to join our military intelligence programs and secrets, especially a country who literally
When did not being, let's say, like having a bolstering presence or being anti-diplomatic mean inviting them into American intelligence? Has nothing to do with it.
You said NATO. You don't think NATO shares intelligence? What do you think NATO
I mean,
is?
they don't have to. Even if they ask to join NATO, that's them putting a friendly foot forward. It can always be met with distance, but still a
How do
friendly
you know it's a friendly
relation.
foot?
It
How do you know
wasn't
it
met with
wasn't?
that.
How do you know it wasn't a way to just get more closer to us in the sense of keep your enemies
Because
closer?
as a Russians and even the population, nobody wants to fight a big war against all of Western
It's
Europe
not what I
and
said.
America.
That's not what
I'm
I
telling you, the Russian people don't want
I
any
don't have
interest.
anything
That's
against the Russian people. That's not what you're asking, obviously. You didn't ask if I
so
hate
who do you
Russians. I
think
don't hate
pushes who do you
Russians.
think pushes forward politics?
Really?
Like
You
who
believe
do
the
you
Russian people push forward politics?
Putin might put the word out, but who puts it forward?
Really? You don't think Putin has a
Who
dictatorship
who
level?
answers to the word? Less
Putin does
people
not
were
answer to
arrested
the
in
people.
Russia.
Putin does not answer to the people.
Less people were arrested in Russia for things they said online than in the UK.
You
People call
okay,
Putin
stop. Can
czar.
I answer that? Can I
Putin had to
answer? Can I
reject
answer?
czar.
At what point do I get to
Go on.
answer? So you
You said
first
he's a
off,
dictator. I replied
he
to it.
is, and I can explain it. But a couple things. When you said less than the UK, I think you think that I am a defender of the UK. No, the UK sucks, and that's because they let
But
a
the
bunch
UK
of
is our ally, no?
great. 1 second, buddy. So the UK has absolutely fallen a lot, especially to these Islamists. They let in way too many immigrants. And yes, I agree with that. Saying that, oh, they did it. Also, it's disingenuous because the UK is just now shifting to this kind of push to start arresting people for like social media posts. It's still, in terms of history, relatively recent. Russia has always had an iron fist with their citizens. So their citizens don't get arrested because they know better. Whereas the UK is having this kind of balance between people who are like, wait a minute, this is not my country. And so they're being a little bit more pushy, which I agree with them. And so, yeah, obviously you're going to see more people arrested, but that's not a good point. Putin has had people killed who have gone against him. That's a fact. And on top,
America hasn't. America doesn't have a death
even
list?
if it was, are you pro-America? Are you? I'm just listen. You're
And the thing
answering
is, if
questions.
you're
Hold
falling
on.
into
Wait.
cognitive dissonance, it sounds like I'm pulling
Can
out
I finish?
fallacies, but
Can I
there is
speak?
cognitive
Can I
dissonance.
speak?
Go on.
Thank you. So anyways, this idea of you're saying, but what about UK? But what about America? Which is weird. You claim to be pro-America, but you seem to shit on America a
Yeah.
lot. But
No,
anyways,
I'm just not
can I
blind.
finish?
Go
So
on,
what
go
I'm
on.
saying is when you say, but what about America? That's not an answer to my claims. Yes, America has done that stuff, but so what? How is that an answer to what I said?
It's pointing out a cognitive dissonance.
So what? But what? It's not, because I'm still pro-America. If America does something wrong, my support of America is going to be I want it to get better. If another country, can I finish? If another country who I don't especially ally with, but
Why
even
are
if
you
I
getting
did,
emotional?
I just want to stop being interrupted. You're saying these things, and every time I'm trying to explain my question to you that you're not answering, you keep interrupting. I don't know if it's because you feel like you're don't want to answer, or you feel like you're not answering well enough. Maybe you're insecure. I'm not sure. But regardless, I'm just trying to answer.
I get the
Jesus
gist.
Christ. Anyways, back to what I was saying. With another country who I especially consider to be an enemy, but even if I didn't, I still would think the same way. When you say America does something wrong, my support of America, because I'm pro-America, would be I want to make my country do better. If another country does something wrong, and I hope you agree with this, I'm not going to be like, well, I want them to get better. No, I'm going to say fuck them because I'm pro-America. America matters the most.
So can I ask a question? Actually, it's two-parted.
Kind of want to get back to the original point of the conversation, but sure, what's your question?
Where do you draw the line when it comes to, because I asked you about, obviously in the beginning, I asked you about where you think America's sphere of influence should be, and you mentioned, Middle Eastern countries, right? But now
I
you're
didn't say
saying
that
if
at
a
all.
country's doing
Didn't even say that at
wrong
all.
and you're falling into a cognitive dissonance.
Just so you know, I didn't say that.
pro-American,
Just FYI, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's hard. I can't answer the question because you said I said something I didn't. It's impossible to answer the question.
So you're interrupting, but as I was going on,
Right,
where do
because
draw
you
the
quoted
line of
me.
morality? No, I'm
You-
saying, so as long as somebody's an American ally, right? Like they're in the circle, right? Their wrongdoings are forgiven, or it's fuck them too, right?
Yeah,
Just
so
like
once
it would be somebody
again,
for lesser
once again, I didn't say that, and I also didn't mention Middle Eastern countries. What I said was for
I'm
America's
trying
sphere.
to draw a picture of
I
yours.
understand, but you based it off of a quote that I never said, so it's impossible to answer. I never said
It's
any.
verbatim. It doesn't have to be.
It's
word
not
for word.
verbatim. Do you know what verbatim means?
It's to the same effect. It's not in your same words.
It's
but
not.
to the same
It's not.
effect.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. When you asked me about the sphere of influence, you said I mentioned Middle Eastern countries. I never did. When you asked about the sphere of influence, what I said was
You
it
said
depends.
things like China, Russia.
Yeah, still, nope. So what I said was, with sphere of influence, it depends on what you mean. If you mean in a globalist aspect, no, I'm not for that. What I said is that the world is better off with more America and less non-Americans or American enemies. That's what I said.
Got you. So you're just like all out American empire, yeah.
I'm not talking about like a physical annexation of other lands, although I think we should annex some specific lands, but I'm talking about ideology.
Got you. Okay.
Yes, I'm pro-America. I didn't know if that was not clear.
So do you have like an ethnic background? That's another
I'm Italian.
question I wanted to ask. Italian. So
And Spanish.
To speak for Russians, do you know how there's kind of like a cultural understanding, like cultural religion, cultural traditions, morality, right?
I don't know. You guys are
It's
being invaded by Muslims and you're cozying up to them. So please tell me what your cultural religions.
Russia?
Yes. The fact that you're Russian and you don't know this actually makes me a little sad. I'm not even going to say it's bad. It actually makes me sad.
We import them for like the military and the work factory jobs. But
Import
it's not like
them.
America, like where they're staying.
It's way
in,
worse
like,
in America.
NYC.
It's way worse in America.
No, in NYC, they're in fucking 5-star hotels. They're taking up like 44% of fucking government assisted housing. Like, I don't know what numbers you're talking
Did you just
about,
say
but it's straight
45%
propaganda.
of government housing?
44%. I forgot. when that
44%
statistic
of
came
government
out. Yeah,
housing?
government assisted
Can I finish?
housing
Can
went
I
to
ask the
non-citizens.
question? Oh,
Keep going.
okay, got it. See how he just changed it? He went from Muslims to just non-citizens. Okay, that is more correct. What you said was Muslims are taking up 44% of
Yeah.
government housing. Great. So what's the
What do you
actual
think's in New
statistic?
York right now?
Well, first off, New York is literally the most diverse city in the world. Queens specifically, but New York. So when you ask who's in New York, you literally just asked the most diverse city in the entire world. Do you understand what you just asked? What percentage of America are Muslim? What percentage of America?
Context-wise.
What
Let's not get
percentage?
diverged.
What percentage of America do you think are Muslim?
I forget the number, but it's around like 10 to 13%.
Yeah, no, it's less than one. It's about 1%. What percentage of Russia is
Crazy.
Muslim?
It's a good bit. I think it's like 30%.
Okay, it's not that much, but it's closer to 20%. So you're saying America, who's 1% Muslim, and Russia, who's about to you thought it was 30%. That's even more embarrassing that you said that, because now you're
I
kind of
guess we got
debunking
rid
your
of
whole
a lot
point.
of them, man. A lot of Tatars
You
and
guys are
fucking.
literally, dude, what are you talking about? Russia is actually taking funding to build Islamic centers, and they're cozying up to Muslims and bringing more Muslims in. You said, oh, it's just for factory. Dude, it's almost 20% of your country. That's 1 in every 5 person
Where do
in your
you think
country.
you're being disingenuous? Where do you think that 20% came from?
Disingenuous.
Did it pop up? All right.
Disingenuous.
Thank you. Did it pop up overnight?
You're proving my
These are
point even
people.
more. You are proving my point even more.
You're proving your ignorance. Ethnic Russian people is Western Russia. Ural Mountains is the fucking divider. Everybody past that has always been Muslim. But we've
No, they haven't.
we've Christianized Tatars. We've Christianized a lot of them. But most
That's
of them have
awesome. You've
always been
also
Muslim, but they come
your
from
country.
Mongoloids.
That's
They're
awesome.
basically
And your
Mongoloids.
country has also slaughtered a lot of Christians, just not the Orthodox ones. In fact, you
No,
guys
they
have
did,
purposely
they did.
targeted Christian churches, your country, and has blown them up. In fact, I believe last year, when it comes to that, Russia did more attacks on Christian centers, churches, etc., than every country in the past. I'll get you the exact amount of years, but a lot, dude. So yeah, if you
What
want to talk
about
about Christian,
Israel?
what about them?
We want to talk about churches
I-
and stuff getting bombed.
How many churches do you think Israel has bombed?
A lot of significant ones.
Cool. So which one was bombed?
There was a historically significant one in Lebanon to what was it? The Greek Orthodox. There's a handful. They got a long
A
list.
handful. Okay. So the Greek
Yeah,
Orthodox
they
one
say- they
actually,
say all.
nope, wrong. So that one wasn't bombed. Okay. And then there was the one, St. Parisis, I believe is what it's called, in Gaza, which one was, that also wasn't bombed. There was
How much do they pay
propaganda.
you?
Once $1 million. Anyways, that one also wasn't bombed. Why are you doing a fake forced laugh? I'm just confused that a Russian who has attacked more Christians than any country in a long time.
Russia has saved more Christians than any other
No,
country.
you say you have Christianized by
The
in terms of
Russo-Turkish
Orthodox.
War,
That's
Russo-Turkish
yeah,
War.
dude. You know when that was? When was that?
Bro, we
When
fought them
was
from the
that?
1700s
When was
all the way
that?
up until
Great.
World War I,
Russia was great at that time, but I'm not
Saved
talking
the
about
Balkans,
that.
yeah.
Are we talking about right now? I'm sorry, maybe I'm confused. Is this debate about contemporary times or was this over 100 years ago times? Can you just
Well,
remind
where are
me?
the churches getting
Can you
blown
just
up at?
answer
Where
my
are the
question?
churches getting blown
Can you
up at?
answer? Why are you not answering my question? Are we talking about contemporary times? Because if you ask about Russia during the Russo-Turkish wars, all pro-Russia, dude, 100%. They were great.
Okay, we can
But-
agree. Okay.
But I'm pretty sure we weren't talking about that. See, the thing is every time I'm trying to give you information about your own country, you keep deflecting. Well, what about Israel? Well, what about America? Well, what about the UK? Yeah, dude, they do stuff that's wrong too. But what does that have to do with what I'm saying? It'd be like if we were debating China's concentration camps, and then I just go, yeah, but what about when America did it to Japanese
like-
people?
hear me out.
Who cares?
It's like if you're like a schoolgirl and we're talking about somebody who smells, and I'm like, oh, but you also smell, and you're like, but we're not talking about me. It's like if we're talking about people that smell, we might as well bring up.
That's the dumbest
everything
point.
that
That's the dumbest
smells.
point ever. Because if we're talking about wrongdoings that a country's done, then you will bring up every country ever in history. So that was a dumb point.
No, we're talking about where you hold a bias to and where you're talking wrongly of.
Let me ask you.
Hold a bias towards yourself. and
Let me
towards
ask you
America.
something,
So
just
I
out
feel
of
like it's
curiosity.
perfectly put.
How many churches
Go
have
on.
you think Russia has bombed just in the past 4 years? Just out of curiosity, what would you put that number at? Israel, you named one church, which wasn't even actually bombed, but fine. Let's just pretend you're right. Let's call it 10, okay, by Israel. That's not right, but let's just pretend, just for sake
I
of
think the
argument.
number's around like 1,500, if I could be mistaken. No,
Where did you get that number from?
I don't know. I don't follow this shit. I'm just
Let me
guessing,
just
right?
ask you, if that was
But this is- but
correct.
This is a hard.
Okay. If that was correct, 1,500, that's what you believe. Whether you're right or wrong, that doesn't matter. That's in your mind.
Can I tell you I got that
you're
number?
telling me that Russia is pro-Christian and they bombed 1,500 churches? It's not quite
Can I
that
tell you
much,
I
but
got
it
that
is.
number?
Sure. How did you get that number? That's incorrect.
What I'm thinking about is obviously Ukrainians can't record anything getting like any missile, any drone, anything because they don't want to report the damage. Ukrainian media wants to say what they want to say. And every
Just so you
time
know, there's
Russia
satellite
launches,
imagery, just FYI, but keep going.
and every time Russia wants to launch a strike, right? Obviously, Ukraine reports that we shot down 90% of the missiles.
It's
They
great. What does
obviously
this have to
still
do with
have
the
to
what does
be.
this have to
They
do
have
with
to
the
land. They have
question?
to land somewhere,
I don't
bro. They have
understand
to
what
land
this what does
somewhere.
this have to do with the question? This has nothing to do with how
So
many
my point is,
churches. What does this have to do with churches that they have targeted and have purposely destroyed?
I'm leading. You're interrupting. So every
Can you
time
get
that
to
we
it?
talk about civilian infrastructure being targeted, right? You have to look at it with a grain of salt. Did Russia truly put in the coordinates, and was that
Yes.
purposeful?
Yes, Russia actually has pretty
Or
good missiles. Yes.
or was this just, Ukraine shooting down 90% of Russia's attacked missiles and not reporting where everything fell,
No,
but then
these no.
reporting civilian
I'm
areas
only
were hit
counting
at
the
the
ones
same
that have
time?
exploded. No, if you shoot it down, the explosion happens in the air. I'm not talking about shrapnel that comes down. You're being disingenuous. I'm talking about actually bombing of churches.
Why do you think they stopped using
Can you just
land
answer the
cruise
question?
missiles?
I'm not talking about shrapnel that falls
Where do
because
you
you
think
shoot it down.
when
I'm talking about
when a
actual
land
explosion.
cruiser missile
Why are
gets
you
shot
still not
down
answering?
I'm telling you, when a
I'm
land
talking
cruiser
about.
gets shot down
I'm
and
not
it's
talking
hovering
about
above
shot
buildings, where
down.
do you think that explosion goes? Just
The
up
explosion's
or
in the
everywhere
air.
around?
Right. Well, they shoot it up in the air. They don't shoot it so close to where the explosion still hits a building. So once again, you just don't understand how missile defense
There's a
works.
lot of variables, man. And
Yeah,
also,
dude,
since
you're
we're
you're
talking about
making
being
an excuse.
pro-Christian,
Stop. You're making excuses for the fact that Russia has targeted and bombed hundreds and hundreds of
okay,
churches.
let me ask you a
750 to be
question.
exact.
That's quite low, but let me ask you a question.
That's quite
If
what?
you're so pro-Christian, why are you in favor of a non-Christian government official, Zelensky, creating his own church
Who the fuck
loyal
said I
to
like
the
Zelensky? When did I
government?
say I like Zelensky? At what point in the conversation did I ever say I like Zelensky? Just so you know, I
You seem to
don't.
be going for bat for
I
him, man.
do not like Zelensky. Not a big fan of him. But when did I say that? Or is this another one of those I can't answer this question, so I'm going to deflect again?
No, I just assumed because of how
Well,
strongly
you know
you
what they
argued
say.
against
You know what they
Russia.
say about assuming. So to be against Russia, that means you have to like Zelensky. That's
And let's look at the number
interesting.
of how many mosques. Because I mean, like we just
Is he
it's just
changing
a
the
fair
subject
point.
again?
No, we're just comparing, wars.
What does that
Iraq versus
matter? I told you that they bombed 750 churches. Why does it matter how many mosques are in what? What were you going to ask?
in Iraq and America's war. I'm just trying to compare, like,
So what? I'm pro-America. Fuck Iraq. They should have bombed more of it. I don't understand. Are you pro-America or not? I'm so confused.
I am pro-American. I'm just trying to figure out because we have the best military and we're the most
If
sophisticated. We have the best
if
missiles. So I'm
America
trying to
came
figure
out, if
out, like, the
America
lack of
came
access.
out, if America came out and started bombing 750 churches, I'd be against that. I don't give a shit about the mosques that they use to hide weapons because that's what Islamist terrorists do. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck their
Are
mosques.
you familiar
Don't care.
with
I
Ukraine
understand though why you
also?
want to
Are you
defend the
familiar
Muslims
with
as a Russian
Ukraine
though.
also? Are you familiar with? No, I don't want to defend the mosque. Are you also familiar with Ukraine using churches?
Why does this
and
matter? I'm not
because you're
I'm not
talking
here
about
to
mosques being
defend.
bombed because they're hiding in them. I'm talking about
So
Ukrainians were using churches, cemeteries, and apartments
to launch
as
rockets from?
defensive positions.
Really?
Literally, yes, there's
750
plenty.
churches were used as defense. Okay, let me ask you a question. I find it interesting that 5 minutes ago you said they never bombed those churches. They
The
just shot up.
beginning of
Can
the
I
war,
finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? I like how
you keep
you.
cutting
Can
me
I
off.
finish?
And then you go, can I finish? Can I
That's all.
finish?
Just can I speak?
Go on.
Okay, great. So I find it interesting that you went from Russia never bombed those churches, Nick. It actually, they were shot down by Ukraine. The shrapnel came down and hit the churches. And now
But you
you're
never let
saying,
me
can I
finish. But you
finish?
never let me
Can
finish.
I
But you never let me
finish?
finish.
Can I
But you never let me
speak?
finish.
That's great. Can I
You're
speak?
talking.
Can I speak? Okay, great.
Yes.
And then you go, okay, they actually did bomb the churches, but it was only because those 750 churches were used as offensive or defensive positions by Ukraine. Do you have
No, I
proof
said
of
that's
that?
another variable.
Do you
I
have
said
proof
that's a
of that?
variable.
Do you have proof of that?
There's plenty of proof.
All right, let's look it up then. There's plenty. It should be really easy.
In
Does
the beginning
Ukraine
of the
use?
war,
Can I speak?
2022.
Can I speak?
Go on, ask
Thanks.
Siri. Ask Siri. Don't look for
Not
an
asking
independent
Siri.
link. Go on, go
I
on.
will. No, I'm asking Google, which will give me links. You agree? That's how Google
All right,
works.
perfect,
Oh,
perfect,
great,
perfect.
awesome. Does Ukraine use churches for military purposes, like offensive or defensive positions? Okay. So I'll read Gemini and then I'll pick whichever link you ask me to pick. No credible evidence or international monitoring reports indicate that the Ukrainian military systematically uses churches as offensive or defensive combat positions.
Systematically, okay.
Well, for there
Keyword
to be
systematically.
you said 7. You agree that 700. Well, you thought it was 1,500.
Do you know how many churches
Can I
there
can
is
I
in the
get you? Can I
country?
get the answer to my question? Great. So you said 1,500 churches were bombed and destroyed
Let's
by
get a
Russia. Can I get a?
ratio, and
Can
then
I get the answer? Great.
Come on.
So if 1,500 were bombed by Russia, if any country were to use, and we're not talking about all of Ukraine, you agree, right? The war front is only in eastern Ukraine. You agree with that?
I mean, bombs land anywhere, but yeah.
Great.
for the
No,
most
no,
part.
no. By far, systematically, they're definitely in eastern Ukraine. We'll even add in
We
central.
can agree on a definition. Okay.
Great. Perfect.
Okay. It's gonna
So
get
if
you. This is gonna get
great,
you.
awesome. Can I finish? Awesome. So, anyways, if Ukraine were to be using 1,500, like you thought, as offensive or defensive military positions, you wouldn't call that systematic?
So listen. So you agree that
See, he's just not going to
systematic means
answer
by
the question,
most,
right?
and there is
He's just not going to
3,500
answer the
churches. I'm
question.
going to answer. There's 3,500 churches in Ukraine.
Yeah.
35,000 to be
So
exact,
this is
right?
why you're
So
wrong.
out of 35,000 churches, only 700 being destroyed.
Yeah. So this
Obviously,
is
the number in Eastern
yeah.
Ukraine is going to be
Can I
lower,
can I
but
answer your question?
700 out
Can I
of
answer your question? You
35,000,
asked
that
me a
doesn't sound
question. Yeah.
systematic.
Yeah, because you asked me a question, you didn't let
That
me
doesn't
answer.
sound
Can
systematic.
I finish? So you asked me a question, you didn't let me answer. You said, "Do you
So
agree?"
Ukrainians weren't
Can I
systematically
can
taking
I
up positions?
He doesn't want to be debunked, so he keeps interrupting. You asked me, "Do I agree that systematic means most?" So to answer your question, you didn't let me
Well, that's
answer.
how
No.
you're using it in the context.
No, I didn't use it that way because that's the dumbest definition of systematic I've ever heard. That is
Well,
not the
where's the most of the
can
war
can
at?
I Where are you getting the word most from? Where are you getting that from? That's not what systematic means. You think systematic means most? So what you did
You
just
got a
now,
big case of
what you
autism.
did
You're
just
getting
now,
lost
one
in, like, the whole
sec.
context of what
No,
we were
that
talking
dude,
about.
dude, that's the basis of your entire argument right now. You said, well, it's not systematic or it is systematic. That's the whole basis of your argument right
No,
now.
I said so. That's how we
Okay.
agree on the definition. 'cause
We
the way
don't
you
agree.
used it.
I'm telling you, we
You said the
don't.
war
That
is
we do not.
systematically
We do
in the
not
eastern
agree on the
part.
definition.
The war is
We do not
systematically
agree
in
on
the
the
eastern part, right?
great. We do not agree on the definition. And by the way, nobody agrees with your definition. Systematic has never meant most. And also, why would you include all
No,
of Ukraine? Can
no,
I
the
finish?
context.
Can I finish?
No, you can't finish.
Okay,
You
I'm
can't
just gonna
finish.
mute you real quick so I can get this out. When did all of Ukraine be applied for the churches? When we're talking about systematically using military positions, we would be talking about only Eastern Ukraine. They're not using military churches in Western Ukraine. That's so stupid. So what you did was you did two disingenuous things. First, you changed the definition of the word systematic to mean most. That has not ever been the definition of the word systematic. That's just stupid. You did it because you realized you were wrong. So you just thought, oh, I'll just change the definition so I'm right. Okay. The second disingenuous thing is you're including all of Ukraine. That would be like me including Eastern Russia. That would be so stupid because Eastern Russia is not under attack and that's not where Russia's soldiers are. So to answer your question, no, I don't agree with your definition. Nobody in the world agrees with your definition. And third, you're being disingenuous by saying how many churches.
No, how you used it. You're talking.
I never used it. What did I say? What did I say that made the word systematic mean most? Yep, go ahead.
You said the war is systematically in Eastern Ukraine, right? So that's where
Eastern
most
Ukraine.
comes from. Most of the fighting is in Eastern Ukraine.
What does that have to do with
That's my
most of the
point.
churches?
So
What does that have to do with most of the churches? What does that have to do with most of the churches?
So now you're getting emotional on the churches.
What does that have to do with
Now
most
we
of the
can look up
churches?
Okay. How many churches are in Eastern Ukraine? So we can get a better ratio.
I'm saying the word
'Cause
systematic
you're
doesn't
not
mean
looking it
most.
up. I'm looking it up.
Great. The word most and systematic are not synonymous. Systematic means doing something by step using a clear plan. That's what systematic means. If their clear plan is to use churches in the terms of 1,500, which is what you thought it was, that would be systematic because it wouldn't just be onesie-twosie examples. It would be
And
a
so there's
systematic
only
plan.
250 destroyed in Donetsk and
That's
Luhansk
incorrect.
alone. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's
about-
just two
this is
cities.
Straight from Google AI.
Right. That's two cities.
No,
I
this
hope
is
you understand.
No, this is two oblasts. You
Great.
don't know.
I am
Donetsk,
sure. I
Lugansk.
assume you agree that there's more than just those places that have been attacked. Yes. It's a yes or no question. Do you agree most Or more places have been attacked than just those 2 blocks? Do you agree?
No, I know there has.
So then why
There's
are
been
you even
more
mentioning that
conflict
as if it
elsewhere.
matters? Why is that even mentioned as if it matters?
I'm just bringing up, like, out of
You're just
200,
randomly changing the subject again?
250,
Wow, I'm so shocked. He's changing the
I'm
subject
looking
again.
up how many churches are in Eastern Ukraine. It doesn't give me a number, but it tells me how many were
A number.
destroyed.
A number. I heard
Yeah,
that.
a number.
I
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
that. Yeah. Yeah. American, guys. American. Wink, wink. Anyways.
American to the core.
So yes, like I said, systematic by the definition of the word systematic. But anyways, you're a Christian, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you feel about your actual country bombing what you thought was 1,500 churches? How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think war is the result of failed diplomacy. And
Oh, it was
war
just
comes
war
from-
why they bombed all those churches. Interesting.
Stop interrupting.
Just
Eat your
war.
own
Just
words.
war, guys. Or sorry, war.
Eat your own
War.
words. War is the diploma.
It is just
war.
war.
Is
It is
failed
just war.
diplomacy, and it comes from man's own sin.
What does that have to do with my question? What does this have to do with my question? What does that have to do with my question? I didn't ask you how you felt about war. I never asked how you felt about war.
You said, "How do I feel about the churches being destroyed? They're being destroyed."
So why are you
via
mentioning war?
How are they being destroyed? Because it's happening in war.
That's not war. They didn't have to attack those churches. If it was 1 or 2, I'd understand your argument. Maybe there is some. Can I finish?
Collateral damage.
I can understand your argument that maybe some Ukrainians were using them as defensive positions. Maybe that's true.
Okay.
But when it's in the what you thought was 1,500 and you're calling that just war? Really?
Bro, I don't look at the
It's
numbers
war.
all day.
It's
I'm
just
gonna be
war.
honest. I've known they've been dropping a lot of bombs.
Comrade, it is just war, comrade.
Do you know how many churches there is? Like, you could just look at like a 40-minute video of people driving on a street. They'll pass by so many churches, monasteries, small little prayer booths.
Not
So-
anymore. Not anymore, I guess.
No, because it's only 750.
Just only. The Christian says only 750.
What is that
Once
percentage?
again,
What is that
you're being
percentage?
disingenuous because it's not 35,000 that's under target. You're being disingenuous. This is like me saying, "Oh, Ukraine's only attacked this part of Russia, but look at Eastern Russia." That's such a disingenuous thing to say because Eastern Russia is not under attack. Western Ukraine is not under attack. It's just a disingenuous thing. But I'm glad you're a Christian. No. I got it. Russians are so pro-Islam now that now their Christians are saying fuck those
When am I
churches.
pro-Islam?
No, I got it.
When
I
have
got
I
it,
been
Habibi. I got it, Habibi. Alhamdulillah. Fuck those churches, right? It's only 7. You guys heard him. I'm gonna clip it too.
When did I
I'm gonna
say? I even said I don't feel good about
I'm
it.
gonna
This
clip.
dude's
I'm gonna
so
clip him.
autistic. He has to
Great,
write
cool,
his own
cool.
narrative. He needs to
Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna mute you right now. I'm gonna clip that clip perfectly of him and I'm put it on Instagram. The Christian with the cross on him said it's only 750. That's a quote from him. Only 750. It's not like it's 1,000. It's not like it's 1,500. It's only 750. That's the words of a Christian. A Christian said that. That's
the
crazy.
percentage. That's the percentage.
Yeah, fuck those churches. Am I right?
When did I say fuck the churches?
Oh, right.
This
You
dude's in
you said it was only 750, and then he tries to minimize the percentage. He's minimizing. Just hold on. I have to get this out. He's minimizing the percentage by dividing it by 35,000 when he knows that's disingenuous because that's not even the parts that would be bombed. I wonder if when Jesus comes, right, in the second coming, I wonder if he'll look at Jesus and say, when Jesus is like, what do you mean by only 750 churches? I wonder what he'll have to say about that. That's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's insane. That's crazy, dude. That's wild. Anyways, hey, God bless you.
America, America is the holy land. I pledge my allegiance to the flag. I love America is the holy land. The shuttle walks round, and I love the U.S.
Nice.
The dumb answer.
Nice.
Like, don't ask me no dumbass question. Like, obviously, this Tupac. Like,
Who's Tupac?
Biggie.
Biggie is Tupac, or you're saying who's better?
Nah, I'm saying Biggie's Tupac.
Biggie is Tupac. I don't know what you mean by that.
Because you asked me who's Tupac.
Well, I didn't. What? You're saying? Maybe I'm tripping right now, but it sounds like you're saying Biggie and Tupac are the same person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What?
Because a bitch asked me a dumb question.
Why would Biggie and Tupac be the same person?
Because she asked me a dumb question. I had to tell her a dumb answer.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I was about to say maybe it's because maybe it's because you're like super young and you don't remember. You weren't alive for it.
Nah, hell no. I know about all that shit.
I don't think you do.
I do. It's not about what you think. It's about what I know and about what you know. You worried
What
about the
what
wrong
year?
shit.
What year did Tupac die?
Shit, probably like 19 something.
Wow. What year did Biggie die?
I don't fucking know.
What was
I
Biggie's
ain't-
real name?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know so much. I asked you the most basic questions ever.
Not like dead ass. I know a lot, but not about rappers, dog. Like I don't
You said
really
about
get
that. You said about Tupac and Biggie. That's what you
into- Oh, I
said.
thought you was talking about everything. Like I don't know shit, but I know
Well,
a lot.
that would be included in everything.
Hell yeah. Should I know enough to know that them niggas sold they sold?
You have a poster of Tupac. You don't know anything about him.
I know a lot. I know that nigga Tupac signed a toilet paper deal in jail.
What's your favorite song from Tupac?
Shit, I like fucking Dear Mama.
That's a good
Oh,
song.
God.
It's a good
Real
song.
shit.
It's the best one, but it's a good one. Wow. Oh my gosh. This guy's a cool ass room.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You know who said that? Who got famous for saying, "Oh my god"?
I don't. Who?
Famous guy. He's a Scientologist. That should give it away.
Tom Cruise.
Nope.
What's that fucking dude's name? John Travolta.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's right. Now I hear it. Now that I know who we're supposed to be listening to, I hear it now.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, keep on doing the little.
I'm really your brother. I see that flag on your wall.
Which one? America, Iran, Israel?
Oh. You know which. Well, I mean, it might as well be a fucking America, I guess.
You think Israel and America are the same?
See, you knew what I was talking about from the get-go.
No, I didn't. I added it because you just said what you said, so I'm smart enough to understand context.
Yeah, so you know.
Okay, why do you think that?
Look at it.
Are you okay?
I want to be completely candid with you. All right, you might not take me serious because I have fucking really expensive action figures in front of me, and I'm fixing to.
They're not that expensive.
These are, yeah.
No, they're not.
How much do you think they are?
Unless it's $50,000, I'm gonna say it's not that expensive.
Oh well, I mean for an action figure.
Oh, for an action figure. Okay, I would say for an action figure, expensive would be, I don't know. Are they just made of plastic? What are they made of?
Yeah, but they're
I think
$400.
how much?
$400.
You spent $400 on a piece of plastic?
Oh hell, fucking no.
Oh, okay.
They accumulate value, bro.
How much did you spend on it?
This was 130.
That's how much you spent on it, right? Okay. Stupid.
How much was the Broly on? Because he was on sale. They're doing 170.
So you spend $170, and how long does it take to go from $170 to $400 value?
Well, this is a custom, so very quickly.
Okay, I would say that's a really good investment then.
Yeah.
Now, if it didn't have that investment, then I would say you're stupid for spending that much on a piece of plastic. But if you truly can, in less than a year, have a almost triple return, yeah, I'd say that's pretty good.
Anything that doesn't accumulate value, that's retarded.
Well, yeah, I'd see a lot of things in your room that doesn't accumulate value. I think it's okay to have that.
Hey, there's paper on my wall that accumulated value.
It's awesome. So when are you going to get your ROI?
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
I don't
You want a business talk? Talk about my.
I don't know if that's that business. I think that's a pretty basic term. Anyways.
Pretty basic term. Ask your average American what their ROI is. Dude, speaking of, ask your average American who beat the Nazis in World War II. That'll
Well,
give you.
I think the average American adult probably can answer that question, but if you're talking about all Americans, no, I think they're probably stupid. Okay, well let me rephrase. I don't hang out with people that couldn't answer those questions.
What?
I don't hang out or around those people that can't answer those basic questions.
Yeah, that's like 89% of fucking adults, dude.
Okay. Well, you are who you hang around with, so
I don't hang around anybody.
awesome, man. Anyways, are you like a Reddit mod?
No.
All right. Anyways, so did you want to talk about the whole Israel America thing, or were you just like, yeah, not really?
Finish. Anyways, you just like went on a tangent and started bitching, which is crazy. Like most adults on here are like drunk, talking about stupid shit. They don't even really want to talk about politics. Which really, if you like politics, you're retarded.
Okay.
If you
So is that a no? I don't.
okay, sure. For instance, you can go on here or in public, you can say, "Hey, is white privilege real?" And people are like, "Yeah, it's real." And then I can just disprove what white privilege is and show that there's Jewish privilege.
Okay.
For instance, I can go out, talk very bad about white people, even make flyers and say that white men are pedophiles, all sorts of shit. Post them around my town and everything's okay. If I go into the Talmud and I go and I get all the worst things of what Jews believe and I make flyers out of it and I go post it around town, I'll get called anti-Semitic and get fucking charged with a hate crime. Okay?
You wouldn't get charged with a hate crime.
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You know, it has to be in violation of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And for that to be a violation, it has to go beyond just speech or flyers. You would have to do something on top of those speech and flyers for you to get charged with that. Now, as for getting called anti-Semitic, yes, the court of public opinion is allowed to do whatever they want. Like, if you were in my neighborhood and I saw you calling white people pedophiles, I would call you a piece of shit and a liar. But that's not the same thing. That's just freedom of speech. You have the right to say that. And also, that doesn't even make any sense, dude. People say Jews and Talmud this and Talmud that all the fucking time. What are you talking about? If it got you charged with a hate crime, then like 95% of X would have been charged with a hate crime, at least those that are in America. And none of them have. That's just, what are you talking about, dude? What town do you live in? What the fuck? What's wrong with your town?
Look, saying everything's like Britain and you can get charged with saying something. Well, I could get charged with saying something crazy online anyways.
In America?
Yes, in America.
No, you can't. I mean, if you're threatening like violence or something, yeah, you could. But if you're just saying like Jews are pedophiles, no, you could say that. I just said it right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you could say it right now, but say it in a group setting.
Dude, people do that all the time. What are you talking about? People have done that. They don't get charged with hate crimes.
Yes, they do.
Can you just give me one person?
One person? All right,
And can you tell me why nobody on all of X and Instagram and TikTok and all of that? Oh, he ran away. Okay. Hello.
What's going on?
Not much.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
What do you debate? We tagged on debate. What do you debate?
I am willing to debate almost any topic. Really, probably anything.
Okay, PBJ or grilled cheese?
Or grilled cheese. I'm going to be honest, and I don't want to be pedantic, but it depends on the weather.
Dude, you're being super pedantic.
I'm sorry. I know.
All right. Your favorite weather, 70 degrees, no wind, just normal day.
No, well, we won't even call it that. I'm going to go with a grilled cheese.
All right, good. All right, we're on the same page. All right. Well, I mean, obviously, the Israeli flag, everyone wants to debate that. Do you have an opinion on Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily like pro either stance.
We don't have to debate that if you don't really have much of a thought.
I'm not super big into. I know that's really one of the.
Yeah, everyone likes it. I'm right wing. Are you left wing?
I'm right wing.
Okay, that's probably not going to help then. Do you believe any of the Charlie Kirk conspiracies, or you more believe the narrative? Obviously, there's still a lot of evidence to come out, but
I am more convinced. So, have you seen the Andrew Wilson Candace Owens debate?
Oh, yeah, I'm friends with Andrew Wilson. I helped him prepare for that debate, actually.
Really? Actually, okay,
Yeah.
that's crazy to know. I would side with Andrew Wilson. I'm not convinced there is any evidence so far outside of the state's position, which would,
I think you and I are pretty much on the same page, dude.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you an Orthodox Christian?
No, I was baptized as a Catholic, but now I consider myself to be what's called a Noahide, which I know a lot of people don't know what that is. But I believe in God and I follow the 7 laws of Noah, but I don't particularly have like a lot of religious practices, if you will.
Okay, gotcha. I can appreciate it.
I do defend Christians a lot, though, because I do see Christians as a very lovely group and a net positive on the world. And I do debate against Islam a lot. That's probably one of my biggest topics. And naturally, they have such a hatred for Christians. So naturally, that comes up.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, absolutely. Can I ask you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
You're good.
Can I ask you your name? I won't even, if you're famous or anything, I'll look at it later. I don't.
Yeah, my name's Nick Matau. Here, I'll type it in.
Matau.
Yeah, you could Google me. It's.
I think I've heard your name before, Matau.
Maybe, yeah.
Just paste it down over here. So what work do you do primarily in the? I'm assuming you're in the industry of entertainment.
Well, actually, I'm an engineer. I was in the U.S. Navy for 12 years as a nuclear engineer, and now I do
service.
Thanks.
First and foremost. Yeah, absolutely.
Now I do engineering inspections, and I kind of make my own schedule. I'm my own boss. But when it comes to entertainment, if you will, yes, I am a content creator, and I mostly am known for debates. I recently had more of a blow up about 6 months ago because I debated Sneeko, and it went really viral because I destroyed him. And then I debated Myron Gaines and destroyed him too, and other people who've come up. And Andrew Wilson also kind of helped push me a little bit because he's not obviously a Zionist, but he like multiple times. But there was like one clip he did where he said like, this Nick Matau guy, I've been following him very closely. He's probably going to be the biggest like kind of pro-Israel debater in the world. He's like, obviously we don't agree with everything, but in terms of just like the art of debate, he said he appreciated that and stuff like that. It just kind of propelled me because I was only on like TikTok really, and that's when I started on my YouTube, and now I'm at about, I don't know, where am I at, you guys, on YouTube? I'm live right now on YouTube. I think I'm at 85,000, I think.
Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations. That's awesome. That's a wonderful achievement. I aspire to be in that field at some point. I'm I shouldn't say big. I'm a fan of Dyer and Wilson and Jim Bob in that field.
It makes sense. You're an Orthodox Christian, yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Me and Dyer have this, I don't know, like when it comes to the Candace Owens things, he's liked and been in my X comments, like liking it, but he also, I'm sure, doesn't like me.
Okay.
Because of the Israel stuff. I think we were supposed to debate actually, and then Modern Day Debates was supposed to set up a debate between me and him, but then he said no because he was like quasi-retired, but now he's debating again, so yeah. I don't know why he said no to me. Maybe it'll come up again, but then someone was in my comments saying that he said he does want to debate me, so I don't know. It'll happen maybe one day.
Yeah, that's one thing, and I know one thing I've heard about that is that it was a joke, but I don't, I'm not. From what I can tell, it didn't seem like a joke. It seemed like maybe he was serious, and then maybe from the traction that it brought, he's actually like, this is probably not the best idea, especially now. I mean, there's a lot of great debaters uprising, and whether or not I agree with you on things like Israel or not, I would be willing to admit if Andrew Wilson says you're a good debater, I would hope, I would assume you're pretty good.
Yeah, no, Andrew Wilson is we don't agree on, I mean, other than like we're both right wing, we don't agree on a lot of stuff, to be honest, but
right.
But yeah, I respect that he pushes a lot for the truth, even if it doesn't always go with things. Like me and him were texting the other day, and he was telling me, it was after the debate with Candace Owens. I said, hey, great job. You nailed her on the things that were actually about the claims, and the things they're nailing you on are things that had nothing to do with the claims. So the 7 charges, like, okay, fuck off. And so I told him good job, and he was like texting me, and he said, he's just like, I can't say this publicly because I don't really have proof of it, but he's like, I feel like this stuff, not that he's afraid to say it publicly, he would, he just doesn't have proof of it, but he's like, I really feel like the Charlie Kirk stuff is just anti-Israel sentiment, and they're just using it as a crux to push. And I told him, I texted him, I was like, I really appreciate how, because even though you're not pro-Israel, you're not somebody who automatically goes a direction just because it's anti-Israel. And he texted me, he's like, yeah, that's how I am. I don't really care to automatically do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think that I've kind of had to explain. I mean, there's a lot of nuance to the fact that I really, actually, to be honest, there isn't that much nuance. I think people view it as if there is a lot, but from what I can tell, I mean, from the people I've talked to, my mother is a very big Candace Owens fan, by the way.
It's always moms. It's like so many moms, dude. It's like
really
90% of her base.
It's a thing. It's weird. It's really funny, but they're very into her. And one thing that I've noticed is no matter what, the people that side with her, I shouldn't say no matter what. That's a pretty steep thing. For the most part, the people that I've talked to that side with her are big on the anti-Israel. And don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-Israel, but I think I would agree with Andrew Wilson. And I know he even didn't even say it, but in the debate, I should say, but he made it very apparent that all we can really do as far as evidence goes is take what we have from the state so far, and when people reach outside of that, I mean, it's a lot of the times it's
okay to question things, but yeah, when you're doing it to push a narrative, that's the difference. And I'm with Andrew. Everyone was like harping on him. It's like, oh, he only said 75 to 85%. I'm like, that's correct, because there's still more information to come out. I'd be more than glad if there's information that came out that wasn't like Candace conspiracy, but legitimate information that made it seem like not even Patsy or Israel, Mossad, Egyptian planes. I'm just saying like that maybe he wasn't the guy. I would say it. But as of right now, everything is pointing that direction. I mean, there is a lot of evidence against him. The only way it would not be Tyler Robinson at this point is if people were literally forging fake evidence, which would be insane. You know how much like
including himself?
Well, we have text messages of him and also testimony of him literally admitting to it. So there would need to be so many people that would have to be involved in lying this big conspiracy. And that's just like, that's insane. That's like, that is super insane. And it's like, this guy was a patsy, whether you think Mossad, CIA, French Legionnaires, Mormons. That's what Candace has also said, is like this Mormon mafia. Excuse me. Why wouldn't they just take him out? Why wouldn't they just have him be the patsy and then kill him? You know what I mean? Like, why would they have him survive? Yeah, it's all insane.
It's and I kind of rambled, but to kind of cut it short, it really is, as far as everything goes, outside of what we can take from the state, it turns into speculation. And so we can speculate all we want. And of course, especially if you have this worldview that already funds these narratives that are anti, whether it be Israel or not,
or anti-Western
or not.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Very easily do you see the speculation follow with the worldview, and then of course all these things are going to fit into place if you presuppose your worldview within all of these things. It's I think that's one thing, and I don't agree with Andrew on all things. I'm very skeptical of the Tyler Robinson case. I'm not to say that it is.
Right.
I would even say lower. I'm like 50-50. I'm not.
Right,
I really don't know.
But that's okay. You're not pushing a narrative. You're not like conspiracy. You're just kind of like, hey, there are some weird things out there, and you stop there. I think that's fine. But no, I mean, I think you sound very nuanced. You sound very intelligent. So I have no doubt if you continue with social media and you actually put like an effort to it, I'm sure you would definitely grow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've reposted clips and stuff, but I want to find something that I can actually do. I don't debate often, but I try to.
The most important thing is to find like the niche, right? Because there's some people they talk about so many things that it's hard to, especially early on. Once you grow, then I guess you can expand. But early on, people follow people because of that niche. So for me, the reason I'm not Jewish. The reason I even got into like arguing for Israel was actually, it wasn't even October 7th. It was actually like 5.5 years ago when Hamas launched like the 5,000 rockets into Israel. And I don't think Israel's perfect, but I find it very interesting that the people that hate Israel are also the same people that want to subvert the West. And so the reason I actually got into it was it wasn't even coming out with being pro-Israel. I was making fun of leftists because I remember on TikTok, again, this is 2021, everyone came out and they were like removing BLM and putting like Free Palestine in their bio. And I made a video essentially like, oh, what'd you guys find your like trend of the week? You don't give a shit. You're just virtue signaling. And like I went to bed and I remember waking up the next day, I went relatively viral and a lot of hate comments. Most of the people that just thought I was Jewish. I'm like, I'm Italian, Italians, Jews are similar, I guess, but like, I'm not Jewish. And it was just like Hitler this, Hitler that. And I was just kind of like conspiracy this, conspiracy that. And I was just like, this is insane. And so I started to do my research and then I found a lot of the narrative against Israel that even maybe I might have believed or just thought might have been true. Turns out it wasn't actually true at all, or it was a lot of context that was missing. And a lot of it was just honestly pushed by Muslims, just to be honest. And they make up a quarter of the whole world. So that's when I came out I just started learning more and more. And then next thing I know, I'm waking up and I'm just still defending Israel. And it's like, and don't get me wrong, I'm proud to do it. And I'm glad I do. And I'm glad I know so much now. But it's just like, if you would have asked me 6 years ago, if I would have been like some guy, defending Israel, I would have been like, what?
Right. No, yeah. I think, well, and this is where I really appreciate, and I don't think, this is one thing that I've kind of noticed, and I think maybe it has something to do with YouTube, but they don't talk about the Israeli stuff as much, at least Andrew Wilson. At least I haven't seen it. I know he has done debates around.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. YouTube is a little different. That's true.
I think I very much agree with him in literally everything excluding the narrative. What do we have against Israel outside of, and this is not his words. I'm kind of just.
I think Andrew Wilson's anti-Israel stuff, which is why it doesn't particularly bother me as much, although I don't agree with his ideology on Israel. He finds it to be like evil, but I think it comes more from just he's like, listen, I'm Christian and I find anything that pulls away from Christianity to be evil. I think that's a little bit of an extreme, but I don't, who am I to, okay, fine. It's not like he comes from this place of like conspiracy or like insane, like, oh, it's a genocide and blah, blah, blah. He's just kind of a guy. It's like, listen, I'm Christian. I want to push that. If you're not, then I don't. And that's fine. I disagree with him, and I would debate him on it. He doesn't want to debate me on Israel. He's been asked. He's like, nah, Nick would destroy me in that debate. It's a funny thing, but it's not. Andrew's not somebody that goes beyond just like, oh, I only hate Israel because of this stuff. And then when you keep talking to them, all of a sudden these conspiracies and all this shit comes in, and it's like everything is Israel, and it's like gets to a point where I just like roll my eyes. Like, not everything has to be Israel. And Andrew Wilson doesn't. He doesn't really come from that position, so I don't particularly care. I'm not here to attack Christians. I find Christianity to be a crux of the West, and I'm here to defend the West. So naturally, even though I'm not a Christian, I'm Noahide, I will defend Christians. So if somebody comes from a place of like, look, I'm just not pro-Israel because I see it from at least my denomination of Christianity, and that's it, they don't do anything other than that, okay, that's fine.
Right. Yeah, no, you actually stole the words right out of my mouth. It's just, it's simply that he does not accept the narrative of anti-Israel. Literally, Israel is involved in every inconvenience within society, because we have disagreements with certain things. I very much appreciate the fact that his core belief, like you mentioned yourself, is really it's anything that pulls away from Christianity. And I think that's the thing that I align with the most, is like, whether I agree with Israel or Palestine in the war or not, I don't think that really matters to the fact that if I support what is something that is antithetical to my worldview, then I don't know, then I'm betraying my view, I guess.
I think maybe you should probably, that might be your niche, maybe Orthodox Christianity or just Christianity in general, or debating against those that you see to be enemies of that or whatever. Maybe that'll be your niche if you want to. I mean, that's a debate that'll never go away, especially with Muslims and Christians, because there's really not that many Jews in the world. So Muslims and Christians, that's going to be a debate forever. Like Israel, Palestine, I'm sure one day it'll kind of drop down in the news again, and then it'll come back up and it'll drop down. But the debate on religion, that's not going away, and it seems important to you. So,
well, and one thing, this is kind of the reason that I try to stray away from the Orthodox debate, is because I'm an inquirer. I'm not a baptized. I'm not even a catechumen yet. I've been going to church for roughly a year now, but I am not even a catechumen.
Right.
So I definitely try to steer clear from the intense theological debate, but I do think that there can be a way for me to enter into the field of defending the Christian worldview without...
I would say start off defending Western ideology, which will naturally incorporate Christianity. And in that time, obviously, you're going to learn more and more. You're going to read the Bible. You're going to become an expert at it. Also, I would recommend reading the Quran, Hadith, and starting to, when I say get into the debate, I don't mean by like this time next week. I mean years from now.
Yeah.
And I would get into that and having that understanding. And I'm sure you probably already do a little bit because you watch people like Dyer. Do you watch people like God Logic and AP and IP?
Prior to coming into Orthodoxy roughly a year or so ago, I was inquiring Roman Catholicism because I had had a TikTok debate with a Catholic and had been questioning a lot. Ran into Sam Shamoun.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm very familiar with his debates. I'm not very well versed. I couldn't cite surahs of the Quran, but I definitely understand to an extent the Muslim world. Like my questions always to Muslims, I actually talk to a lot of Muslims on here, especially in the debate tag. My first questions are like, are you Sunni or Shia? And then what Aqidah? I've heard Sam Shamoun say that a lot. And it's, what school of Islam, what school of thought? And a lot of the times they just skip me after that. It's like you ask them that and they don't even want to talk.
Yeah, they don't know.
No clue.
Yeah. Sam
I would like to get
Shamoun.
more versed. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
know who David Wood is?
Yeah, I do. I know him and Dyer are having that debate soon.
Yeah, they are. They're actually going to be debating at DebateCon, which I'm also going to be at, and I'm going to be debating someone named History Speaks. So that's going to be the first time because me and Andrew have talked, but we have never met him in person. So that'll be the first time I will meet him, because I assume he'll probably be at that. And also,
that's awesome.
Also, David Wood. I've been on his show with AP. I've met AP in real life. We've met a couple times, I think, actually, but I haven't had a chance to meet David yet either.
That's so cool. It's
Sam
in Florida,
Shamoun. Yeah, it's gonna be in Orlando. So yeah, if you're there, I'll see you there. But
I wish, man. I live very far. It's my birthday. It's happening on my birthday. I wish I could.
Oh, really? Sam Shamoun. He saw me. I was at AmFest and I was doing a panel and I was debating. And I guess Sam, I didn't know. He went up to my buddy. His name's Moderate Case. He's also great to follow if you want to. He was standing watching, and Sam Shamoun went up to Moderate. And he's like, "Who's this guy speaking?" He's like, "Oh, this is my buddy Nick Matau." And Sam Shamoun's not going to necessarily agree with me, obviously, especially since he started pushing more towards Catholicism. And I think he's gone off the deep end a little bit, but that's neither here nor there, especially when it comes to Zionism. And he's like, maybe I'll go up to the mic and debate him. And Moderate was like, you should actually don't go too hard, because Nick is actually someone with a lot of nuanced opinions. He's very smart, and he didn't end up going up to the mic. I would have loved to debate Sam Shamoun, but
yeah,
maybe one day.
He's very well, and I know him and Dyer had a fallout, and I'm more familiar with Dyer's work because I went in, the very famous Fresh and Fit podcast that was done with Shamoun and Dyer.
Yeah.
Against yeah. So that debate itself brought me into Dyer's work, which brought me into Orthodoxy. And in that, I kind of, I shouldn't say stopped watching Shamoun's work, but I didn't watch it nearly as much as I was watching or listening to Dyer's work and other people in the field. or even reading the books recommended by such.
Yeah, lately, if you look at the past like 4 to 6 months, Sam, I don't know. He's starting to feel. I'm not saying he is. I'm just starting to feel like he's a little bit of a plant. He just seems to keep having problems with every Christian, and he goes out and attacks them. And it's like, dude.
Well, actually, it's really funny you mentioned that. I was just going to bring up. So him and Dyer had that falling out, but I believe recently on one of Dyer's lives, they reconciled and they had like an hour
Really?
and 30-minute debate with Muslims.
That's good. That's good. I even though I don't agree at all with Sam, I think he's absolutely gone off the deep end.
agree.
I'm always going, even with anti-Israel people, I'm never going to agree with them on that, but I think Islam is legitimately invading the West, and if we don't wake up and we start infighting and fighting against the Jews and Israel and this and that and other Christians, Islam is going to take advantage of that. So I'm glad to hear that. I hope that continues.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
All right,
and I
man.
think. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead and finish. I was going to say I'm going to move on, but
No
go ahead.
worries. Yeah, I was just going to say, well, and I think it's important. One thing I think people in these spheres like to point out is that, we are not ecumenist. We are exclusivist in our views. And so we wouldn't say they're correct in entirety, but I don't think any of these people in these fields, Wilson, Dyer, even Shamoon or anyone, would be quick to deny the beauty and the good that is propagated from things outside of even Orthodoxy or Catholicism or even Protestantism, outside of Christianity itself. There have been good things that have come. So I think they're willing to account for that, but
Sure.
that doesn't make the view right. That's it, man.
All right, brother. Well, it was really nice meeting you. What's your name?
William.
William. Well, it's nice meeting you, William. I hope to see you in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, brother.
God
Have
bless,
a good
man.
one.
Stay
God
safe.
bless.
You too. Bye.
All right, let me catch up with some super chats because I haven't read any of them. Okay, Dragon. Well, I did read Dragons actually. Crimson, I did read that one actually. Crimson also says he is on Paramount Tactical Stream. Andrew will debate you on if Christians should support Israel. He said geopolitics though is something you would be better at than him. I want to just say yes, just so I can like have the debate. I think it would be nice, but like I don't. It's just, how could I debate him on it? I'm not a Christian. Like it'd just be like a guy who's a Christian, and me being like, okay. Like I'd bring up Romans and stuff like that. I'm sure he has an answer for that, and I just, in the end, I'd be like, all right. Like it's just not something I care about. I want people to. I want Christians to support Israel because I want people to support Israel. But I don't. I'm not in the business of arguing why Christians support Israel from their theology, right? Could I make an argument for that? Yes, but do I care that much? Not really. I just think people should support Israel. But if the debate is, should Christians specifically support Israel? Again, I just think people should support Israel. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'll talk to Andrew about it. Why does it matter? Eliza says, do you play Valheim, Minecraft, or other RPGs? I do not. Sorry. Crimson says, this will age like fine wine for Andrew. It will age like milk for Candace. 100% true. After watching it again for the third time, Candace looked worse and worse each time. Yes, it's going to age really well for Andrew. Christian18137 says, Steven Crowder goes into detail of her past. Okay. Abstract YT says, I was on TikTok in the debate rooms. They laughed constantly. It was demoralizing. It's sad to say, but she has made him die in vain. The left really won from this. True. McFly says, Nick, what is your opinion on the U.S. strengthening relations with India, which is one of the few democracies in Southeast Asia? They are better than Pakistan. I love India. We should absolutely. 100%. Chaim says, Candace ruins everything. She's truly a Palestinian. Popo says, Andrew Wilson wants to debate Christian Zionism with you. Okay, I'll talk with Andrew. The Real Sal says there's like 800 to 1,800 dudes that's special ops. Yeah. The Real Sal says in the Israel army, not the U.S. Yep, got it. Donnie says, Donnie Golan says, you always need the engineer corps SOF for the tunnels to do surgical operations. Ain't fun being in these tunnels. The Real Sal says that fly is the Palestine News Network. You're fucking stupid. Atai says, Nick, I use a neon Nazi, that purple light that attracts flies and bugs, which electrifies them. Oh, that's smart. Is it actually called neon Nazi, or is that just a joke? And it might look cool, like a nice little purple light in the background. Purple light bug zapper. Indoors. You guys think I could do that over here? Maybe over there? I'll look into that. I already read this $100 super chat. Thank you again, Lily A. I really appreciate that. And of course, I'm here to support Iran. Dirk says, this reminds me of flat earth arguments. Nothing is falsifiable because the conspiracy grows to keep up with the evidence. That Canadian Zionists, LOL. Why does Ali sound like Badger from Breaking Bad? Also, they share the same brain cell. Real Sal says, I think it was hot today where I live. Maybe, possibly, but I don't know. I haven't touched grass yet. Probably tomorrow I'll try. I'll do better. Real Sal says, I'm sorry to think Mustafa was sent here from PNN to punk you. He's either the lowest IQ guy on Earth or mastered the art of gaslighting. Abstract says, everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points. May God have mercy on your soul. Sammy says, with a month membership, I appreciate that, Sammy. Nick, I'd recommend you get a laser and point it at the flies while sitting. They will probably lose their maneuverability and be an easier catch. It's just so fucking frustrating because it's like, I know it's the lights because they're attracted by two things. Food, which I don't have fucking food in here. I mean, the most I have is, I guess I'll have a Coke can, but I throw it away. It's not like it stays here. There's no food. Or lights. But I have to have the lights, because if I don't have the lights, I'm going to look like this. Wait, hold on. I have 3 lights. You know, kind of dark. Oh, wait, no, this light's still not... There we go. And there's also that light over there, technically. This is what I'll look like, you see? I need the lights. Whatever. It's also because it's fucking summer, dude. It's always summer. Summertime, these stupid little bugs, dude. They're so annoying. That's why I'm yelling at everyone. It's actually the bugs. I don't know why Nick keeps talking to these low IQ people. Giannis says, see how these America First people use a Chinese app from the same country that put a spy balloon 3 years ago? The Real Sal says, LOL, Israel didn't even lose any planes in the 12-day war, and this war, it would have been better if we allowed Israel to do what they wanted. Facts. Uzi says, Am Yisrael Chai, okay, that's Greek. I don't even know what that means. That Am Yisrael Chai in Greek. I don't know. Abstract, so nice of Russia to only attack 750. Thanks for the membership, Tangled. Abstract says, I'm Orthodox Christian as well, and I think other Orthodox are scared to say anything good about Israel. I have a hard time in Ortho circles for being pro-Israel. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Bar David says, Nick, in Jewish tradition, truly wicked people may go through kafhakela, where the soul wanders without rest as punishment. It's somewhat like a limbo. It's somewhat like a limbo for souls, though not exactly the same. You know what, Bar? I've actually heard about that. I didn't remember the name, but another Jewish guy told me about that, and he said the punishment itself is that wandering. Yeah, I've heard about that. Old Mean Lady says, I super chatted Paramount today and asked Wilson to debate you and change his mind. He said he would debate you on Christian obligation to support Israel. Okay. All right, when I go back to the normal chat, I'll ask you guys again, because I'm sure you guys are already typing stuff, but I don't see it. Gila says, what you think of my latest theory? Israel's intentionally having very bad PR because we know that we are on the right side of truth. Sooner or later, amazing people like you had to rise and go viral. Appreciate that. Whipster says he's like a baby Mattel. Will your bean to debate Christians? He needs to learn his history, I think is what it's supposed to say. Yeah, I agree. Oh, shit, what the fuck? There we go. Gila says 2 parts, part 2 of the last super chat, and the best PR comes from the people. Nobody would believe Israel anyway, so why waste resources? Keep it up, Melech. Toda rabba. Let's see. Whipster says, are you apprehensive about turning 40 more than 30? Okay, well, I've already turned 30, and I didn't really care. When I turn 40, I'm probably not going to care. Age is a mindset. And no, I don't mean that in like a Muhammad Aisha way. I just mean I feel better as a 34-year-old than I have in my whole life, honestly. Now, does my body feel better? No, that I felt better in my early 20s. My knees hurt and shit because I have a torn ACL, but I'm talking about in terms of like where I feel in life and my mindset and my logic and the thinking that I do. Danny Golan says a way to turn commies. LOL. Interesting clinical research. Testosterone administration induces a red shift in Democrats. That's hilarious. Rich as fuck says Shabbat Shalom to you and Donnie from Australia. Shabbat Shalom. Ali and Alex, thanks for the super chat. Johnny, do you like South Park? I used to. I don't like when South Park gets too political in one direction. I like when they shit on my side, their side, all sides, and they used to do that very well. Now it feels like they kind of still do that a little bit, but it's mostly just shitting on the right. And it's not coming from a place of offense. I would get just as mad if they only shit on the left too. That's what made South Park great, was that they just shit on everyone. Nobody was safe. Like their Charlie Kirk episode, I thought was fucking hilarious. And Charlie did too. Will.i.am, thanks for the convo. God bless. And Jim says, make a 2-liter soda bottle fruit fly trap. Works great. Okay, I'll look into it. All right, I'm back on the normal chat. What do you guys think? Andrew Wilson. Listen, I just think that the debate would be boring. Because this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I think Christians should support them because I think people should just support Israel, period. And I'm going to say, it's a secular country. You know what I mean? He's going to want to argue, I don't really know, but because I saw a little bit of his debate with Dinesh and also with AP, but like, he's going to argue his beliefs and I'm not going to care. Like if I was a Protestant, then I feel like I could debate him. I'm like, well, this is why this Christian thought is actually correct. But me, I'm just going to be like, okay, I seen him debate this and he was just asking why the whole time. Yeah, I just think it'll be really boring because he's going to probably look at me and be like, okay, fair enough. But, you know, the debate's about Christianity. And I'm going to be like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? So it's just like, and I'm sure he actually, if I tell him, I'm going to talk to him and he's going to be like, yeah, that's true. I'm sure he would agree. Ilanit says, I have a passion that I use from bugs in a plastic container. I add white vinegar to a warm water with baking soda and a drop of dish soap. It works great. P.S. I love you and your beautiful wifey. Thank you. I did put like in this cup, it was apple cider vinegar with a little drop of dish soap and it did work pretty well, but maybe that'll work better actually. White vinegar, warm water, baking soda. It's just annoying because it feels like there's always just one more and I'll fucking get it because I'm a master. And then all of a sudden one more just shows up and I have no idea where the fuck it's coming from. Like I looked all around here thinking like there's got to be this fucking source. And I Googled it and it said they don't really make a nest of eggs, but they're attracted to like, I even looked like under little crevices. Like, did I drop a fucking piece of like fucking food down there and just didn't know? Can't find shit, dude. It's clean as fuck. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's literally just, yeah, the drain. I looked into that, but the closest drain is all the way the fuck over there in the bathroom. That's on the other. This is a really big room, you guys. I don't know. It's obviously somewhere. I think it's just the lights because when I'm sitting here, sometimes when I'm editing, I don't turn the lights on. I just sit in the dark. No fruit flies. None. It's really annoying. I think I just need to set the whole house on fire, honestly, and start over. At least it's not roaches like Nick Fuentes live stream. I did see that, you guys. Actually, let's go over some YouTube because there are some clips that you guys didn't see. Did you guys see the clip of Nick Fuentes and the cockroach? It's just fucking annoying, dude, because they like to get in my fucking face sometimes. They crawl. Whatever. All right, I'm gonna try to stop crashing out over stupid flies right now. Yeah, look at this shit.
President, the Joint Chiefs, Tucker Carlson, who visited.
That would fucking freak me out. Like, listen, I don't get like squirmy easily. I don't get freaked out easily, but cockroaches, I fucking hate those things. I used to live in South Carolina, and those cockroaches in South Carolina are like, they're like this fucking big, dude. I remember one time I went outside because we kept getting cockroaches when I lived in South Carolina, and I didn't know why. We had fucking exterminators and shit. It turns out they weren't in the house. Some of them would make their way into the house. They were actually in the drinks. I had a corner house. They were in the sewage drain at the sidewalk by my house. And I remember I took this roach spray and I sprayed in there, just thinking maybe there's 1 or 2. A fucking, literally like 50 of them. I'm not even exaggerating. There was at least 50 started fucking coming out. This was like when I first joined the Navy, because that was the first station. I was in South Carolina. I remember I spent like 30 minutes fucking crushing and spraying, and I was just like, oh my god. After that, I never saw a roach again, but they were just... I have pest control for this house too, and they do a very good job. I'm going to talk to them. They're coming back on in a few days. I'm going to talk to them like, hey, is there like a fucking way to get these goddamn fruit flies? I don't know if pest control can do something with fruit flies. They do a barrier spray all around the house. Trust me, there's no other fucking animals in here. Or pests. All right, 1 second, you guys. Anyways, so yeah, you guys, doesn't look like a roach to you? Are you sure?
Personal relationship with Trump?
I don't know, it's kind of hard to see it.
So did Lindsey Graham.
Hold on, let's start from the beginning.
Son, his vice president, the Joint Chiefs.
Oh, it's a centipede. It's not even a roach. Look at the little... It's hard to see because it's blurry, but yeah, you're right, it's not a roach. Yeah. I know that little fucking curve that those fucking centipedes do, because I also lived in Hawaii. Hawaii had those a lot too. Nah, that's even worse. It's not... Okay, it's worse in the sense that centipedes are freaky, but it's not worse, because cockroaches indicates either a really dirty house, or like what I had in South Carolina, there's just a lot of bugs outside of your house, and they're figuring out their way in. Centipedes, you can have the cleanest house. They'll fucking get in.
Chiefs, Tucker
Oh yeah, good call to the person that said it's not a roach.
Carlson, who
That's right.
visited him 3 times.
Yeah, that's true. It's not a roach. Yeah. Centipedes are cute. Fuck off.
Money. Hold on, not that one. No, that was
No,
decent.
no. That's my favorite one. No soup for
This
Knowles.
right here.
She's my
She's
biggest
awesome.
fan. She's my biggest fan, by the way. She loves me. She told me in DM, she was like, "You are so great, Andrew. You're not a misogynistic prick at all. In fact, you're so nice to women, and I just adore you." And I was like, you shouldn't have no soup for Knowles. That's such a nice thing to say. And she was like, "I know, I'm a really sweet person. I swear I promise that's what happened. You believe me, right?"
100%.
Yeah,
No,
100%.
Britta is great. She definitely doesn't like you, but God bless her.
Brenna is great, actually. Britta. No soup for Knowles. I actually do. I enjoy her a lot. If you don't follow this account, you should. Even she's a great account. If you guys don't follow her. What else we got going on here? Obviously, you guys all
Is he-
follow Milk Bar, but if for some reason you don't follow Milk Bar, you should follow Milk Bar. I love this guy's videos. I pretty much almost never... When ignorant Jews meet an educated one. Nick, please block this Muslim weirdo. Well, unfortunately, I can't block on YouTube because it doesn't allow me to. But I don't think he's Muslim, is he? Does anyone know this Yosef Israel guy? You know what? I'm just gonna let you guys figure it out in the comment section.
Very likely that Tyler Robinson is involved in some way. Is he the only person involved?
And I've been saying that.
You
I
have
think
been
he is
saying
involved.
that. Yes, you have been saying
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Like I've never said I think he's completely innocent. I want you to understand that, by the way. These influencers are calling for the murder of an innocent man. Like I've never said I think he's completely innocent. They have got their guy in.
What the fuck is wrong with her? What?
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors who should be imprisoned for what they put her on. I regularly speak out against
What the fuck is... What is she doing? Wait, you guys don't hear the sound?
Big Pharma.
Yeah, you guys should hear the sound. Oh, now I hear it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus woke up for Fajr prayer. Don't believe me? Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house, and went off to a solitary place where he prayed. More proof he was Muslim. Yes, because Christians would never wake up and pray. Right? Jews would never wake up and pray, right? That would never happen.
It's Big Pharma. I see Candace, she says, obviously she's not guilty. It's Big Pharma. It's Big Pharma? Have you lost your fucking mind?
This guy hates Candace Owens.
I literally cannot even imagine. There are stories of mothers who will lift up a wreckage of a car to save their children trapped underneath. Women will die. Mothers will die for their children. They'll kill to avenge their murdered children. And this psycho holds down her 3 babies, strangles them to death. You're a mother yourself, you sick bitch. You're
Jesus
a mother
Christ.
yourself. What is wrong with you? And she says, obviously she's not guilty. It was Big Pharma. Candace, come back to reality. Come back to God. Come back to earth. What is the matter with you? Could you imagine?
What the fuck is it with people defending Lindsay Clancy? What the fuck is going on right now? I missed some super chats. Oh gosh, I missed a few. Shit. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Bart David says, Nick, look up Siegfried Marcus in Vienna in 1870. This Jewish inventor built one of the earliest documented gasoline-powered road vehicles, years before Ben's 1885-86 car. Oh, nice. Avi says, buy a bug assault for the bug problem. Make a game out of it. No, because I'm going to be shooting my camera with it. How does supporting your outer defense shell, Israel, contradict the idea of being America first? I don't get this left-wing perspective. I would if our ideologies were different, but they're not so. Agreed. Barefoot says, look up catchy. It is the best for fruit flies. Catchy. Okay, I see it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like people say, this is from Sammy, if you're America first, why do you support Israel so much? If I want to be healthy, I will support my immune system as much as I can. Nazir says, you ever cover Destiny versus Finkelstein debate? I have looked at it. It was a long time ago. Weird to see a leftist back Israel. I don't think Destiny's a leftist. In some ways, he feels like one for sure. So I don't know. I take that back, actually. It's really weird. Sometimes Destiny argues against like leftists, but then he acts like one. At 3 hours 23 mark on Paramount Tactical video about Andrew debate. Sigma says, Nick, you have to react to Mishna Petro's trans black journey. It's super funny. Yeah, seriously, what is with this fucking Lindsay? Why are so many people defending her? She strangled her 3 kids. Like I don't get it. She's guilty, but so was everyone around her. I can accept that for sure. I can accept that answer. 1 second, you guys. I gotta take a piss. Look, I'm gonna be real. I'm just not watching it day to day. You know what I mean? So I'm willing to admit that I'm not as educated on Lindsay Clancy on a day-to-day level, but like, it's insane, dude. Again, I can totally understand this idea of like, oh, there's more to it. Other people are guilty of stuff. That's totally fair. I can get that, but like, I don't know. It just seems really fucking crazy to me. Okay. What is going on, dude? Omid Malik? The Republican Party is hosting Omid Malik? Dude, can somebody get somebody fucking get JD Vance out of the running? Like, I don't... I'm gonna make it very clear if anyone's not sure about my stance on JD Vance. But first, let me read. Nazir, another women are restarted moment. Damn you, Andrew. Rich AF says it's not Rich AF. Mo, my name is Rich in AFC Arsenal. Nah, you're rich as fuck, dude. Let's just be real. You're just super rich. Yeah, seriously, JD, why don't you just like fuck off? How about that? I really hope this guy doesn't run, because of course I'm going to want to vote for him over whatever the Democrats put up, especially if it's AOC, right? But like, you're just not what's best for the country. It's like stupid bullshit, like fucking, oh, Omid Malik. Fuck Omid Malik. A fucking wannabe, like, fucking, oh, pro-America guy that's funding all this shit that's anti-American, including funding Tucker Carlson. Like, JD Vance, you don't even try to hide the fact that these Islamists and Islamist sympathizers have your fucking ear. Islamism is the one thing that is absolutely trying to invade the West. And if you, I don't care if you're a Republican or not, if you enable that, you're not on my side. 100%, you are not on my side. And if our fucking next election is JD Vance, Mr. Deep Throat Islamist fucking shittard, and AOC, fuck me, man. Yeah, it should be Rubio and Trump. We love Pakistan Vance. Yeah, fuck you, dude. I was kind of like centered on JD about maybe a year ago. If anyone's been watching my lives that long, maybe not even a year ago, even like maybe 6 months ago. I still definitely chose Rubio. Like, if anyone who asked me, I was like Rubio, but you know, JD, you know, I'm kind of this or that. Not anymore. That guy fucking, you know what it is? I don't trust, to go to Nazir's super chat, Vance called Trump America's Hitler, says a lot. You notice it's all these people that have infiltrated the right who used to be leftists. Candace Owens used to be a leftist. Tucker Carlson used to be left-wing, right? Tucker Carlson never even liked Donald Trump. If not leftists, at least people who are like anti-Trump. JD Vance, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. These people, I don't fucking trust them. How do I look up this Misha Petrov's? Is this on YouTube?
That sandy-headed motherfucker racist.
Oh, girl, you're mad, huh? She blocked me. You were everything to me.
This Caucasus Mountain escapee. Snow glowworm, snow squirrel, snow rat.
You're a cracker. That's why you're wrong.
Why do black people just get to say racist white terms? Just, okay.
Really?
I don't even know who this girl is.
All goddamn black lives.
Then why aren't you fighting for this black life?
He is going to explain to all of you her black experience, and you must respect it.
So as many of you probably know, I recently made a video coming out as trans black, and that video is going viral. Many are reacting to it, arguing about it, and apparently some people have very strong opinions about my racial identity. So today we're going to be reacting to some of these responses. But first, in case you haven't seen the video that started all of this, let me tell you the whole thing. Transracial black women like myself have a more beautiful understanding of blackness than cisracial black women. And that's what I want to talk about today, especially because of all the propaganda nowadays telling black women to hate themselves. Someone that chooses to present as a black woman every single day, that's incredibly beautiful. One of the most common questions I've been asked is, are you planning on getting any medical procedures to help affirm your transracial identity, like melanin replacement therapy, things like that? And the answer is no. Trans black women are black women, regardless of what our bodies look like. I don't need to change my skin color, or my hair, or my makeup, or any other physical characteristics to prove to you that I am black. Saying that I need to pass as black is actually trans race phobia. It is TERF rhetoric. Transracial exclusionary feminism. 1 second. Oh, and by the way, free Palestine. My Starbucks identifies as Duncan. Inshallah. Shabbat Shalom. All that good stuff. So I do want to educate everyone on what it means to be a black woman trapped inside a white woman's body, trapped inside an Asian woman's body, which is what I personally am, which means I am both trans Asian and trans black. Transracial identities are valid. My pronouns, which are currently...
Wait, hold on. Is she racial fluid? Right? Some days is she this and some days she's that? Just like there's, what is it called? Gender fluid?
How are valid. All identities are valid. So if you are here to actually listen and learn, you can stay. But do not call me white. I do not identify with my race assigned at birth. Now on to the reactions.
What in the is going on here? God damn it. I wake up this morning like a dumbass, get on this goddamn app, and this is the shit that I see? What in the is this?
Trans black women are black women.
You know, I didn't have a choice. Violence chose me this morning because you motherfuckers are violent as
Oh my God. Girl, how was your blood pressure? What is this?
And I'm talking to you black women right now. You're not gonna want to hear it. I don't give a I ain't never been the one to say what you wanted to hear. I'm gonna tell you what the you need to hear. Do you think that bitch is on our team?
I'm not on anyone's team. I make fun of the left, I make fun of the right, I make fun of religious people, I make fun of woke ideology, I make fun of extremists of all kinds, girl. I'm not on anyone's team, so you can already drop that talking point. But no, for real, what is this anger? I woke up and chose violence, hey, black women. Chill, girl. Take your Xanny, sit back down.
Do you think that sandy-headed ass motherfucking racist is on our goddamn team? She is not. She could have chose any other mother race.
And I did. This is incredibly trans race phobic. I said I'm also trans Asian. You're not validating my identity right now.
Any other goddamn race. But she chose our race.
And you can't do that. You can't say you're a black woman, but you can say you're a woman if you're a man. You can say you're a man if you're a woman.
She chose to take a stab at black womanhood. You think she's your friend, bitch? She's laughing at you, not with you. And you are so
I mean, I'm laughing at you right now. I gotta be honest.
full of hate you can't even see it. You opened the door for all black women to be mocked.
Why is she being so performative?
By that nasty little cunt. You did this. And the shit don't even make no mother sense.
It doesn't make any sense. You said, that's the point, my dear. Either do the woke transgender people who are saying, well, I'm non-binary, I have no gender, I'm all genders. That doesn't make sense either. And if you take a look at the original video that inspired all this, the Drew F. Wallow thing, you would understand that.
You gonna reduce our race, the struggles of our race like this? This cute? Because you
mean like how a lot of men are reducing the struggles that women have to go through by trying to go into their sports and stuff like that?
Hate trans women.
I don't hate trans women. In fact, many trans women understood the joke. Why are you so upset?
You will kneel and let that bitch stand on your goddamn shoulders so she can reach the throat of a trans woman and cut it. And when I tell you, baby, I know it's some mother mutuals of mine that's in them goddamn dusty comments.
Oh my God, in my own mutual.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. So many people are making fun of Andrew Wilson because he said
the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all
that. I don't know why people are making fun of that. Andrew's right. That actually does happen to bullets. It's called poofing. Look, I'll look it up right now. In the context of firearms ballistics, poofing or poof load refers to a malfunction where a cartridge fires with a significant reduced charge, causing the bullet to get stuck inside the barrel inside it. No, that's not it. Maybe I'm wrong about what it's called. Here it is. If another round fired into the barrel, the bullet struck inside, it creates a massive pressure spike. Nope, that's not it either. Not pooping, poofing. Did I type that? Did I type pooping? Yeah, no, I typed poofing. Pretty sure it's called poofing. That's what I thought. What's it called? There's a word for it. What is it called when a bullet breaks apart midair? Bullet vaporization? That's stupid. Oh yeah, there it is. Shooters also colloquially refer to this as a bullet poofing. Okay, I knew I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Maybe I'm not getting the actual official word. Maybe the official is called spinning apart or bullet vaporization. But yeah, people would. I've been shooting guns since I was little. They call it poofing. Why it happens: centrifugal force, high velocity calibers, combined with a fast barrel twist rate, force the bullet to spin at extreme speeds, sometimes exceeding 150,000 to 300,000 RPM. The jacket failure, this is what he's talking about here. The extreme rotational force overcomes the physical strength of the bullet's thin copper jacket, causing it to literally rip itself apart. Yeah. And Google AI tried to gaslight you? No way. I know. I was like, dude, maybe I'm wrong. I could be, but I'm pretty sure people would call that poofing. But yeah, no, Andrew's right. Is it super common? No, but it's like, all he said is this could have happened, and people like this idiot are like, oh, don't you just hate when this happens? Like, sarcastically. It's like, no, he's literally correct. Whatever, dude. Candace fans suck. Okay, I will say, Candace, or sorry, Erica, she does kind of have some pretty crazy eyes. That being said, if you look at videos of her before her husband was murdered, she had very sweet eyes, so I get it. How is this real? Oh yeah, do you guys see this shit? When you Google, actually, let's do it right now. Let's see if Google fixed it. Let's see what it says. Let's do it real time. I am alone with a black person. Being alone with another person is a normal everyday situation. Race has no bearing on a person's character, intent, or behavior. Yeah, makes sense to me. Let's see what happens when you say white person. Ah, they fixed it. Good. Yes. So before, what it said is this. Well, actually, I don't know if Andrew got it. Yeah, this is what it said before. And by before, I mean earlier today / yesterday. If you put I'm alone with a white person, it said if you feel unsafe or uncomfortable right now, please, do all this stuff. That's good. I'm glad they did fix it, but why was it a thing in the first place? Ask if you're alone with an Israeli? Huh, okay. I am alone with an Israeli person. Okay. Wait, why do you gotta highlight it? What the fuck? I didn't say I feel alone as a Christian. I said I'm alone with a Christian. But, alright. Zionist? Oops. Okay, yeah, it seems like they kind of just fixed it all. Well, good for them. Psych. Dude, X is just straight rage bait.
USS Liberty, the American ship bombed by the...
Is this guy just ever not talk about Israel? This is what, yesterday, 2 days ago? Like, seriously, does he ever not talk about Israel? This is very weird times. Hassan defending Candace. Nick not really defending Ben, but like, being on the same side. That's crazy. We do live in very strange times. Oh, gosh. You guys think I can debate Rabbi Shmuley?
Poisonous reptilian Iran has to fear the Mossad. Just think about this for a moment. When Israel goes in the heart of Tehran and kills Ismail Haniyeh, and I feel really bad for him, because if I had $4 billion, I wish I could have lived longer and bought more hot.
I just how did Rabbi Shmuley get... How did he get so famous? It's just even when I agree with him, I just don't understand. How did he get so famous? I know he was friends with Michael Jackson or something, but I don't know, man. Well, Piers Morgan many times. Yeah. I already Googled I'm alone with the white man. They fixed it. Oh, look at this one. There is an Israeli in my neighborhood. Yeah, I guess they fixed all. What the fuck am I looking at right here? Someone said Mohammed and Aisha. That was okay. That was funny. Dude, look at that chick go. Holy shit. Guess these are some Israeli teens. Dude, fucking look at her go. Oh, wait. Sorry. Holy shit. Dude, Israeli women are fucking another species, man. This military prep course thing. Damn. She fucking... You see her? She was like reaching farther with her shoulder than people do with their hands sometimes. Oh, wow. Junior's getting community noted again? I'm so fucking shocked. Turkey is preparing for war with Israel and transporting weapons to Syria. Community note, Israel struck a Syrian airbase to block what it called a Turkish troop deployment threatening its security. Turkey denies any such plans. Preparation for war with Israel. Okay. Oh, this is actually interesting. I did actually ask this question the other day. So I've done a little digging to see how the Macron versus Owens case is progressing, as it's gone pretty quiet recently. There hasn't been a major development in August, but here's where things currently stand. The latest major development came on July 27th when a Delaware judge heard arguments on Candace Owens' motion to dismiss the case. Why do you want to dismiss the case, Candace? You literally asked them to sue you. Owens' lawyers argue that Delaware is the wrong place for the lawsuit to be heard. Macron's lawyers pushed back by pointing out that Owens operates through companies incorporated in Delaware, which they say were involved in publishing the material at the center of the lawsuit. The judge didn't make a decision there, and instead took the arguments under consideration. So at the moment, the case is essentially waiting on his ruling. There was a minor docket update on August 8th, but nothing indicating that a decision on the motion to dismiss has been made. If the motion is rejected and the case moves forward, that's when things could get particularly interesting, as it potentially opens the door to discovery, depositions, and the production of documents and communications relating to the claims Owens has made about Brigitte Macron. For now, the next big development to watch for is the judge's ruling on whether the case moves forward. Okay. When I put I'm alone with a Christian in Google, if you feel unsafe or uncomfortable, really? Wow, it didn't say that for me. That's insane, dude. That's insane. I'd rather be around 100 Christians than even just fucking one Muslim, to be honest with you. Baby acknowledging her fits natural disposition. Okay, whatever. Look at this. Zionists slithering like snakes to practice for their time in hell. Oh man. Yeah, I remember this from Andrew Wilson. They try to disingenuously clip a part of Andrew Wilson's debate where it made it seem like he was defending SA because he said some women enjoy it. It was super out of context. I remember watching that video. I was like, that's disgusting. And then someone in the comments was like, this is disingenuous and out of context. So I went to go find the full video. It very much was. Andrew Wilson was saying it because it was so ridiculous, because he was attacking, I guess the guy's name is Oliver or whatever. He was attacking his point, not actually agreeing with it. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna get ready to get off here soon. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
Right after I exposed widespread fraud inside 624, aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act. This is the bill that was created after I exposed widespread fraud inside immigrant communities here inside the United States. They created this bill that specifically protects immigration support service providers. That includes, but is not limited to,
so insane. Okay, again, what the fuck is going on here? How does X make their algorithm? Rubio outperforms Vance in a hypothetical 2028 matchups against Newsom, Harris, and AOC. Well, yeah. Duh. What the fuck? Are we fucking cooked, dude? All right, y'all.
This is how we are Legion. We are Legion. We are Legion. We are Legion. We are.
I don't think any 9-year-old ever is okay to have sex with, but the Prophet, the most perfect man in Islam, did.
That would be a claim where for every 9-year-old, then you would have to substantiate why that's individual is not.
Yeah. I can. Okay, fine. So you think that you can't make general claims for like age and growth? Okay. Do you think it's wrong to have sex? Hold up. Pause. Is it wrong to have sex with toddlers? Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Always. It's always wrong, right?
I mean, yeah. No.
Okay. You've just made the same exact general claim that I've made, but you made it for a couple of years younger. How about 5-year-olds? Is it always wrong to have sex with 5-year-olds?
Yes.
Okay. 8-year-olds. Is it always wrong to have sex with 8-year-olds?
I mean, if I'm going to be logically consistent, no.
It's not always wrong to have sex with 8-year-olds.
Like historically, all time. I mean, in today's day and time, for sure.
Okay, so here's the problem: is I think that you qualified your statement and said to be logically consistent. No, it's not always wrong. I think you know that it's always wrong, and that's the problem that I see with Islam. That's the dilemma,
saying, right? Well, I mean, 8 years old, we know like is the low end age typically for someone that could start menstruating.
Okay. Again, how would I pose this?
We need to start like telling them that menstruation shouldn't be the standard. Like, why is that the standard? It's weird.
Today, I go and find a 12-year-old. They've just begun menstruating. I will even bring it back since we're talking about 8-year-olds. I find an 8-year-old. Oh, pause. One second. I found an 8-year-old who's begun menstruating. Is it okay for me to have sex with that person?
No. So
why?
Like I was saying, what I was saying next is that's not the only requirement for considering a woman.
Right. Exactly. But you don't. Yeah, you can't have sex with people just because they've menstruated, right? Because they're still children.
I know. Yeah. But if that's one of the requirements, then you could make an argument that maybe there's a chance that the other requirements could have been fulfilled. When
definitely not. There's no chance that a 9-year-old was fully grown.
Right. These people are gross, dude. These people are fucking gross. Thank you so much, Conservative Kelly, for the big super chat. Says, love you guys. We love you too. Donnie is right behind the camera. Says, love you. Not trolling black women, trolling Drew Afualo. Thank you, Mario, for the super chat. Nick, if someone says, Bart David says, Jesus was Muslim, point them to archaeological research. Nag Hammadi texts found in Egypt in 1945, the newer Egyptian papyrus POXY5575. Okay. J. Dyer Van Skilla. All right, guys, I'm getting off. Hey, it's Laila Tov. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Wait, hold on. One more thing.
Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Good Shabbos. Turn off your phone. Enjoy your family. God bless America. See you guys Sunday night in Albuquerque.
Yep. In the great words of Charlie Kirk, have a great weekend, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Good Shabbos. Turn off your phones, and everyone have a great Shabbat with your family. Nice, good rest day. And I will let you guys know that you guys hope Donnie feels better soon. I'll let her know. Shabbat Shalom. See you guys on Saturday. Bye-bye.